Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Son of Dracule Mihawk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Okay, so this is the first chapter folks. A few quick understandings before we get into this. Izuku knows his father is Hawkeye due to overhearing a conversation Inko had on the phone with Mitsuki. Hawkeye, as I mentioned in story ideas, absolutely clueless Izuku is his son. Instead of All Might he idolizes the most, Izuku idolizes his father and wants to meet him one day before he goes to the quirk doctor. Also, UA is a college so everyone is aged up a little. Enjoy. Izuku POV age 5. Mom, let's go. Today was a special day. It was the day I was going to find out my quirk. Alright sweetie, just give me a moment. Mom was putting her shoes on with me running around excited to finally get to find out what I was going to have for a quirk. I would finally be able to find out what my future would hold as a hero. Alright sweetie, let's head to the car. I ran to the car in anticipation smiling. Maybe if it's a strong enough quirk, Dad will finally come home and visit. I know Mom would like that, and I can show him that I'm gonna be a great hero like him. Please hurry Mom. I can't wait. At the doctor's after the test. Sorry kid, but you're not getting a quirk? I froze as the doctor said this. I don't understand doctor, why can't he? The doctor puts an x-ray of a foot up and starts saying why. You see, when a quirk manifests, there normally is an alteration in the pinky toe here where there is an absence or addition of one joint. This points out individuality in the way of speaking and normally indicates a quirk. However, you can clearly see that your son has a second joint in his pinky, so it's safe to say he will not get a quirk. I felt my world crumble at this. All I wanted was to be a strong hero so Dad can notice us and come back home. I just wanted Dad to come home to us for once. I was about to cry, but couldn't. All I could do is just sit there motionless as all the hopes I could have were gone. When it was close to bedtime, Mom came into my room to see me watch Dad slice a ship in two with his large sword. Izuku sweetie, it's almost time for bed. I couldn't turn to her, but only cried as I heard Dad say something to the villains. You truly thought this fleet was enough to invade? How foolish. Power will only adhere to power and ignore the weak. You all were a waste of my time. Mom, does Dad never come home because he thinks we're weak? Mom didn't say anything as I see her reflection with her crying as an answer. I don't care if I'm quirkless Mom. I'm going to become a person Dad will have to acknowledge. Sniffle, I'll be the only thing I can be that he will see as someone he can't ignore. I started to cry at my shouting. I'm gonna become the greatest swordsman in the world and beat Dad. He has to notice us if I do that, right? Mom hugged me as her tears fell on me. If you want to, then we'll see what we can do. I'm sorry that this happened to Izuku. I'm so sorry. As I cried, I clenched my fist in anger knowing my life would become hard going forward. Few days later. As the days going forward happened, Kachin started to pick on me along with everyone else about me being quirkless. I didn't care though. My goal wasn't to be a hero, but to become a swordsman that can beat Dad. Mom helped me by looking at dojos for me to train in. They all were willing to accept me, but turned me down when they found out I was quirkless. I wanted to yell and scream every time someone would change their mind and say no to a point I started to lose it the second we got out of the door. Finally, we came to the 28th dojo that we would visit with the man hesitant to bring me in due to my quirklessness. I saw his face as it went from happy to one of worry. I jumped up from my seat and began to beg him. Please sir, just give me a chance. I want to be strong so I can become a swordsman, but nobody wants to give me a chance. All I want to do is learn here, so please don't turn me away like everyone else. I was shaking and clenching my fists in anger as I said this. Normally we don't accept quirkless students since it can be dangerous for them. You will need to put yourself into your training more than anyone else. Understand? I looked at him with ready eyes and nodded. Welcome aboard Izuku Midoriya. Training starts tomorrow. He held his hand out with me shaking it. We walked home that day with Mom picking up the schedule and showing me when it is. When the next day and the first day of training started, I was ready to learn and train with everything I had. I put everything into my first day ready to work hard. I was not going to be behind forever. I was going to become the best in the dojo before becoming the greatest swordsman. 2 years later. As the 2 years after joining the dojo passed, I learned how to fight hand-to-hand and how to use swords with practice swords Master Shitsuke gave me. When I learned the basics of swordplay, I practiced it again and again when I had free time outside the dojo on training dummies until they broke, or I passed out from exhaustion. When the time of my first competition with swords came, I was undefeated and decided to put an addition on with doing what they called deadweight training. I stood strong but had help. This red-haired girl at the dojo helped me a lot with sparring and training. Her name is Itsuka Kendo, and she has been a big help to me. If it wasn't for her motivating me, I don't think I would be half as strong as I am. Walking back from training, I noticed Kachin and his friends pick on a brown-haired girl. It angered me enough to walk in on them. "What do you think you're doing, Kachin?" He looked at me with a superior grin. "Well, if it isn't little Deku. Go home before you get involved in this too." I saw the girl crying and got in front of them. "Don't, you're gonna get hurt." "Listen to the round-faced Deku, you don't have a chance." Kachin punched his fist to make a small explosion. "Here." I tossed one of my practice swords to him. He picked it up confused. "What's this supposed to be? A fair fight? You fight with one, and I fight with the other." This angered him and had him throw it back at me. "I don't want your stupid pity. I can beat you myself." I caught it and bowed before putting a fighting stance up. "You think you can beat me? You're dead, D." He came at me with explosions for me to only dodge him. He comes at me again for it to happen once more. This is how it kept going for a bunch more times with Kachin getting madder. "Stand still and let me hit you, D." I got tired of dodging and ducked under him when he tried to hit me. I charged at him, hitting his stomach with my right practice sword and sending him into the two that were with him. They fell back as I walked over and held the practice sword's end to Kachin's face. "You have an amazing quirk that you can use to become an amazing hero. But instead of using it to make the world a better place, you use it to hurt other people. Strength in will and discipline is why I won, Kachin. Learn them and come face me when you do." I walked away after making sure the girl was okay to the training area I agreed to meet Itsuka at. Katsuki POV. When the fight with Deku was over, I walked into the woods alone to clear my head. Stupid Deku thinks he's better than me. I'll show him when we fight next time. I pick up a stick and throw it as far as I could before hearing something. Ha! I started to walk over to the sound to see Deku hitting 3 bulky wood things. This wasn't what surprised me though. When I looked closer, Deku had some weird weights on his stomach, back, arms, and legs while sweating a lot. "You must be Kachin. Izuku told me about you." I looked to the side to see a girl with red hair in a ponytail walk up to me. "Who the hell are you?" "Itsuka Kendo, Izuku's friend and training buddy." She looked at Izuku and smiled with the round-faced girl hiding behind her. "So this is that guy that saved me?" "Yup." Round Face looked at Deku amazed as it only ticked me off more. "What's going on here? How was Deku able to beat me? He's a weak quirkless extra. Because he works hard like this every day." I looked over to see Deku swinging like he was really trying to destroy the things. Izuku wants to become the world's greatest swordsman, so he trains like this every day. This started about 2 years ago when he joined the dojo we're both part of. He put his heart and soul into this and now is the strongest in our dojo. This includes the adults. I watched Deku break the wood things to pieces before walking over to 2 big boulders with rope around them. He started to tug at the rope to lift one up with one hand and the other with the other. "This person is amazing." Round Face looked in amazement as Deku did this. "So why does Deku want to be the greatest swordsman? If he's stronger than most grown-ups, he can be a hero instead." He said it was to have his existence noticed by his dad or something. He will only notice him if he's the best without a doubt, so he wants to be the greatest swordsman because of this. I noticed Deku start to yell a little before he begins to cry and scream in pain. "I'm gonna become stronger than you, Dad. I'm gonna make you see me as your son and force you to accept it. You hear me? I will become the greatest swordsman and beat you one day." This shout finally hit me when I heard a conversation with the hag and Deku's mom before. I remember them saying something about Crossblade and how Deku's mom knows him. I didn't understand it until now. Deku's dad is Crossblade. 3 years later, Inko POV. Knock knock coming. I started running to the door to see Shota on the other side. Shota. Thank you for coming. Not a problem, so why did you want to call me here? I motioned him to come inside before I spoke. I want to get my son a birthday present. He looked at me with an eyebrow raised. I didn't know you got married. I didn't. Okay, who's the father then? Dracule? Does he even know this? I shake my head no. Izuku was part of an accident me and his father had. It was a one-night stand that accidentally made Izuku. I didn't tell Izuku this, which may have made things easier on him at this point in time. But as a way to avoid any issues, I never told Dracula about this and just disappeared from his life. Shota looked at me confused before understanding why. Okay, so why did you want to have me come over? I need advice on what type of swords to buy Izuku. He specializes with 2 swords and I thought he would like this better than anything else. Shota looked at me and rolled his eyes. Swordsmen make their own swords. It's a rule of thumb with them. I know, but Izuku's 10. I'm not gonna let him burn himself badly due to him being so young. Fine. But don't tell anyone I helped you get them if anyone asked. Deal? Shota headed outside with me following him. I normally would avoid talking with Shota since him, Dracule, and myself were close friends in college. Though we were close, I cut ties with the 2 of them in fear I may ruin their lives and their friendship telling them who Izuku's father was. But to get a good gift for Izuku, I had to contact Shota for a professional advice. That afternoon was spent looking for the best gift we could for Izuku. That evening Izuku POV. As I was walking home after a training session with Itsuka, Kacchin, and Ochako, I was thinking of how to get stronger with the training I'm doing getting too easy. Maybe I should start looking for a set of swords to up my game and understand how holding them feel. After the fight with Kacchin, he apologized to me with Ochako wanting to be friends with me. She formally introduced herself and thanked me for helping her. Now the 4 of us trained together with Kacchin, understanding that strength is more than just a quirk. Though Ochako and Itsuka have been acting weird lately. They both start to get a little feverish whenever I begin to wear a white shirt to train or no shirt at all. I wonder if they're getting sick or something a lot of times. I wonder if that's normal for girls? Maybe Mom will know. I open the door to my home with Mom in the living room. I'm home. Welcome back, Izuku. How was training today? Normal as always. Quick question. Do girls get sick easily? What brings this up? Well, whenever we train and with me wearing a white shirt or opting shirtless, Itsuka and Ochako go red and look like they have a fever. Mom starts to laugh at this with it not making any sense to me. It's them noticing you as a boy, Izuku. They aren't getting sick, they're just embarrassed seeing you in a translucent shirt or just shirtless. I don't get it. You will one day. Hopefully I get grand babies from one of them, or both. Mom starts to laugh at this while I don't get why. Oh yeah, I have a little gift for you, Izuku. Mom gets up and hands me 2 katanas. I asked a friend to make sure they were good. I hope you like them. I open them and look at the craftsmanship a bit to know they were well made. They're perfect, Mom. Thank you. Happy birthday, Izuku. Mom hugs me as I hug her back. I'm gonna put these away and take a shower. Okay then, see you in a little bit. As I walk up to my room, I look at a little notepad I had with my goals in life. Find a dojo. Learn swordsmanship. Become the best in the dojo. Become the best swordsman in Mustafar. Become the best swordsman in Japan. Defeat Hawkeye Mihawk. The first 3 were already crossed out with the 4th almost complete. I glance down at my swords to open them and see my reflection in them. I'm gonna beat you one day, Hawkeye Mihawk. Just you wait, because you will remember the name Izuku Midoriya even if it's the last thing I do. You will acknowledge me and Mom, and you will lose to me. This I swear. I sheath the blades and put them away before heading into the shower. And that finishes the first chapter. So Bakugo won't be as much of an ass in this because of him being beaten by Izuku and seeing what he does. Instead, he chooses to use this as a rivalry between him and Izuku for who will become the #1 hero or swordsman, in Izuku's case, first. Hope you all enjoyed this and thanks for reading. The Green Demon of Mustafar. Izuku POV. It's been about 9 years since Mom gave me my sword Sasajuru, the white-handled, and Shitsuke, the black-handled, for my 10th birthday. Since then, I pushed myself to even farther heights and became the strongest swordsman in Japan by the time I entered into high school. Because of my speed and strength as a swordsman, I obtained my nickname, the Green Demon of Mustafar. People regularly come to the dojo just to fight me and get beaten without even laying a finger on me. I'll occasionally get a nick here and there by some foreigners that come to test their mettle against mine, but I still succeed in beating them. Though this is a step in the right direction, it's still not my final goal. Never once has the legendary swordsman come into the dojo to fight me. I take this as he doesn't even see me on the same level and train harder until the day comes where I finally do meet him and clash with him. Ochako strangely enough decided to join the dojo when she was 12, saying she wanted to become stronger. This surprised me and Itsuka since she never seemed to be the martial arts type. But she stuck with it, and now she's the third strongest in the dojo below the two of us. Kachin chose not to join of his own interests without surprise. He said that he'll find his own way himself, to which I respect. He came a long way since he was 7, and we're both stronger because of our own ambitions. Today was rather normal for a school day with the teacher walking and holding a stack of papers. Okay, so I need you all to fill out these future career papers as third years. He throws them up in the air, however, when he gets to his desk. But who am I kidding? You all want to become heroes? Everyone cheers and uses their quirks except for me and Kachin. Oi teach, don't lump me and Deku in with these losers. Kachin said this with everyone yelling at him before the teacher looked at his folder to see something worthwhile. Ah yes, it says here Bakugu is applying for UA. Everyone hushed at this with Kachin smirking. It also says here that Midoriya is also applying. Ah, Midoriya? The quirkless is smart, but he's no hero. I ignored these comments and focused on thinking of ways to get stronger. And what's so funny of Japan's greatest swordsman going to you? Kachin got on his desk and started shouting in anger. Listen up, you extras. This guy right here has won every sparring match against me, with a lot of them without a scratch on him. We fight for real with my quirk and his sword's ready to end the other. If he can't get in, then I can't get in. You all get it now? Everyone was silent as I tapped on his ankle. Just let it go. Not worth you losing your cool over. Kachin sits down with everyone still staring at us. So let me ask you all this, is your quirk the only reason you believe me weaker than you all? Because if you want honesty, I've topped people with powerful quirks that dedicated themselves longer than I have to martial arts. They're only a means, not proof you're better than someone. Nobody answered, with all of us go back to our work like nothing happened. End of the day. As the day neared the end, Kachin and I started packing our things before a small set of hands covered my face. Guess who? An adorable voice, feels that you're reaching up to touch my face and can make me lighter. Not ringing any bells. I play with Ochako a bit to have her hug me in response. You're no fun. We started to laugh as Itsuka was hanging behind her. So what's up for training today, Deku? Sensei just texted me. A guy's at the dojo wanting to fight me. Apparently he's a foreigner. Dude's getting FING ended today. Kachin began to laugh while Itsuka and Ochako held my arms. While we left, 2 guys from mine and Kachin's class came up to me. We're not done here, Midoriya. Yeah, you think you can just insult us and get away with it? Not a chance. I clench my swords before letting them go and walking away from the two. You two aren't even worth my time and effort. Now if you excuse me, I have a challenger waiting ever so patiently for me. They both try to grab me to only get flipped over my shoulder and dropped up face first into the ground. Do you get it now? I went through 14 years of viscous training to become the man I am today and pushed myself to limits you can only dream of at this point in the game. Comparing yourself to me is an insult and only something you can do within your own minds. I pull up my sleeves, pant legs, and shirt to show them just how far away we really are. I wear 50 pounds on each arm and leg with an additional 100 around my torso to carry 300 extra pounds around on the norm. I toss the ones on my arms to them to get the wind knocked out of them and show them I'm saying the truth before putting them back on my arms. While training, I add on double this to make it even harder for me to move. So go ahead, call me weak and quirkless. That means absolutely nothing if you can't have your actions speak as loudly as your words. I walk away with both of the fools having their minds blown. As we walk out, everyone is silent until we get to the dojo. While walking inside, I see an Englishman with swords inside his forearms smiling at me. "You are Green Demon of Mustafar? I will win fight and take mantle from you." I smiled at him before going into the dojo to prepare. I look forward to the attempt. Allow me to get into something proper for this match before we begin. Once I enter into the main area of the dojo, I greet Sensei before putting my GI on and releasing my weights to face my opponent seriously. When I was ready, I came to the center of the dojo with every student watching in wait. This battle will be between Izuku Midoriya and Van Lloyd from England. Whoever incapacitates the other first is the winner. I draw Sasaguru and Shitsuke with the man making his forearms jagged like saw blades. Begin! Right off the bat, the challenger comes at me with his forearms coming to slice me. I dodge each and every one of them like it was nothing while he tries to attack me from different angles. I can tell this guy is an armature from how he moves. If he was really a swordsman at heart, he wouldn't go for the sneaky behind attacks and face my by the front or the sides. He comes at me a little faster without the need for me to raise my sword, still with his stamina slowing down. "This best Green Demon can do? You weak," says the man panting. He gets angered and comes at me with putting his hands in an X formation. Ultimate move, X chop. As the guy comes at me, I hold Sasaguru up to block it. He pushes me back a little while smiling. "I have you now, Green Demon." I only smirk as he says this to glare at him with similar cold eyes as that man. Imagine the eye green. Oh, it's the other way around, sir. I put Shitsuke down below me before the challenger pulls back in fear, though he was out of time and dodged wrong. I held Sasaguru up above me with my arms crossed around my body before lunging at the challenger. Strike of Earth's Ascension. I slice Shitsuke upward and Sasaguru downward for the man to fall to his knees unconscious. The challenger is unable to continue. Midoriya is the winner. I sheath my blades before bowing to my opponent and leaving for the changing room. "I shall be doing some personal training today again, Sensei. Tell our challenger when he wakes up that I thank him for his challenge and wish to do battle with him when we both become stronger." "Certainly." I walk out of the changing room after putting some training clothes on that I had and head out the back way to mine, Kachin's, and the girls' training area. They were already there training and congratulated me on my victory. I thanked them before going over to 300-pound weights to tie on my body that had either Yoei, weak, Yakunadatanai, worthless, or Awarina, pathetic, on it. These were words people normally called me, and these were words that weighed me down all my life. Carving them into the weights I used were my way of saying I will take these names and prove I am nothing like they suggest. While wearing them, I walked to a giant boulder to slice it with one of my swords sideways, and longways with the other to chop it into 4 cleanly cut pieces. "I will beat you one day, Mihawk. I promise you that." Few hours later, as we walked home, Ochako was talking about a possible way to increase her skill with martial arts with Itsuka since they sparred today. Itsuka was able to see through a bunch of holes in her combat style to which Ochako wanted to close and make a defense that couldn't break. Meanwhile, me and Kachin were talking about ways we could add to our training with him, considering taking a page out of my book to make more precise attacks that hit a center point. We come out of our little conversation when an explosion happened. We run to the area to see a giant wad of sludge attacking and causing mayhem. What's going on? Looks like a villain attack? Why the F are the pros doing jack shit then? I look around the area and see a girl with black hair inside the sludge villain. He has a hostage. Everyone looks where I am and notices her too. Is she gonna be alright? Ochako says this while holding her hands over her mouth in horror. Itsuka taps some guy's shoulder who was here before us to get some understanding. What's exactly going on here? This sludge villain was being hunted by All Might earlier today and got away from him. Now he has a hostage and is giving the pros a real problem. The fires are keeping people in danger with 2 of the pros dealing with that. Meanwhile, a few others are trying to get the girl out with it not working at all. This has gone on for a few minutes. If this keeps up, the girl could die. My blood started to boil when I heard this to walk into the area. Deku, what a dash! Ochako tried to stop me, but Kaken pulled her back to stop this. Just let Deku do this. He wouldn't even listen if you told him not to. When I was in front of the safety line, I walked past it to head directly at the villain. "Hey kid, get out of here." Death Arms tries to grab me with him backing away while I draw my swords. "I'm only gonna day this once. Let the girl go and you can avoid this being painful." The sludge villain laughs as he sends parts of him to attack me. "Get out of there, kid." I duck down quickly to put Sasajuru inside the sludge to start slicing the villain's form. When I get closer to him, I change how I hold my blade's handle and slice downwards to sever a quarter of his body off before hacking away at the parts of him holding the girl. When she falls into my arms, I jump back to put her to the side and make sure she's okay. "Damn kid. I'll end you." I glare at the villain in anger while crossing my arms to lunge at him. As we clashed, he sent barrages of sludge at me to only be sliced off while I moved as if I was dancing to the pattern. When I returned to his face, I moved at speeds nobody could comprehend. I landed behind him and slowly put my blades back in their holders. Dancing wind. As I stated this while fully sheathing my blades with the sludge villain being cut into pieces looking at me barely conscious. Who are you?" "I am Izuku Midoriya, the future greatest swordsman in the world. You picked the wrong town to cause trouble in. You deserve what you got from the green demon of Mustafar." The sludge villain fell back unconscious while I stood and walked to the girl that was injured. "You okay?" I kneeled down to the girl to see her look at me. "I am. Thank you for saving me." I smiled before getting up to walk back to everyone. "What were you thinking, kid? You could have gotten hurt or ended there. You're lucky everything played out, or you'd be in serious trouble for using your quirk right now." You think I used a quirk there? That was all skill from training. I have no quirk. Even more reason you should have let the pro dash." "What? Let the pros let someone die?" "I heard enough that she was in there for some time with none of you doing anything. Ironic really, the only person in this area that was able to do a job you're supposed to do is a quirkless swordsman. I'd laugh if it wasn't so pathetic of you." As I exit the area, I look back at Death Arms to tell him one last bit of information. Heroes do what they do regardless of how dangerous the situation is and help people. Maybe you should go back to being a sidekick to learn that. I walk away with everyone joining. "Well, that was an interesting fight." "Yeah, it was." Deku was like, "Whoosh." Then the villain was like, "Kerploop." "It was awesome." "She has a point, Deku. It was a badass fight." I kept walking enraged by the pro's words. "So don't let it get to you, man. He doesn't know you, so his words are shit." "I know, but it doesn't make his comment piss me off any less about there being more reason for a quirkless to stay out of that. If he would have done his job like he should have, the girl wouldn't have suffered and I wouldn't have needed to jump in." "I know, but he got pwned by a quirkless swordsman because of this. If this doesn't give him a reality check, nothing will." I smirked at Kachin's comment as Itsuka and Ochako hugged me to make me feel a little better. As we got home, I walked in with Mom cooking dinner and the Bakugas, Urarikas, and Kendos inside talking. "Hey Mom, what's going on here?" "We're having a celebratory dinner to commemorate your 100th win today as the best in Japan." It hit me when I tallied the wins up after this that today was the one that hit the triple digits. I smiled a bit at this. "Thanks Mom, but I gotta study for the entrance exams in the next few months. I may come down in a bit for food though. It isn't personal, but I want to be alone for now." I walked to my room with everyone talking about how this was strange to them and Mom just saying that I try as hard as I can as proof I'm dedicated to my training. I ignored this and went right to relax on my bed to decompress from this day. As I laid there, my phone went off with some texts from everyone. "Kachin, so why are the hag and old man at your house, Deku?" "Itsuka, they found out about his 100th win today and wanted to celebrate. Mine are over there too." "Ochako, you got 100 wins? Goat you." Grinning squinting face. "Itsuka, congrats man. You earned it." "Kachin, I'd expect nothing less from you Deku. Get stronger and hit 1,000 next." "Izuku, thanks, but it isn't that big of a deal. I'm gonna start studying, so I'll talk to you three later." "Kachin, might as well too. UA isn't for chumps anyway." "Itsuka, okay, talk to you two later." "Ochako, see ya later Deku." I held my head down on the bed thinking of my list and how I was almost at the goal. UA is the next step. When I get there, I'll find him and defeat him. When I do, you have to acknowledge me at that point. I clench my fists in anger as I spoke his name. Hawkeye Mihawk, I'm coming for you next. I looked down to notice my phone ringing to see it was 2 texts from Ochako and Itsuka. Itsuka, hey Izuku, can we talk tomorrow? Just the 2 of us, I mean. Ochako, Deku, there's something I want to tell you tomorrow. Can we talk in private? I look at the texts and answer sure to them, both of them, while getting up to open some of the practice notebooks for the entrance exams. I'm not gonna get anywhere if I don't study. Now to put my hard work into my studies so that all I have to worry about is being in shape for the entrance exams. Izuku POV. The day of the exam finally came for us, with all our hard work being for this single day. Thanks to our training on the beach, I learned how to manage myself even better, being able to slice through even the strongest metal through my hard work. I was even able to increase the weight on my body to 500. Once I let the weights off, my speed is so insane that even some of the people in the dojo that have quirks that specialize in vision can't see me. Kachin was able to gain an edge as well, learning how to make more precise explosions that felt just as powerful as his own larger ones. Ochako and Itsuka also got much stronger, being able to master their own martial arts to become some of the best in Mustafar. Their control over their quirks also improved, with them now prepared to face anything they can. As we looked at the building, we began to mentally prepare ourselves for what is to come. Sigh, alright, let's go. We walked in with Kachin leading the way. Today was the day we dreamed of, and nothing was going to stand in our way of achieving our goal. Meanwhile, Aizawa POV. I was able to get Drac to sit in on the entrance exams today since I knew his son would be taking them. Care to tell me why you deemed it necessary for me to watch these, Aizawa? There's a person in it that you may take an interest in. I heard he's a swordsman. Very few can state they are willing to accept the way of the sword anymore. What makes this one so special? For one, he's your son. I tried to think of a way to make him get interested before remembering what Inko said about her kid. Have you ever heard of the Green Demon of Mustafar? The dual-wielding swordsman? Swordsmanship isn't bad. This is the kid that I'm talking about. He began to rub his hand through his mustache before answering. I see no reason to say no. Let us watch then. Good to know I can help get you to gain some interest in your son Drac. In the exam room, Izuku POV. What's up, folks? Today is your entrance exams. Can I get a yeah? Everyone was dead silent, with Mike trying to continue as this happened. He began to explain about the physical aspect being about robots. I didn't pay much care to listening so deeply since he was stating what was on the paper that I already read. I was more preoccupied making sure Shitsuke and Sasajuru were sharp and ready for battle. So we're facing robots, huh? Yep. When my blades were nearing the point of being sharp enough, a blue-haired boy started complaining about the test having 4 on it instead of 3. He then turned to me and pointed. And you up there? If sharpening that sword is more important than listening, please leave. It is distracting of you not taking this seriously and an insult to everyone here. Says the guy that doesn't understand he's going word for word off the paper. He's literally saying everything that the paper says and maybe didn't get to the 4th robot because you interrupted. Also, I'm making sure my blades are as freshly sharp for this exam as possible. This is something that takes time and can only be done right now. If this is a problem for you, then go find a new career to follow. Only the weak complain of someone else's actions who is managing on their own. He sat down with someone in the audience shouting burned. On the training site, third-person POV. Izuku walked out of the bus with Ochako to stand in front of a giant gate. Izuku felt out of place after taking off his weights, to which Ochako was able happily to grab Izuku's waist and smile. So odd when I get to hug your actual waist without weights on it. You're really muscly, Deku. Izuku smiled at this while waiting for the exam to start. You do. Cease your actions this instant. This is an exam, not a date. The guy from before started lecturing them again while Izuku simply ignored him. This did not sit right with the blue-haired man, though, to make him shout louder. How dare you ignore me in such a fashion? If this is how you shall work with others, you should not be in this SCO-dash. Do you like the sound of your own voice that much? The blue-haired man remained silent. A real hero deals with issues no matter the circumstance. If Ochako hugging me is that much a tragedy, then leave. There's a million other people out there to take the place of someone that pretends to be a hero. Izuku doesn't say anything while facing forward waiting for the doors to open. As they do, Izuku unsheathed his blades with Mike walking above the gate to shout, "Go!" Like a bolt of lightning, Izuku ran in with Ochako following behind. What? There's no warning in real life. Follow those two. Everyone ran in with Izuku running in on a horde of one-pointers. Time to get to work. Izuku readied himself as the first came at him. He sliced it down the middle with the others coming at him. He did the same with one slash each time with a bunch of 3 and 2-pointers coming at him. Izuku jumped at them while spinning as if he was a twister. Spiraling tornado. He stopped in the center of the robots for everyone to be sliced into pieces. Another set of robots came at him to have one get a blade through its center before swung back to hit another. How pathetic. Izuku ran over to find more with some people who ran to the area baffled at what he just did. Is this guy human? Many thought this while trying to get points for themselves to pass. In the observation room, the teachers of UA were watching with some interest on Izuku's axe. What is this kid? Does he have a quirk that allows him to use swords or something to their max? The R-rated hero Midnight asks with Aizawa explaining. He doesn't have a quirk. That's all hard work. Everyone looked at this amazed before Vlad stated what was on his mind. Even if he gets a high enough score, are we really going to let a quirkless boy into UA's hero course? And why would that be a trouble, Vlad King? Everyone looked back to see Hawkeye enjoying a cup of coffee while watching Izuku rather intently. Any fool can pick up a sword and claim themselves a swordsman nowadays. However, I can tell this boy has worked hard in a single glance. His form is precise and exact, the cuts are clean, and his blades are hardly dulling from the act of destroying multiple robots. If you pull him out because of something so simple as not having a quirk, then you are wasting amazing talent you can form into something worthwhile. Hawkeye states this while taking a sip of his coffee. Vlad was going to say something before Nizu spoke up. He is quite a unique case. Hawkeye hardly ever says he respects anyone from what he has seen, especially with swordsmanship. If he says he has merit, then I see why we shouldn't let him join if he does get the chance to. Vlad was not around as long as other teachers to know this, but Hawkeye has a natural sense of finding talent. If he found worth in someone, he would pay attention to them. The pros that made it on the scene that came out of UA that the swordsman had an interest in at first glance became top-ranked pros until he stopped watching the exams for some reason. Many believed it was because the amount of people that interested him grew very low over the years, so he simply chose to stop watching them thinking they were a waste of time. Nizu had thought it was time, however, to initiate the little obstacle they had in mind. He pressed a large red button that forced the ground to shake. This will determine if you are worth my effort, Green Demon. Hawkeye smirked watching how Izuku would react. On the field, Izuku felt the ground shake to look where it came from. He found the answer with a giant mecha coming out of the ground. Finally, a worthy opponent. Izuku smirked as he prepared a fighting stance. Help! He glanced below the mechanical behemoth to see Ochako. Everyone was leaving her, to which it enraged him. You all want to be heroes, and yet you leave someone that needs help? Izuku ran in as fast as he could and sliced the rock in half to let his brown-haired girlfriend free. You're all pathetic if this is the best you can do. Izuku grabbed Ochako before slicing off half the robot's metal foot. They ran out of the area where Ochako was safe to put down. He glanced at the robot before going low and sprinting. Izuku used the fallen foot as a stepping stone to get aboard the robot before slicing chunks of its leg off and going upwards, evading an arm to jump atop that and slice it. He kept heading upwards till he got to its head, where he made one strong slash to cut off its head. The 0-pointer fell backwards with Izuku standing above the wreckage. He bowed to the fiend before putting his blades away and walking over to Ochako. Can you walk, love? Sorry, but I think I sprained my ankle during that. Izuku picked her up bridal style, to which she was very uncomfortable with before walking out of the area. As they were about to leave, they were stopped by an elderly woman. All right, Sonny, set her down over here so I can treat her. Izuku looked down to see it was Recovery Girl. He did as she said and let Ochako down gently. The elderly hero healed Ochako's ankle, to which she could walk again. However, she was rather dizzy due to a lack of energy. Recovery Girl explained that this was a side effect of her quirk and that it will go away after a nice long rest. Though Ochako could walk again, Izuku stayed close to her if it became too hard due to the lack of energy. Meanwhile, in the observation room, everyone was amazed at what they just witnessed. Many have tried to take down the zero-pointer in the past, but none did it quite like this. A skinny blonde man in general looked at the scene and smirked, seeing not only strength, but a heart for heroism to match. That kid was quirkless, right? Vlad could not understand what just happened with Aizawa walking away with Hawkeye. I want that kid in my class. This was all he said before leaving, to make even the principal surprised at his action. Not once has Aizawa asked for someone personally after the exams, but he did this round for some reason. As Aizawa and Hawkeye walked away, the underground heroes started talking about who they saw and who had potential. So what did you think, Hawkeye? I believe that the swordsman has potential. If trained correctly, he may be on my level. Aizawa smirked at this before explaining something important to him. He came to UA because of you. This put a smile on the swordsman hero as someone came to face him by joining a school in which he helps teach in. Has been a while since a worthy opponent has revealed himself. Let us see what he can do. You're gonna be surprised, alright Drac. I wonder if Inko will talk to us more regularly when you find out about yours and her son. Few weeks later, Izuku POV. Time passed after the exams, with tonight being date night for me, Ochako, and Itsuka. We decided to go to a nice restaurant that we go to now and again to enjoy a peaceful night. A cook there is a pro hero that's part of a group known as the Straw Hats. The waiter came over to give us our food, to which he started flirting with Itsuka and Ochako. Why hello ladies. Might I interest you in our house wine? It's quite lovely, like yourselves. I started to feel a little agitated at this, knowing some guy was hitting on my girlfriends while giving them roses as well. This went away, however, when they denied him. I bet you say that to all the women that come into this place. Only those that are truly flowers to behold. So any attractive girl you pitch this to? He stops when Ochako holds a smug look and says this. He takes our order and brings it out not long after. The food tastes amazing, with him bringing over a bottle of wine for us. We refuse him though, saying we're not interested tonight, to which he accepts it and leaves us to eat in happiness. So when do you think the results will come in from UA? Itsuka stated this with a thought coming across my mind. I don't know, but hopefully we're in the same class as each other. I stopped eating when this was said, thinking of what may happen. I didn't want to say this to you too, but they may not accept me in the hero course. They gave me a look for an explanation before I went into detail. If they look at my file, they're probably going to see the quirkless and instantly reject me. That's mean. You saved me, so you shouldn't be rejected for something like that. I'm with Ochako here. If they reject you, well, drop out in retaliation. I shook my head at them before saying anything. UA is your dream school more than mine. It isn't fair for you to drop out for me. I'll still join another course, but I did have my sights set on the hero course. If they do deny me, then I'll just try to get a transfer during the sports festival or something. They understood that I wanted them to make the best decision, but not have to worry about me, and kept eating. When we finished and paid, I drove Itsuka and Ochako home, with each giving me a kiss goodnight before heading in their house. Though my situation with them may differ, I hope they still love me as much as they do now. Once I finally came home, I parked my motorcycle and entered in the door. Mom sat at the table with a letter from UA to give me. Are these the results? Yes, sweetie. I grabbed the letter and thanked Mom before going up to my room to open it. As I did, a small hologram came out with a recording of a little rodent on the screen. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. My name is Nizu. Am I a rat? Am I a dog? Am I a bear? Who cares, 'cause all you need to know is that I'm the principal of UA. His actions kinda surprised me before he got to the point. I'm sure you are wondering of your exam results, so here they are. On the written portion, you obtained a 96 OT of 100 to tie you for the top. And on the physical exam, you obtained a 49 in villain points to allow you to pass. However, here it comes. There was a secret panel of judges that gave out special hero points for acts of heroism. As a group, we decided to give you a total of 60 hero points to bring your score up to 109 points. Though many were questionable about you being quirkless and attending UA, We decided to make an exception for you due to how unique of a case you are. I thank you for your enrollment, Mr. Izuku Midoriya, and welcome to your hero academia. The hologram shut off with a smile coming on my face. I passed. Suddenly, my phone started going off with Ochako, Itsuka, Momo, and Kachin stating their results. Ochako, I passed. Kachin, same here. No surprise though. Momo, congratulations. Itsuka, I passed too. What classes are you all in? Kachin, Momo, Izuku, Ochako, see Izuku, I knew you'd pass. They gotta overlook you being quirkless if you can beat everyone. Kachin, I would have murdered them if they didn't let you in. What was your score anyway? Izuku, 102 after the hero points. Kachin, damn it. You even beat me. Itsuka, ah man, I'm the only one in 1B. Momo, it's okay Itsuka, we'll still see each other. Itsuka, yeah, guess you're right. I'm gonna go to bed. Night everybody. Kachin, I'm with you Ginger. Itsuka, stop calling me Ginger Pomeranian. Momo, Izuku, I put my phone down before looking at the roof. One last part. When I find you Hawkeye, I'm gonna force you to fight me. When we do, I'll force you to accept my existence, you hear me? Izuku POV. The first day of UA finally came. I had been waiting for this for years and now it is finally happening. I began to leave with Mom stopping me to take one last look before I left. Izuku, I want you to know that I'm proud of you. No matter what, I'll always be in your corner. I smiled at Mom before leaving. Thanks, I love you Mom. Love you too sweetie. I closed the door with Sasadru and Shitsuke in my hands. I owe you everything Mom. I began to walk to the station to find Ochako, Itsuka, and Kachin waiting for me. Hey you three. I began to get tackle-hugged by Itsuka and Ochako with Kachin only scoffing at us. Can't you wait until we're in a private place to do that? Says Pomeranian boy who can't land himself a girl. We started to laugh at Itsuka's quip before the train came to bring us to UA. As we entered UA, I was given many stares by people with some conversations stopping due to it. Isn't that the guy? The quirkless kid who got in with the swords? I saw what he did. No way that he doesn't have a quirk. The way he moved, I thought of Crossblade as he did that. The Swordsman Hero, no way. You all could at least keep the side comments a little quieter where I can't hear you. Well, this is where I part. I'll see you all later. Itsuka gave me one last kiss before leaving with all of us saying goodbye for now. I glanced to see a jealous Ochako who kissed me as well to make me blush a bit. It's no fair if Itsuka is the only one that gets to kiss you. Snort, seems even you have something you have problems with Deku. Kachin leaves to enter into the classroom with me and Ochako joining not long after. As we wait in the room, people started to arrive with the blue-haired guy arguing with Kachin about his feet being on the desk. Get your feet off that desk this instant. It is an insult to our upperclassmen and the people who made it. Kachin heard this and looked behind at me. Does this guy have a stick up his ass or what? Just ignore him, you'll save yourself a bunch of migraines. I kept my focus on making sure my blades were nice and sharp with him noticing me. Hello, my name is Tenya Ida of Sumai. I must apologize to you for not taking you seriously and congratulate you on finding the secret about the exam. I kept my attention to my blades before some blonde guy came up to me as well. So I heard you were quirkless and took out that giant 0-pointer. How much of that is bogus? None. Everyone was kinda surprised that didn't know me. I pulled a hair off me to test the sharpness of my blades before putting them away. I did all that without a quirk and the only weapons on me being my twin blades. I trained my hardest for 14 years in the way of the sword to claim this power I have. Unlike you all, I wasn't born with this, so I started at the bottom to be where I am. Midoriya? Momo walked in and walked straight over with stars in her eyes. It's good to see you're doing well. I also heard that you had defeated the 0-pointer from Ochako and Itsuka, truly a spectacle worthy of the best swordsman in Japan. As she said this, everyone looked at me with amazement. You're the green demon of Mustafar? Yeah. Everyone was amazed as I told them this. Sai, you can stop hiding whoever you are, we're all here. I glanced at the door for all of them to see a man in a sleeping bag. Shouldn't be surprised you saw me. He got up and came out of the sleeping bag to show a man with long black hair and a bit of stubble to show he may have not shaved in a while. "Hello, my name is Shota Aizawa and I'm your homeroom teacher." He pulled out some gym clothes from his sleeping bag. "Put these on and meet me outside." He left with all of us grabbing a uniform. While changing, this little midget with weird balls on his head tried to touch my swords. I grabbed his hand and gave him a death look. "Try that again," and the hand's coming off. He starts to freak before walking away from me. On the training ground, third-person POV. Everyone of Class A had found their way out to the training field with the members of Class B being beside them. "Izuku!" Itsuka ran over to Izuku to hug him with some blonde from Class B getting a little agitated. "Today we will be doing quirk apprehension tests." Aizawa started talking with Izuku, noticing a third person on the field besides the two homeroom teachers. "Hawkeye Mihawk." Izuku walked up to make everyone look at him. "Kid, what are you?" Vlad was cut off by Izuku pulling his swords out. "Hawkeye Mihawk, I challenge you to a duel." "What?" Everyone looked at this a little confused, with Hawkeye being the only one to take this rather calmly. "Now why would I face a weakling such as yourself?" This comment angered Izuku. "So I can kick your ass and claim your title as the world's greatest swordsman." Silence was in the air until the blonde named Minoma started laughing. You want to be the greatest swordsman? How pathetic." Izuku held Shitsuke up to Hawkeye in anger. "Very well. I shall battle you. This will not end well. You're telling me kendo?" Bakugo was slightly worried about his friend, to a point he called Itsuka by her real name. Hawkeye started to pull the cross on his neck off to show it was a small blade. "Is that some kind of joke?" "I apologize, but I have no smaller blades. This will suffice though to prove the difference between us, however. You wouldn't end flies with cannonballs, would you?" Izuku calmed his mind and prepared everything he learned in the past 14 years. "This is it, Izuku. Everything comes to this fight. All your hard work, effort, and dedication in this single moment." Hawkeye held the small sword out with everyone not sure what to make of this. "The opponent has the first move." Izuku heard this and put his blades in the ground for a moment. He pulled off the weights he was wearing to have them fall and to the ground. "Now that I have 600 pounds off, I can move freely." Izuku dashed at Hawkeye with speeds fast enough that even Ida with a speed-based quirk was surprised with. As he came to Hawkeye, his slash with Sasaguru was stopped by the small blade. "Quite the fast one, aren't we?" Izuku swung with Shitsuke for Hawkeye to dodge. One after the other, Izuku was slashing with every person watching in amazement. "Holy crap, this guy's going toe-to-toe with Crossblade. Bet he's wishing he didn't have that tiny blade now. Kick his butt, Green Demon." Izuku's attacks were relentless, but something seemed off to Itsuka, Bakugo, and Ochako. "Ha! You see it too, don't you, round face?" Deku's attacks are being deflected with little effort. Up until now, I've never seen him go all out like this and not even make a scratch in someone. "Izuku!" Ochako and Itsuka started to worry, knowing it's only a matter of time before Izuku slows down. As Izuku's onslaught went on, he decided to change up his technique a bit and end this fast. He pulled back a little to prepare for his instant win technique. Strike of Earth's Ascension. Izuku charged at Hawkeye, who thrust his blade between Izuku's swords to keep them still. "What the? I can't move my swords. Is this truly the best you can do, weakling?" Everyone was silent, with Itsuka knowing now how far the gap between Izuku and Hawkeye really was. That's a move that nobody has been able to block in all of Izuku's life so far. It's a move that made him famous. The gap is now being more shown how different the world's greatest is. She went pale, with Bakugo not accepting it. "Don't give up, D. You can beat him." Hawkeye pivoted his blade a bit to force Izuku to fall down and get a chop to the neck. "Even a novice could tell the difference between us. You're not worth my time." In that moment, everything came back to Izuku. All the bullying, the ridicule, and all the pain he saw in his mother. He hated it. Being too weak to do anything. "I refuse to lose." Izuku got up and prepared a last-minute move. "I will become the greatest swordsman and defeat you." He formed a cross with his blades, with Hawkeye moving towards him. "Cross," he dashed. Hawkeye drove the blade into Izuku's chest, with everyone now scared for him. As blood dripped down and came out his mouth, Izuku did not budge. You are given a lethal blow, yet you do not step back. Why? If I do, I would disgrace everything I have worked for in the past 14 years. All the pain I endured and ridicule for not being born with something everyone else would be wasted. And that is why you wish to become the greatest? Izuku stared Hawkeye in the eyes with green hawk-like eyes as his own and said his reason. I want to be the greatest, so you will have no reason to deny me as your son. I will force you to accept me as your own or die trying. Hawkeye didn't show it, but he was surprised. He pulled back and put the small blade away. What is your name, boy? Izuku crossed his arms and got into a running stance. I am Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya. There's a name I have not heard in a long time. Hawkeye pulled his larger sword out and prepared to fight. Falling to this blade is an honor only the strong can have. Count yourself lucky. Izuku began to spin his blades to make it look like they were large metal discs by the amount of speed behind them. Eternal slash. Izuku sliced his blades with Hawkeye doing the same. Both stand behind the other motionless with everyone speechless on what just happened. What happened? Deku lost. Izuku's blades broke into pieces with a slash going diagonal on his chest being seen. Izuku, Itsuka, Ochako, and Momo ran over to him with Hawkeye putting his blade away. As he walked back, Minoma started laughing at Izuku for his failure. Is that really the best a quirkless can do? That's too rich. All that hard work, and you can't get anywhere dash, only the weak mock others. Stay your tongue, boy, or I may have to cut it out. Hawkeye held his small dagger up to everyone as to prove a point. To take all of you down, all I need to do is use this blade. The only one that is worthy to force me to fight with my best sword is the boy. Keep that in mind going forward. Hawkeye started to walk away, but was stopped by Izuku shouting. This isn't over, Hawkeye. I will defeat you and become the world's strongest, I swear to you. Then get stronger and we shall battle again. Hawkeye raised his larger sword to the heavens. I am Dracule Mihawk. I am the one you must surpass to become the strongest. Become stronger and surpass me, Izuku Midoriya. That is your goal. That is what I want to see you do. Hawkeye left with Aizawa following him, saying syllabuses are inside the classroom and that class is dismissed. As they walked, Hawkeye began asking questions to Aizawa. That boy is the child of mine and Inko's, isn't he? Yeah. Hawkeye kept walking while feeling a bit of pain on his cheek. He brushed his finger over to see blood. It has been some time since someone was able to injure me. Hawkeye smiled at this as he left. Things will get interesting this year, Aizawa. Few hours later, Izuku POV. I woke up in the nurse's office bandaged up with a man with blonde hair that looked like a skeleton sitting by me. What happened? You collapsed after declaring that you will surpass Hawkeye? I looked around for my blades for the man to give me 2 handles and shards of what was left in a bag. We believed these were all of them, but those friends of yours are still combing the area to make sure. I felt uncontrollable anger and wanted to scream at myself for not being able to do anything. Young Izuku Midoriya, I'd like to give you a proposition. I looked over to the guy to see him bulk up into All Might. All Might? Yes, All Might. Now I'd like to ask you a question. Why do you wish to become the world's greatest? I thought on these words before holding my blades in my hands. I want to be the greatest so people can acknowledge I exist. Growing up, my father never once showed up to see me. I thought this was because he saw me and my mother as weak. So on the day I was told I was quirkless, I vowed to become the strongest until I was the greatest and could not be ignored by Hawkeye. All Might fell into his smaller form before asking me something. Young man, I've been keeping my eye on you since the sludge villain incident some time back. Because of this, I would like to ask you to become the successor of my quirk. I kept silent as he explained his quirk. To make it simple, his is a stockpile and a quirk that allows it to be passed down from person to person with me becoming the 9th holder if I choose to claim it. So what do you say? I took a deep breath before answering. Can you give me until tomorrow to have your answer? I'm going through some kinda heavy stuff right now. Take your time. Losing a fight like that is hard on anyone. He walked out before I got up to see the damage done to me. This'll be a pain for training. I grabbed my things and started walking out of the school. On the way out, Itsuka and Ochako came up and gave me a few fragments of my swords they found. I thanked them before heading out to the forests where we train alone. Once I arrived, I climbed up to see the city of Mustafar and the sun setting behind it. I sat down and looked at my blades. I began to cry knowing everything I succeeded in was now a pile of metal with a broken handle. Sniffle, I won't lose again. I got up and started screaming to the sky. You hear me, world? I will never lose again. I will win as many battles as it takes and carve my name into the heavens. When I do, not even the mighty Hawkeye Mihawk will be able to defeat me. Do you understand? I will become the world's greatest swordsman that has not and will never change. The next day, I walked into school and went directly to the staff room. There, I met All Might, who prepared tea in expectancy for me. Young Midoriya, I believe you've come with your answer. I have. And what is your decision, my boy? I accept it. I will become the strongest in the world. I will become the greatest swordsman that ever lived and force you to accept me, father. For I refuse to accept defeat from you a second time. After getting lunch and heading to the roof, we sat down for me to say what I needed to. All Might gave you his quirk? Sure. This is a secret. The three covered their mouth as I explained it to them. He asked me yesterday if I would be his successor with answering him today. I also told him I'd accept it on 2 conditions. Izuku heard this and asked what they were. The first was that I tell you 3. I'm not keeping secrets from you if I can help it. Though he wasn't proud of this, he agreed to it. The second was that I would only use the power if I needed to protect someone, that my normal strength wouldn't be enough to handle the situation. I refused to use it as a way to gain fame for myself as a swordsman. I obtained my mantle of strongest swordsman in Japan with my own skill and hard work alone, and that's how it will remain. My honor would never allow it. Everyone seemed to understand, with Ochako asking a serious question. So how did you get the quirk? All Might said it was able to be passed on by him, willingly giving it to me while I ate. His din. You ate his what? He gave me a piece of hair for me to eat and I obtained the quirk from that. Oh, that makes it sound less awkward. I looked at my friend and girlfriends as if they thought something strange before going to my food. Anyway, All Might said it was a secret and that the less that know it the better. So let's just keep it between us. Right? Got it? Whatever. We continued to eat with the injury from yesterday's battle still fresh on my skin. I'm gonna get stronger, just you wait. After lunch, we all found ourselves waiting in the classroom for our first hero class for a familiar person to be heard. I am coming through the door like a hero. Everyone started to cheer at the fact our class is being taught by All Might. Hero class, it's what turns young rookies like yourselves into the aspiring heroes of tomorrow. And with that, today's lesson shall be battle training. All Might stated this while holding up a card that said what it was. And what aspiring hero would be complete without their hero costumes? He stated this with enthusiasm while having 20 cases come out of the wall. Change into these and meet me at ground beta. We did as he said and began changing to head down to meet our instructor. While walking out to the field, Ochako came over to smile at my costume idea. Deku, that costume looks so cool. Thanks, I like the way yours looks too. I'm guessing the wrist gear are what we talked about. Yeah. I'm so psyched for this. Let's do our best out there today. I nodded while Kachin walked past us. Leave the cutesy stuff for later, you two. Let's kick some effing ass today first, then you can F the other's ass off. It's not that type of relationship we have. We shout at him before heading down towards the field with All Might waiting for us so he can begin. He began to explain how today was going to be a 2-on-2 hero versus villain scenario with us drawing lots for our partners. When they were drawn, Ochako and myself were part of a team with All Might showing us as the heroes versus Kachin and Ida, who were the villains. Villain team can enter first to set up. Hero team will wait for 5 minutes before heading in. Everyone else, follow me to the monitor room in the basement. All Might left with giving us schematics of the area with us making a plan. Knowing Kachin, he'll act like a lone wolf in this. Best for us is to have me face him head-on with you going for Ida and the bomb. She glanced at me concerned before asking something. You gonna be okay with just practice swords? Heh, the day I lose to Kachin is the day I quit being a swordsman. Third-person POV. As the members of Class A and All Might enter the monitor room, they are met by Hawkeye looking at the screens in a chair with a cup of tea. Whoa, it's the pro hero Crossblade. Wait, but why is he here? Maybe it's cause he wants to watch his son perform or something. Midoriya did say he was Crossblade's son when I spoke to him a little while back. Yaoyorozu says this with everyone freaking out at this. He is. That is correct. I just wish to see how this boy has progressed and how he manages with what he has at the moment. When the match is over, I shall leave. He takes a sip of his tea as everyone watches. Izuku and Ochako get the all clear to enter inside with them heading up 2 levels before Izuku stops Ochako. He unsheaths his 2 practice swords before charging to duck under an explosion that just happened. Bakugo came out of the corner like a madman with dodging Izuku's counter. Been a while since we last fought Deku. Let's see if I can finally win this time. Bakugo charged with a right hook for Izuku to dodge and hit him in the stomach with his 2 practice blades. Even when we fought with just practice swords, you've never beaten me once since we were 7. I plan to keep it that way. As they went at each other, Ochako ran up the stairs with Bakugo speaking into his communicator. 4 eyes, round face is coming up, so be careful. What? Where are you at this moment? Handling Deku, be careful. He cut the feed before looking at Izuku. So who goes first? Izuku pulled a coin out to show Bakugo. We start when this falls to the ground. The coin flipped in the air as the 2 prepared for it to drop. When it hit the ground, the 2 charged at the other with Bakugo setting off explosions that missed by millimeters. Meanwhile, Izuku used his practice swords to smack Bakugo's wrists to open his torso area before being pushed back by explosions to avoid getting burned. After the blasts, Izuku came right back at Bakugo for the cycle to repeat again. Whoa, Midoriya's fast. He seems slower today though. Did he not get fully healed yesterday? Recovery Girl told me that his cut was unable to be healed due to some abnormal ability by Crossblade's sword. Apparently, it has special properties that she cannot heal injuries from. Hawkeye watched Izuku's movements to realize something as well. He's wearing weights. It's subtle, but I can tell they are on him. Hawkeye states this while sipping some of his tea, smirking at Izuku. Eventually, Bakugo had enough of being knocked back to hold his gauntlet that glowed up. Now it's time to see what this can really do. Bakugo pulled part of his grenade-themed gauntlet up for a pin to pop out to get everyone's attention. So this was the idea you had. Using accumulated sweat from the palms of your hands to hold it in the gauntlets. When enough is stored, you send out a massive explosion by pulling the pin, I presume. Damn straight. Izuku got ready for what was coming with all might, trying to be a voice of reason. Young Bakugo, don't. You could end him. Stay out of this, All Might. Both boys shout this as Bakugo pulls the pin for a massive explosion to head towards Izuku. The building shakes with visual on Izuku being gone temporarily. What happened to Midoriya? Is he okay? Ribbit. Everyone was panicking with Hawkeye sipping from his tea unfazed. If he died, he would have never had the mantle he did as greatest swordsman in Japan. He places his tea on his small plate, watching smugly. I have faith he survived that. As the smoke started to clear, Bakugo waited for Izuku to come at him with nothing to his knowledge from the green-haired boy. He didn't end him, right? He thought this as 2 practice blades came above him, slamming him down face first, cracking the concrete. Strike of the vengeful tiger. Izuku stood with the top half of his hero's suit charred off with his injury the day prior opened and bleeding. Cough, damn it. He started kneeling to the ground with one of his wooden blades supporting him. Pan, I gotta hand it to you, Kachin. That attack pant was something. Bakugo could only groan in pain as his jaw and skull felt as if they were shattered with a mild concussion from Izuku's attack. Before Izuku could get his second wind, Ochako was able to touch the bomb by knocking out Ida and claiming victory for them. Hero team wins. Few hours later, Izuku POV. After we finished classes, I told Kachin, Ochako, and Itsuka that I had something I needed to do in order to get my swords back. They understood and went ahead since I was going to be some time from what I said. I began heading towards the support course with the ingot that Hawkeye gave me in my hand. Once I got near the section, the swordsman was waiting for me patiently. Come with me. I followed him down a flank of stairs to a basement area with him explaining what we're doing. Swords wielded by any swordsman are worth their life to keep. However, you understand the significance of certain swords when you make quality weapons yourself. We arrived at what looked as if a forge with him asking for the ingot. The swords you have are far too damaged to be repaired, so I shall show you how to reforge blades stronger than them in order to replace what was lost. He started showing me the basics by crafting a simple sword after 30 minutes of work. The one I had made is nothing compared to the katanas that you will make. This process takes 2 weeks of hard work and dedication. If you do something incorrectly, you will have to start over from scratch. He explains what I have to do with getting down to business. The base didn't seem that hard after melting the steel and placing it into a mold. While hammering it into place though, Hawkeye stopped me to notice something. He grabbed the blade he made to slice the work that took me 40 minutes at that moment in half. Start over. This angered me, but I began the process again with another ingot he gave me. I repeated the process of melting the steel down and hammering it into place for him to stop me again to do the same thing with this one, taking an hour of my time to get to this level. Start over. He states this again now with my emotions fueled with rage, as he did this not once, but twice to anger me to no end. I focused on every hit I made for him to stop me yet again at a 2-hour mark to do the exact same thing again. What's the point of making the swords if you're going to destroy them? If they were worth the effort, this blade wouldn't shatter to this flimsy piece I had made. I lost my temper and left. Come back here tomorrow during sunrise. I shall wait for you to arrive so we can attempt this again. Screw you. Hawkeye POV. As Izuku left, I grabbed the 3 failures he had made to inspect them closer. To be honest, he would have had a better sword than either one of the 2 he had if he was able to finish them. Not a bad first attempt if you ask for my honesty. I placed the failed swords in a barrel with preparing several steel ingots in case he was unable to make one tomorrow or the next day that met the base standards. I hope for your sake, Izuku, you gain a great sword or 2 by the end of this. Izuku POV. After leaving UA, I took a shower before texting everyone that I was finished for the day for us to meet at the shopping district. Ochako noticed me quickly to grab my arm. Hey Izuku, how'd your reforging thing go? I held an irritated look on my face for her to realize how it went. That bad? 4 times in 7 hours before giving me some lame-ass excuse why they aren't up to his standards. I let out an angered breath before trying to compose myself for Itsuka to pat my back. It's alright, I know you'll get it. She smiled at me to make me lose all my anger. Yeah, it's just frustrating. Anyway, what do you all want to do? Let's go see if something cute's on clearance for Itsuka. Hey, I've got cute stuff. A biker jacket isn't deemed cute in my book Ginger Dash. Kacchan had gotten a karate chop to the head for us to laugh. Like I'm trying to impress you. We began heading into a small store that seemed to have some nice clothes on clearance for Momo and Ochako to find some things that made Itsuka look a little more feminine in their opinion. They used me as their guinea pig for if they were cute on her for me to blush at every dress she put on. The thought of my lovable girlfriend that isn't afraid to show her tomboy side in a dress that shows her feminine side was quite a picture for me. Izuku, look. Ochako came out in a skirt that was covering hardly half her thighs and a shirt that revealed a bit of her cleavage to make me have a bit of a nosebleed. Oh god, that's hot. We went to the cashier for Itsuka and Ochako to pay. I stopped them however when giving the cashier the amount that we needed for the 2 to get mad at me. While walking out, Itsuka and Ochako got in front of me to show a bit of a mad face. You didn't have to do that, you know. Maybe, but I wanted to. But now I feel like I'm being mean to you, forcing you to pay for my things. I paid for them, Ochako, because I wanted to make you 2 happy. Besides, a little chivalry here and there never hurt anyone. We laughed a little while hearing an explosion. We ran to the area to see a bunch of pirates led by some man that was decked out in armor leading them. Take everything, men. Don't leave anything of value. Everyone ran with the pirates attacking. It's Don Krieg. Run. In the anarchy, I began to see some people get hurt by some of the pirates to make mine and Kacchan's blood boil. These F-airs think they can hurt someone and get away with it? You got my back? I pulled out my practice blades for Kacchan to make small explosions in his hands while giving a sickening smile. F ya man. Third-person POV. Izuku and Bakugo ran down the staircase with Ochako, Itsuka, and Momo trying to follow. However, they were met with some pirate thugs holding them back. Hey there, pretty ladies. Give us what you got and we might let you go easy. Some guy started holding his tongue out with Itsuka walking up to him. Sorry, but no deal. She punched the guy right in his face for him to go unconscious. The other 5 in the group began to come at them, for Ochako to judo flip one into another and Momo making a pipe to knock out 2 others. The last tried to get the best of Itsuka by pulling a gun. However, she was able to jump kick him into a wall, knocking a few teeth out. Don't mess with us next time. As the girls were cleaning up, some freak that looked like a clam pearl came in front of Izuku and Bakugo. It would appear that we have some rude guests. I will be sure to teach you why nobody messes with the Krieg pirates. The guy went in front of the 2 ready to fight with them, preparing to as well. Deku, get the captain. I got this wannabe. Don't lose. Izuku ran off with Bakugo smiling. Why would I lose to this freak? Bakugo came at the pirate with intent to end while he stood there ready for anything. You think your attacks will damage me, the Mighty Pearl's defense? Ridicula dash, die. Bakugo blasted the guy's face for him to go back and fall to the ground. So much for that mighty defense. Pearl started to get up and feel his face to see blood on it. He began screaming with clapping his shields on his hands together. The F-dash? Danger! 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 Pearl started to light himself on fire, with Bakugo not liking the looks of how things were going. Fire pearls, special treat. Bakugo saw a large amount of what looked as pearls on fire coming at him to dodge before going right in to try and blast him again. Whoever you are, you're no match for me. Bakugo began dodging several attacks while the area around them started to catch fire. Danger! 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 This is getting old. Bakugo began to sweat far more to hold large amounts of sweat in his hands. AP shot. He began shooting a condensed explosion that he knew how to do some time ago, trying to get the upper hand on Izuku in a fight. The act cracked the center plating for Pearl's shell before Bakugo grabbed his shirt collar. Dai! With momentum from explosions, Bakugo bashed Pearl's head into a wall to knock him out, along with forcing him to put himself out. Alright, now I gotta worry about these fires. Don't worry about this, man. We got this. Bakugo looked over to see 3 people he thought he saw somewhere before. No way. With Izuku. What? A bunch of nosy brats took down our men and Pearl. Impossible. Don Krieg was not holding a calm act at the moment, with his men backing away slowly. Hey you. The pirate captain looked over to see Izuku with his practice swords out. I'll give you 2 options right now, leave or get ready for me to kick your ass for scaring the nice people in this place. Oomph. And who do you think you're talking to with just some stupid practice swords in your hands, boy? Don Krieg, captain of the Krieg pirates. The most cowardice of all pirates there could be. So you know that I am not someone to be reckoned with. You're not dangerous, you're a coward. Attacking people after raising a white flag, attacking your enemies in the back, only the weak do that. This comment angered Krieg to pull out every gun he had. How dare you insult me like that? You will regret the day you messed with Don Krieg. He started shooting everything at Izuku for him to run over to a metal beam. This isn't good. Gotta think how to handle Don Krieg quick before someone gets hurt. Izuku looked around while noticing an opening for him to jump into the next level. Where is that smart aleck tongue now, boy? Krieg began to reload, with Izuku jumping off to come at him with both his practice swords. Strike of the Vengeful Tiger. The first sword hit Krieg's shoulder piece that seemed to hold some kind of gas tank, while the second hit him over the head. He staggered back before he hit Izuku right in the stomach with his knuckle bracer made of diamond. Son of a... Izuku went flying into a pillar with his stomach starting to bleed again. Damn it. How sad, boy. Is this truly the best you can do? Krieg began walking over to Izuku while pulling his one shoulder piece off to create a spear. You may think you are worth my effort, but you are nothing but a fool trying to gain fame. It's time to take down that snotty attitude of yours for you to understand who you are messing with. Struggling to get up, Izuku glared down Krieg with confidence. I know who I'm messing with. A coward who relies solely on weapons and refuses to handle things as a real man. If you had a shred of honor, you'd fight me on level terms with only one weapon. This comment angered Krieg to thrust the spear at Izuku for it to miss and hit the beam to cause an explosion. If you think you can beat me with only those toys, then so be it. Izuku ran to Krieg for him to slam the spear down. Izuku dodged with the explosion, making a smoke cloud. Taking advantage of the dust, Krieg began to slash at Izuku with him dodging every hit by inches. Is this all you can do? Dodging will not save you, brat. While Izuku was dodging, Itsuka, Ochako, and Momo came to the scene to notice Izuku going one-on-one with the pirate captain. We need to help him. Momo tried to go down with Bakugo coming over with 3 people by him. Don't get involved. But he's hurt already, so it isn't right to have him go against this man. It's because this is one of the first times in a while someone has pushed Izuku to this extent besides Hawkeye. Itsuka says this while pointing out something that surprised Momo. He's smiling. Izuku fights several different people in his life. However, he can't help but feel his blood rush and his heart beat faster when he's pushed to a brink like this with his own skills being tested. It makes him understand why he wanted to become a swordsman in the first place. Ochako says this while Izuku jumps on the spear to hit Krieg in the face. This guy's really awesome. A blonde says with a blue-haired girl and a dark-haired boy behind him. So who are you 3? Itsuka points out this for Bakugo to smile. You won't believe it when I say it. While the 7 spoke, Izuku began to feel his chest open up again to cough up some blood. Running out of steam, you little pest. Krieg came at Izuku one last time with his spear for him to see something strange. He noticed the spear come in a general direction and how he could dodge it. What the? Izuku did what he saw to dodge the spear to see it break with one last explosion. Now's my chance. Cross slice. Izuku stood behind Krieg standing up while putting his practice blades in a holder. When he got to the handle, he put them in for Krieg to collapse backwards with blood coming out his nose and mouth. My Weibleg. Izuku knelt over from pain while puking up some blood. Izuku. The girls ran down with seeing Izuku pass out from blood loss. 1 hour later, Izuku POV. I started to wake upon the side of a building with Itsuka, Ochako, and Momo beside me. What happened? Oh yeah, I fought Krieg and won. Izuku. I was immediately hugged by the girls with immense pain going through my body. Ow. They let go immediately when they realized I was hurt. That was an awesome fight, Midoriya. Yeah, I heard that Don Krieg is a dangerous pirate that even pro heroes are worried about going against. I looked up to see 3 people in front of me. Thanks, but who are you 3? I'm Mirio Togata. I'm Nijire Hado. I am Tamaki Amiki. I heard their names while trying to think where I heard them before until it hit me. You 3 are the top students in UA if I remember correctly. The big 3 if I'm right? Correct, Midoriya? Togata smiled while giving me a thumbs up. So our little champion is up and running again, I see. I got a few questions for you. I began to get up while reaching for my wallet. Vice Admiral Smoker, I presume? Yeah. Now I need a name and information if you have a bounty hunter license. I pulled out the license and my ID for him to see. Izuku Midoriya. Green Demon of Mustafar if I remember correctly. Not a bad job here. I'll explain the license down below. He began giving me a clipboard with which he needed my signature to say I gave Krieg to him. The bounty on his head was worth 17 million berries, or 1,700,000 yen in Japan. Nicely done, kid. He handed me the cash while walking away. Also, make sure you get that injury on your chest healed up. Be ashamed to lose a kid as strong as you are. We decided to call it a day with that, making sure to get some bandages and a few things of disinfectants. That was really brave of you, Izuku, but you should have waited for help. Momo started to lace into me with Itsuka and Ochako on her side. You were already hurt, Izuku. Please don't do something so scary like that again. We worry for you. Ochako asked this with Itsuka agreeing with her. I promise I'll try to avoid making risky moves like this again. We came to Momo's family's estate with her looking at me, Itsuka, and Ochako. Question, if I were to say that I'd like to date Izuku, would that be a problem? I looked at her a little surprised with Itsuka and Ochako answering for me. Heck no, welcome aboard. Yeah. Let's make Izuku a mini harem. Kacchan looked at me as if I was an idiot at that moment. Is it only swordsmen that get all the chicks or something? You think I'm trying this? Sigh. If Ochako and Itsuka are fine with it, then I guess I am. Momo was so excited hearing this that she gave me a kiss on the lips before running into her mansion. Something tells me my life is going to be fun after this. Before he could speak or talk back, the alarms rang with some third years saying it's a code 3. Apparently it meant someone infiltrated the grounds. When we ran outside, we noticed it was absolute chaos. Ochako, can you make everyone but me float? So, she did this with not turning to Momo. Momo, any chance you could make a little rope? She passed me the rope to tie it around everyone to connect to me. I then ran on the side of the wall to the exit with Kachin pointing out it's only reporters. When we made it to the end, Izuku got up above the door frame to speak. Everyone, it's just the press. Don't worry and head back to the classrooms. Her statement seemed to calm everyone down enough where it wasn't complete anarchy anymore. We did the same shortly after with giving our farewells to Izuku before entering into the class to wait for Aizawa. Once he came in, he explained that we were going to an off-campus facility to train in rescue training. Accompanying us will be himself, All Might, and a third person we would not know of until we got to the facility. We were also given the choice of using our hero costumes or our PE uniforms. Since mine didn't get repaired yet, I had to choose to go with my PE uniform. We all changed and made our way out to the buses. Everyone sit in seat order. We should retain the dignity of the class even if we are dash, not that type of bus Ida. Just let people sit where they want since we won't have that many opportunities to be our own individuals so much when we become pro-heroes. I walked in to sit in the front with Ochako and Momo sitting between me along with Kachin sitting across from us. Everyone followed my lead with just sitting with who they were friends already with. As we started to leave, Azui though to ask a question that she had on her mind. Hey Midoriya, why do you hate Crossblade so much? Thank you. Someone else who was going to ask this? I glanced at Kaminari to see Jiru send her AUX chords at his eyes for his comment. I guess saying he's my father isn't a shock anymore for all of you. Unfortunately, he was never around when I was a child. At the age of 5, I began to realize the main reason why is because he probably believed my mother and me were weak. So now I want to become the greatest swordsman as the only man who can beat him. If I do, he has absolutely no reason why to not acknowledge my existence as both a better swordsman and his son. So you want to become the greatest swordsman just to prove to your father you're his son? For the most part, yes. Life's been kinda an uphill battle for me as well. Until a few days ago when a strange strength enhancer quirk manifested in me, I was quirkless. Life now is to the point where being normal is unnatural in nature, so people kinda are a-holes to you growing up. I had to literally work myself to the bone to make myself as strong as I could. Some mornings, I woke up thinking this was absolute hell on earth. But now, I'm to a level that most can't even begin to comprehend at my age. The bus stopped for us to get off and be met by the pro hero 13. So cool. We get to learn from 13. Ochako started to become a complete fangirl while bouncing up and down explaining everything she admired of the space hero from his skill on using his quirk, to the fact he looked like an astronaut with Ochako's costume being modeled in a similar fashion due to her admiration. I found it kind of funny. When we got inside the building after a small discussion about it being for heroes to train for natural disasters, we were met with a giant facility with zones that specialized in any possible incident we could face. Now this is a training facility. Out of nowhere, the lights started to flicker with a portal opening up in the center of the area. Cool. They even have fake villains here. You idiot. Those aren't fake shitty hair. They're the real deal. A man with blue hair and hands covering his body came out along with some bulky beast before speaking. We are the League of Villains. We've come to end All Might. Aizawa immediately ran into action with me following suit. Midoriya, what are you doing? So long as I only use my practice swords, I'm not doing anything illegal. Also, you won't be able to handle everyone here that easily. He gave me an annoyed glare before telling me something. If things get dicey, you have authorization. Hopefully I won't need it. Third-person POV. Izuku and Aizawa jumped down to begin taking on the forces of the League with some man covered in mist going for the class. I don't think so. Izuku jumped up with 5% OFA in his legs to hit the mist man with a spiraling slash. The attack knocked him down to the ground before Izuku came over to knock him out. That should help. 2 goons came at Izuku to dodge and hit them both hard enough to crack their skulls before hitting them in the gut to knock them out. The young swordsman then ran to Aizawa to cover his back from a mutation-type quirk user. Charging Bull. Izuku hit the villain in his torso with the tips of his practice blades, sending him a distance. He immediately twirled around to knock out someone about to hit him from behind to send the thug flying into the ground. As this went on, the members of Class A was able to open the door to let Ida escape. Ochako, Momo, and Bakugo glanced down at their friend, trying to think of the best course of action to lighten the burden on him and their teacher. I'm gonna go down and give them a hand. I'm with you, Uraraka. Sue quickly grabbed her friends before they ran down the steps to hold them in the air. I don't think that's a good idea. Midoriya isn't causing a problem since he didn't really use his quirk yet, but that's because he is used to fighting quirkless. We, however, are not and will be in the way. I don't give a f-dash. Let me go, Frog Girl. You all seem to be having fun. The members of Class A looked at the bottom of the steps to see the man with hands and a bird-beaked guy with his brain on display smiling at them. Nomu and the brats? The beast known as Nomu charged at them to only be knocked away by Izuku jumping over to chuck the beast away. Keep your attention on who you're fighting, fool. Izuku glanced over to notice the man was gone before seeing him near Tsu. He was about to touch her before getting a slash of wind pressure to that nearly sliced his hand off. Don't you dare go after my friends. You do, and I will not think twice of ripping you to bits. The villain looked at Izuku with an enraged scowl. End the brat now. The beast called Nomu came at Izuku from behind to slam his face into the stairs, cracking the pavement. Izuku/Midoriya/DKU. I wouldn't worry about him so much. Because you will join him, Su-. The villain was knocked back by a weight. Like I said, Izuku was shown throwing the Nomu back to the bottom of the stairs with blood coming out of the young swordsman's head. You want to go after my friends? I'll not think twice about ripping you to bits. Izuku charged at the man at speeds that far exceeded what he was originally doing to send everyone for a loop. The villain was able to dodge, however, with heading back towards the bottom of the steps. I will not allow you to harm anyone in this school. Before Izuku could hit the villain with his practice swords, he noticed what happened with his fight against Krieg again. He saw the Nomu attack him from behind, sending him into the floor. To counter, Izuku jumped to the side to see the Nomu attack the ground where he was. That's twice now this happened. What is this, something with OFA? Not important right now. Izuku stood to the Nomu and began charging at it. Each hit must be precise for the best blade. Such as with battle, one false move will end in failure. Hawkeye's words ringed in Izuku's head as he was targeting weak spots on the body. I think I get it now. When I attack, I can't take back a single swing of the sword. Izuku continued his onslaught, hitting the Nomu in the neck, side, and top of the head at insane speeds. I can't lose here. I can't lose. In an effort to end this quickly, Izuku unintentionally channeled OFA with everything he had into his right practice blade to slice through the Nomu like knife through butter. The act made Izuku smirk, knowing he won, but felt immense pain in both his head and arm. He looked down to see that his arm was broken along with the wooden blade nearly being destroyed. He started to fade out after this with a smirk on his face. He did it. He actually beat the FNG Freak Show. Bakugo was shouting this until the beast grabbed Izuku's head in its hands. Did you really think Nomu would die that easily? He was made to end All Might. Nomu started to hold Izuku's head while crushing it slowly. Though he was unconscious and couldn't tell what was happening, the pain was flooding into Izuku with feeling physically helpless while it happened. Midoriya. Aizawa tried to run over to help, but was kicked into the stairs by the beast, knocking him out. Goodbye, kid. This is game over for you. Before the Nomu could end Izuku, the door was cut open with Hawkeye walking in looking enraged. His anger seemed to jump even higher seeing Izuku in the Nomu's hands. How dare you lay a hand on my son? You shall pay. Hawkeye ran down the steps at insane speeds to grab Izuku's practice blades and form some strange black coating on them. This but with wooden swords. I shall show you no mercy, monster. If you think you have the courage to come here, harm innocent people, and end my son. Hawkeye released a devastatingly fast and precise assault on the Nomu's head, forcing it to drop Izuku and be pushed backwards. Then you deem yourself worthy to go toe-to-toe with myself. With both practice blades, Hawkeye slammed at the Nomu's head, ripping it off to send it out of the USJ and out of sight. Make no mistake, beast. You did not lose to the Swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk. You lost to the will of the green demon of Mustafar. The beast's body fell motionless with Hawkeye placing the swords down holding his large blade called Yoru to the hand villain with an enraged face. Come at me if you dare, villain, for I shall show you who truly is stronger between the two of us. In this moment, the mist man started to regain consciousness to return to the hand villain's side. Shigaraki, sir, we must leave now. We do not have the strength to go against Crossblade. He cheated Kurogyri. Shigaraki started scratching his neck violently while looking at Hawkeye. You cheater! He was cut short by a small slice on his left cheek with a mountain behind both villains being sliced cleanly in half. If you wish to continue, your fate shall be similar to that mountain's. Kurogyri started to make a portal for both of them to escape while Shigaraki glared at Hawkeye. Do not think this is over. We will be back to finish the job. Mark my words, swordsman, I will end both of you. They disappeared with the swordsman putting his blade away before walking to Izuku. He picks him up to carry to the front while the members of Class A brought Aizawa up as well. Have no fear, for I am here. It is over, All Might. Have recovery girls set up 2 beds for Aizawa and Izuku. Both need immediate attention. These were the only words Hawkeye spoke before walking past the symbol of peace to the direction of UA. Few hours later, Hawkeye POV. As Izuku laid in bed with bandages over his chest and forehead, I could not help but feel as if this was my fault. His hatred for me, his desire to become stronger, and his will to go as far as he did. All of it could have been avoided if I had just known he existed. Keep it together, Dracule. You had no way to know. Inko disappeared with you trying everything in your power to find her. She even changed to her mother's maiden name of Midoriya. If I had known, no, I should have known and tried harder to find her. Because of that, my only son hates me. I was pulled out of my self-pity once I had heard the bed creak. Izuku had began to wake up with looking at me in anger. Hawkeye. I had gotten up to walk out before looking at the boy. We will continue our forging tomorrow. Take the time to rest today. Wait. I stopped for a moment before he asked me a serious question. What happened after I blacked out? You defeated the beast that police believed could end All Might with me arriving shortly after to ward off the man with blue hair. In that moment, the villain of Mist had come over to take the blue-haired man and himself out of the area while proclaiming this was not over and will come after the 2 of us. I opened the door to see 4 women and the blonde Izuku trains with outside the door. You have visitors. When you feel strong enough, Recovery Girl had stated you were free to go home. I left with hearing the girls panic for him with the man shouting in frustration at his recklessness. Why did you tell him that it was young Midoriya's attack that slayed the beast and not your own? I was stopped by All Might who had chosen to greet me in his smaller form. He had already lost much pride when he was beaten by me and is already enraged with my acts of fighting his forging. Knowing that I had to save him may have been too much. Pride and honor means everything to a swordsman. To be saved by the man you wish to beat who had already overpowered you immensely is something no swordsman can handle. So you saved his pride in knowing he defeated the thing they called Nomu with his attack? As I said to the beast. He did not lose to my power, he lost to Izuku's will to not give up. I walked away while thinking of how to help my son forge his swords again. If these villains will target Izuku, he must have a proper means of defense. The first few days were relatively flawless. I was able to get the form down well with the announcement of the sports festival being done officially in class. I had told the girls that I had to work on making my swords and focusing solely on that for some time. They understood while letting me do my thing. On the 4th day of my forging, the first blade had chipped and broke on the edge. Hawkeye told me that it was unsalvageable and to get rid of it. I made a personal goal to keep what happened in mind while continuing with another few days of nothing bad happening going on. The focus at the forge had made many question what I was doing while keeping my body in shape along the way. On day 7, 2 more swords broke with me being down to 7 others left. I started to feel nervous getting to the halfway mark when every mistake counted. Thanks to this unease 2 others broke on day 9 with me being down to 5. As my hands shook, I remembered an old saying my teacher told me. When I would be nervous, remember why I am doing what I am. This gave me the confidence to go to day 12 before breaking 2 more. I was so close to being able to reach my goal, yet so far from it. On the 13th day, I had broken another blade, bringing me down to only 2. The final day had come with giving one final strike on the blades before dousing them down in water. Once cool, Hawkeye held them both on the bench while holding his crappy blade he made in his hand. "Please be good." He raised his hand up while slashing downward with my eyes shut, scared to watch. My heart stopped as I slowly opened them to see metal on the ground. Did they break? I looked upward to see Hawkeye hold a broken blade with mine being untouched. Nicely done. Now for the final touches. He had given me coal in a liquefied form to paint the back of the blades before giving me the option of different leathers to cover the hilts of the blades with. I asked about the hilts I originally had for him to look at the grips before showing me how to replicate them. Once they were done, I placed the 2 into the sheaths of Sasaguru and Shitsuke to symbolize where I started. "Congratulations, you have officially reforged your swords. Now, it is customary for a smith to name their work. What shall you call them?" "I think I'll name the white one Kandaina, generous, and the black one Chujitsuna, loyal." Hawkeye smirked while walking away. "Make sure to clean up when you're finished." He stopped while saying what he was going to next. "You made 2 fine swords, do not take them for granted." I looked down while seeing Hawkeye start to walk away. "Wait." He turned to me while I hesitated to ask my next question. Why did you leave us?" He looked at me confused while I explained. "Why did you never come to visit me and Mom? It hurt us more than you could believe, so why?" I felt myself shaking while Hawkeye came to sit in front of me. "Do you have some time?" I nodded while sitting down. "First and foremost, I never knew you existed until the day I met you on the first day. Inko's real last name was Shimura and Midoriya was her biological father's last name. When I met your mother, she told me she didn't wish to bother me with her troubles. Because of that, she disappeared to never see me nor showed her again. That does sound like her, but Mom knew Mr. Aizawa?" "She did. They were actually the first few people I met while coming to this world." "This world?" "Allow me to explain. I do not come from this specific world. In my world, there is something known as the Grand Line. If one were to travel around it, a unique portal opens up to show them to a different world. This world, to be precise. I came here about 25 years ago and met the 2 when they were just out of college." He took a deep sigh while explaining. "Thanks to my connections with the Marines and myself being one of the 7 pirate warlords, I was able to become a hero in this world. I had made myself responsible to take down some of the most ruthless pirates who came here and keep them inside the Grand Line. However, I had made one error 5 years after doing this to make a small town fall to a pirate's hands. He was quickly taken down, but he took the lives of 200 people. This country relied on me, and I let so many down. That night, Inko consoled me and well, I don't think you wish to hear the last part. Please don't. I get what happened enough. After was when she disappeared from mine and Shota's lives. I always felt responsible for pushing her away, not understanding why. Believe me when I say I looked for her, but I never found her until a few days ago, when you were in front of our home." He nodded. I began to get up to put what I needed to away while asking one final question. "If you're from another world, why do you have a quirk?" "What I use is not a quirk. It is a technique known as haki. It allows someone to enhance their bodies, or swords in my case, have enhanced eyesight with some being able to see the future for a few seconds, or even defeat opponents with their prescience and produce electricity." When he said future seeing, my mind went to what I was able to do prior with the fights recently. Haki is not something easy to learn and requires much dedication. If you were to ever learn it, you may be able to reach goals not even All Might could at the moment. I finished cleaning up to turn to Hawkeye. "Is it possible to use it without any training?" "Yes, but it's rare. You would need to be in touch with your own spiritual energy to begin with before awakening it. Every living being can learn Haki, but not everyone knows how to learn it. So I use some kind of Haki? No, it's impossible. I don't see myself being able to do this yet. Something happened you cannot explain, didn't it?" "Why, when I was fighting Don Krieg, I was able to see the future slightly from what I can tell. I thought this was a fluke until the USJ attack when I was attacked by the Nomo." Hawkeye started to smirk at me while stating his next part. "You have already shown special talent with observation Haki. Very few have this talent to use it to this degree. I started to walk out while thinking of what he said. Observation hockey. I wonder what I could do if I could use them. I've got 2 days left until the sports festival, might as well see if I can use it to some extent. Hawkeye POV. I wonder. I begin to take out my phone to call a specific number. Hello, Straw Hats Industry. How can I help you? A woman grabbed the phone for me to simply ask a question. Hello, is Tri-Blade able to speak cat thief? Hawkeye? I started to hear rummaging while shouting on the other side of the phone. Zoro, you've got Hawkeye on the phone for you. Wait, what? Why is he asking for me, Nami? I don't know. Go ask him. Hello. It has been quite some time since I've spoken to you, Roronoa Zoro. Yes, what do I owe the pleasure? I'll cut to the chase. You are aware of the sports festival coming up, correct? Yeah, me and the crew are going to go to watch it up close and personal. Why? I smiled while explaining. There is a boy in Class 1A. He's a swordsman like us and has shown signs of being able to use hockey. There's no way. It is, and he's my son. I would like you to watch and possibly see about offering him a chance to do a work study with you. Zoro had listened closely before answering. If he's your son, then he's gotta be worth the effort. What's his name? Izuku Midoriya. He has quite messy green hair and twin swords. I'll keep my eye out for him. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. I had hung up while walking out of the forge. Best of luck to you, Izuku. I had opened a gate for you. Now it is your decision on whether to enter it or not. Izuku POV. The day of the sports festival finally came for me to walk into the room with all my classmates sporting my newly forged swords. Hey, no fair man. Why do you have weapons? Because shitty hair, Deku's real strength is with those swords he's got. So how badass are they? Kachin looked at me with a smirk as I unsheathed both Kandaina and Chujitsuna to show the shine of the steel to everyone. Thanks to going through the ringer, I was able to find a way to make these too. The steel isn't that of the original, but the grips and the sheaths are from Sasajuru and Shitsuke as a way to honor where I began. The one in my left with the white handle is Kandaina, and the right with the black handle is Chujitsuna. With these, I'm back in action. Good. I'm gonna have fun beating you at your top. In your dream, you angry blonde. I'll take you down so fast your head will spin. Don't count me or Momo out of this yet, Izuku. We've been training hard with Itsuka and are gonna put just as much into winning as you. We started laughing a bit with Todoroki walking up to me. Midoriya, I want you to know that I will beat you today. Consider this my declaration of war to you. Our bicolored friend walked away with this, surprising me a bit. I guess we're seeing what type of steel Todoroki has as well. We're being called Izuku? Momo mentioned to me that we have the all clear to head out with us all heading into the stadium. Zoro POV. Common Luffy, I want to get a good seat. After finally being taken through UA's security checks, they allowed us inside. Those seem to be kinda longer than last times. I can almost guarantee it has to do with the recent attack on the school Usopp. It's most likely their way to state that everything is under control. Robin states this with Luffy looking around with his usual curiosity. This place is so cool. And this is why we don't come to the sports festival often. We kept walking until we hear someone shout out to us. If it isn't the Straw Hats? We all turned around to see Smoker walking up to us. What are you lot doing here? We were requested to come by Hawkeye. Must be that one swordsman. Izuku Midoriya, if I remember correctly. You know him? Nami began asking with another voice coming behind the marine. Roronoa Zoro. Quite a rare treat it is seeing you here. Oh great. Not her too. Tashigi, what are you doing here? I overheard that boy you said took down Don Krieg was in this, so I decided to stay and watch. Little did I know the Straw Hats would be here. She started looking at me with a determined face before speaking. So why are you watching him? I was told by Hawkeye that this Midoriya kid is his son. Tashigi was beyond surprised with Smoker only smiling. Now this got interesting. He lit a cigar while walking inside. I'm getting front row seats for this. The son of the greatest swordsman himself. I wonder if he got real swords for today? Great, now the Marines are interested. Third person POV. What's up ladies and gents? It's time for the annual UA Sports Festival. I'm your host present Mike with Eraserhead and Crossblade up here as my personal assistant DJs. Must he speak in such vulgarity? Just drown out his loudness and you'll be fine. Okay, that was cold. Anyway, here comes our first set of competitors. These first years had survived a villain attack and are the highlight of today's event. Please welcome Class 1A. The crowd screamed as the Straw Hats and their Marine associates found their way to the front. "Aw man, this is so cool." Luffy shouted this in excitement while the rest of the classes came inside the stadium. And now for our first year's referee. The R-rated hero, Midnight. Many of the men in the audience shouted in joy for Sanji and Brook to join in. Such a beauty, unafraid to show of her exquisite figure. Truly a beauty if I've ever seen one. Is that proper attire for a teacher? Is that proper attire for a woman to begin with? Zoro and Tashigi questioned this as the pro began speaking. And now, to present the player's oath is the first-year representative, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked up to the podium with everything going silent. That's the son of Hawkeye? He's also the guy we're keeping an eye on. Izuku took a deep breath in before speaking. I'm a man who allows his actions to speak louder than his words. Today, both myself and my fellow classmates from all the courses will give it our best. To prove this, I will take these off right now as proof I'm holding nothing back. Izuku pulled his P uniform up to show weights on his arms, legs and torso that weighed up to 800 pounds. In one go, he pulled them off and dropped them on the podium, making cracks in it. Are those what I think they are? Every member of the Straw Hats, Smoker, Tashigi, the audience, even some teachers were awestruck at what happened. Now that I've shed my excess weight, I can prove to you all I'm trying my best today. Izuku held a happy face with Midnight attempting to lift the weights off the podium to only manage moving them one at a time with some difficulty. Now that we have that out of the way, let's begin our first event. A giant roulette spun with it landing on an event saying obstacle course. And our first event shall be the obstacle course. Players shall run around the outside of this arena and come back here in the shortest amount of time they can. The first 42 back will move on to the next round. Every student got into position with Zoro and Smoker looking intensely. This just got interesting. Those weights definitely slowed him down. Now we'll get to see his top speed. The buzzer rang for everyone to go with Izuku jumping up to run on the walls. Looks like everyone is stuck in the entrance. Check again. Mike looked again to see Izuku and Todoroki out in front. Oh snap. It looks like Midoriya and Todoroki are out in front managing our first event, Robo Inferno. Everyone was starting to freak out that wasn't in Class A, with Todoroki freezing every robot that came near him. One was in a very unstable position however and nearly crushed the two. Out of the way. Izuku unsheathed both Kandaina and Chujitsuna to slice the robot into pieces that were falling around the group. That was unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Midoriya has just sliced up a giant robot with continuing forward, taking down any that stand in his way. Unbelievable. You're telling me. And I thought he was strong for taking down a tough pirate? Smoker, Tashigi, and Zoro watched in interest while the rest of the Straw Hats glanced over to watch Izuku, curious as to why they're so impressed. As this went on, Izuku found himself at the second obstacle with it seeming to be nothing to him. I keep my footing when my weight is almost 1 ton. This is nothing. He balanced on the ropes to a point it looked like the Greenette was a born natural acrobat. Meanwhile, Bakugo caught up to him and Todoroki for the trio to be neck and neck as they entered their final obstacle. Right before entering with the other two, Izuku stopped to see what was ahead. If I go in there without much thought, I'll get nowhere fast. I gotta think this through and find a way to handle this better. Izuku sheathed his blades before taking a seat in a meditating position. Did Midoriya just stop for no reason? He has some idea. I do not know what, but it must be something. Hawkeye mentioned this with many people passing the young swordsman. Is he okay? Jairu asked with Itsuka and Momo reassuring her. He should be fine. Just let him focus. They walked away with Ochako stopping, hearing what he's thinking. Haki. She pulled this out of her mind before continuing into the next event. As this happened, Izuku remained in deep thought of how his fights with Don Krieg and the Nomu at the USJ went. I did it before subconsciously at a refined level from what I've been told. So hypothetically, a diluted level shouldn't be impossible on a conscious level. Izuku kept focusing with no real image in his head on how to use observation haki. Damn it! I could use this before, why can't I use it when I need it? Izuku opened his eyes to notice some areas in the dirt above were darkly colored compared to most. He had watched someone touch on a very dark patch for it to blow up. Am I seeing this? As the match kept going, the group of Straw Hats and Marine Duo watched curious what was going to happen next. He may not make it into the top 42 the way things are going. Robin stated this with the three who were rooting for him letting a sigh out. That's a bit of a letdown. Zoro stated this in some disappointment while Smoker went for a cigar. As he lit it, Mike started screaming on his microphone. I don't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. Midoriya is... Smoke immediately looked to the screen to have a beyond shocked face to the point he dropped his cigar that was in his mouth watching what he's seeing. Midoriya is running on the mines. He isn't running on the mines. He's running on the area around them to not detonate them. Hawkeye mentioned this as Izuku passed everyone that was ahead of him, making it to Bakugo and Todoroki. No way. Deku found a way to us with ease? Both turned their attention to Izuku with him pulling his blades out. If I can't stop them myself, then this is the only other option. He slashed the ground near the two that was darkened in his line of sight. I need to push them back. The act made the mines buried underneath blow with the duo being thrown back. Oh man folks. Midoriya just took first and threw both Bakugo and Todoroki back. Izuku ran past and cleared the obstacle to make it back into the stadium. And the first one back is none other than Class A's very own Izuku Midoriya. The crowd roared as Izuku stood up straight holding his right fist in the air. You all saw that, right? Sanji was rubbing his eyes trying to make sure he wasn't seeing the wrong thing. Without a doubt, the kid found out how to use observation haki right there. Smoker picked his cigar up while lighting a second to replace it. Just who is this kid? Green Demon of Mustafar and greatest swordsman in Japan. He's also a pretty skilled pirate hunter. Smoker answered to Shiji's question with her watching the boy more intently. The greatest swordsman in Japan, the Green Demon of Mustafar. The final person passed the finish line with the 42 contestants moving on, regrouping into the center near the podium. Now it's time to announce our second event. And it is Cavalry Battle. Players will face off in groups of 2 to 4 with a headband count placed from the neck up. The winners will be the top 16 who have the most points at the end of 15 minutes. The points will be determined on where you placed in the last event. And here are the points. Every person who placed was up above with a point value of a 5-point difference between. For the first place winner, however, you shall be worth 10 million points. Izuku heard this with everyone giving him a death glare. He opened one sword, proving he's ready for a fight with none of them scaring him. You have 5 minutes to make your teams. Good luck. Izuku walked around looking for someone to partner with while thinking of what he should look for in a partner. Maybe I should think of some long-distance people. I can defend well in close, but long is something I can't really handle so well. He was pulled out of his thought when a certain orange-haired girl grabbed him to bring over towards here. Hey Izuku, wanna pair up with us? Izuku was asked by Itsuka to pair with her, Ochako and Momo. This could work. Oh yeah, any chance you can make a little rope for me, Momo? Sure, why? She asked this while passing Izuku the rope as he tied the opening of his sword shut. Just so I don't unintentionally hurt someone. The trio understood with Ochako walking over to pat his shoulder. We're in your hands, Izuku. He activated 5% of OFA for lightning to arc around him while nodding. Since you three are also on the line, I'll be using this as well. 5 minutes passed with Izuku mounting on top of Itsuka, Momo, and Ochako. Their idea was to have Itsuka be the front of their group since her strength and quirk would benefit them, while Ochako made the orange-haired girl and Momo weightless, with Izuku being the weight to keep them on the ground. Meanwhile, Momo would act as defense for them, with Izuku taking down any that attacked them. In logic, it was a sound idea. But the real trouble is what the others could do to possibly counter it. Now it's time to start the next part of the sports festival. Teams ready, begin. Mike shouted with everyone charging immediately for Izuku and the group. You know what to do, Itsuka, right? Itsuka started using her quirk to knock clothes by people away with wind for someone to come near Momo's side. They were met with a metal pole to the gut to only realize it was Mineta. I'm not gonna lie, that was oddly satisfying. Especially after the stunt he pulled before. Momo was rather irritated at the little perv, mainly due to him latching onto her back with his quirk to get as high as he did. Don't think us of Class B are going down that easily. Minoma was cut short by Izuku whacking his face with the sheath of Chujitsuna before cracking his knuckles. I don't need a quirk to take the likes of you down. Now, get out of my sight before I make you lose yours. Izuku glared at the blonde, ready to end him with his group running away. Wait, he's that way? Thought so. Now, it appears it's just the three of us against each other. Izuku held both his tied-shut swords in his hands, glaring at Bakugo and Todoroki. Keep to Todoroki's left side. He can't freeze us if he'd have to hit someone else. You're mindy. Bakugo was the first to attack with propelling to Izuku. The green net deflected his first attack to only be attacked by his second hand. This was blocked by Chujitsuna before changing where Kandaino was in his hand, pointing outward to inward before smacking Bakugo in the face, nearly pushing him out of bounds if Zero didn't catch him. Taking advantage of the situation, Todoroki and his group charged in with Tokoyami attacking Izuku with Dark Shadow. Momo. Flash Bomb. Momo did as she was asked to create a small flash bomb, forcing the Shadow Beast away. How did you know Dark Shadow wasn't able to defend? I assumed the costume you have had some feature with it being covered by a cloak. Didn't take much logic after that. Izuku answered with Ida preparing to do something. Izuku, Ida's planning something with his quirk? Ochako shouted this with him looking down for an answer. How do you know? It's a long story, but I know. Izuku took her advice to keep his mind on Ida for him to use some kind of attack. Recipro burst. He charged at them with Izuku seeing an image of Todoroki grabbing his headband, knowing this was a possible future. Not gonna happen. Izuku held Kandaina out for the bicolored young adult to go directly into it, impaling his stomach. He was sent backwards, forcing him on the ground, wheezing in pain from what happened. Now that's what I call painful, folks. A quick idea from Team Todoroki has made their leader fall to the ground in pain. Todoroki, I apologize. Wheeze, you didn't know. Cough cough, we didn't expect him to see that. Todoroki got back up to get back to his group for them to unfortunately be unable to do anything any longer. Izuku and his group didn't have much trouble after this as time rang. In first was them with Todoroki after, Bakugo in third, and a general studies guy called Shinso in fourth. The group was dismissed for lunch before the next event began. Before they did, however, a voice was heard from the stadium. Green Demon of Mustafar. Everyone looked where it came from to see it was Tashigi. She held her sword out, pointing at Izuku with a look of determination on her face. My name is Captain Tashigi of the Marines, and I challenge you to a duel. Everyone was kinda shocked, with Midnight about to step in if Hawkeye didn't speak up. This may be something worth the audience's time. Cementos, please get a stadium ready for them. The duel shall take place directly after lunch. The next event of the sports festival was shown for us, with it being a one-on-one matchup. Excuse me. I think I should withdraw. Zero raised his hand, getting all of us confused. And why should you? You see, I don't remember much of the last event and feel like I shouldn't be here. I know it's selfish and I should just take the opportunity knowing I have a better chance of people being interested in me, but my pride wouldn't think it's right. Everyone did their best in the last round and it just isn't right for me to be here with doing nothing. I think I should as well. Some guy from Class B stated this, with Midnight making the final call of accepting it. With this considered, the 2 slots were decided, with the 5th place team to have 2 members of Class B called Tetsu and Shiozaki joining. The finalists were then called, with my group going up first to get our lots. When I came back though, I patted Ojiro's shoulders, smiling at him. I respect what you did. It's not easy doing what you think is right sometimes, and I appreciate you keeping your morals. Thanks, man. Good luck. He smiled at me as the matchups were shown to us. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Hanta Zero vs Shoto Todoroki. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Itsuka Kendo vs Tenya Ida. Mina Ishido vs Yuga Aoyama. Momo Yayorozu vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Tetsu vs Eijiro Kirishima. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. I glanced at the man with purple hair called Shinso before heading to the side. Some special games will be done after the duel, so those of you who aren't in the third event can still have some fun. As I was calming my mind, the girls came up to me as a way to help calm my nerves. Hey Izuku, just wanted to wish you good luck. Ochako stated this in her cheery tone for me to smile. Thanks. By the way, how did you know what Ito was going to do before? Momo spoke up for her. Because I gave her a devil fruit to eat? A devil fruit that's impressive? Yeah, not so much. It was the mind fruit, so I can read someone's mind. That's amazing. The problem is, I need to look at someone and I can only read their minds at best when they're facing me. I might be able to do it when their back is to me, but I can't right now. I still think reading someone's mind is awesome. See, Izuku liked it. Itsuka mentioned this as they were asked to leave the area by midnight, who was heading out as well. Across the stadium, I noticed Tashigi walk in, indicating that it was getting to that time. Heh, what better way to christen you two than to face a marine captain who's skilled in swordsmanship? I held onto Kadaina and Chujutsun while saying this. Third-person POV. Alright ladies and gents, we've got a special event for you. A swordsman fight against one of the students and a marine captain. The crowd shouted in excitement as Mike shouted this. As a referee, we've even got the world's greatest swordsman, the Sword Hero Crossblade. Now for the contenders, a mighty female swordsman and a woman of honor and justice. The Marines' Captain Tashigi. And the man she challenged. He's the greatest swordsman of Japan and the nicknamed Green Demon of Mustafar. Class 1's Izuku Midoriya. Everyone around Japan had paid much attention to this. Marine officers, the members of Izuku's dojo he's part of, even his friend and girlfriend's family along with his mother. Tashigi unlatched her blade before tossing it to Izuku. Catch. Izuku grabbed it, looking at her with confusion. I'd like to see your swords. To prove I have no ill intentions, I offered my sword first. The greenette thought about this before agreeing to it and tossing them to his opponent. As Tashigi unsheathed them, she paid close attention to the craftsmanship to a point she was marveled at it. The strikes on them were definitely done cleanly and precise. The way the swords look are proof they're new, but there's something inside them. I don't get it, but it feels like they're different than normal swords. Meanwhile, Izuku was looking at Tashigi's to notice it was the Shigure. One of many skilled swords. Though not the best, it's still a very unique sword to see. You have quite the sword here. This is the Shigure, correct? Yes. Izuku ran his finger down the side of the blade calmly before noticing something. You should be more careful with it. A blade like this should be treated with respect from its holder. He put the blade back in its sheath before tossing it back to Tashigi, along with her tossing his back. I must ask, where did you obtain those swords? I made them myself after my original two were broken. Izuku tied his swords back where they should be before continuing. The one on my left is Kadaina, and the right it Chujutsun. Generous and loyal, fitting names for twin katanas. Why thank you. Both stopped talking to finally begin the match. This fight will be over when one cannot fight any longer. In addition, ending is not allowed. Both nodded. Bow. They bowed to one another before unsheathing their swords and getting into a stance. Begin. Off the bat, Tashigi came at Izuku, slashing downwards for him to block with his swords. Oh snap folks. A frontal attack by Tashigi. How's Midoriya gonna respond? Izuku pulled back before holding his blades across his body and charged into attack with pulling his arms back to where they were. His onslaught didn't stop there, however. He kept on the offensive with Tashigi trying to parry each and every one of them. He's fast. Holy snap folks. Now Tashigi's on the defensive. Tashigi continually tried to head out of the way and reconsider the next attack. Gotta fight back. Tashigi comes at Izuku again, with Izuku holding his blades in his iconic sword position. Here it comes. Bakugo knew what it was for him, Ochako, and Itsuka to smirk seeing it with these blades. Strike of Earth's Ascension. All or nothing to make a hit. Tashigi came up with a slash for both connect and stop feet away from where they did. Izuku looked down to see his P uniform's top be sliced and show his body. That would have ended badly. He also felt a bit of a sting on his chest to see a small cut on him. Impressive that you dash. Izuku stopped mid-sentence, turning around to see Tashigi. I guess you live up to your reputation as well, Green Demon. Tashigi says with a cut on her cheek showing a bit of blood. She noticed Izuku's look before asking, "What's wrong?" Forgive me." Izuku covered his eyes with the female swordsman, noticing a little bit of a breeze being felt on her midsection. She looked down to see Izuku not only cut her cheek, but also dead center of her shirt from the collar down to the hem. Tashigi covered herself as most of the crowd had noticeable nosebleeds except for a few. Why did you have to fall for that, Tashigi? Smoker states as him and Zoro attempt to cover their eyes to hold at least some humility for their companion/subordinate. You perv. I didn't intend to do that. Besides, you got my shirt as well, so we're even. There was a silence as Tashigi tied her shirt up at least to prevent more exposure while Izuku yanked his completely off, knowing it's virtually useless now. Now let's keep going. Seeing Izuku's bare body, Ochako, Itsuka, Momo, even Tsu started blushing as the look of the man's toned physique had been shown to them. I guess I have no choice but to finish this the best way I can. Rangacho. Tashigi came at Izuku with multiple slashes for him needing to block them. Some got through, however, and started cutting him, proving that she was moving faster than his eyes could notice and react. Holy snap, folks. From fanservice to brutality, what are these two going to show us next? I can't dodge all of them. I gotta find a way to avoid them all and get back. In that moment, Izuku saw an opening to the side of the female swordsman to duck and take it. He moved away to have a few feet of distance away while showing the crowd the cuts on his body. No way, Midoriya escaped and is now able to fight again. Does he have a plan, or are those cuts just the starting point of a painful end for him? I'm not gonna make it with another attack like that, and I don't think any of my other techniques are gonna work right now against it. So I guess it's time for that. Izuku calmed his mind as he thought of his next attack. A strange aura surrounded him as Tashigi prepared for what was next. But as she glanced at the green-haired man, she noticed almost what looked like snakes wrapping around him. Is this some kind of trick? No, this is different. Those aren't just snakes, they're Dash, Hydra, Ranga, Strike/Cho. Both came at each other with furious attacks as the sound of steel striking steel echoed through the stadium. Holy snap, they're matching each other blow for blow. All across, the stadium was watching with marvel as the two clashed. Their arms were moving so fast, all that could be seen were the metal of their blades hitting each other. However, not all the attacks were blocked. For every one that got past Izuku, two escaped Tashigi, cutting one another. Members of the students and the staff started cheering for Izuku in hope he'd win. Get that Marine Beach, Deku. You can do it, Izuku. Come on, young Midoriya. Even those watching were cheering for the boy as they screamed where they were. Fight, Izuku. Kick that twat's ass, Izuku. Show them why I like you, kid. Go, Izuku. Fight hard, my student. One after the other, the stadium started to chant for Izuku as well. Demon, 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 Demon. Tashigi found herself being pushed back as Izuku smiled at this battle. I must thank you, Ms. Tashigi. I needed a proper fight to honor these blades, and you've without a doubt did the trick. Don't count me out just yet. I refuse to lose like this. Tashigi came at Izuku stronger than she already did, hoping to stop him. But when she tried to attack again, Izuku parried it while turning Kadina to the back where there wasn't a sharp end. You hate losing, huh? Well, so do I. He slammed the back of the blade into her arm, sending the Marine into the wall with her blade flying up and dropping into the concrete beside Izuku. As everyone's eyes went to the indent in the wall, they noticed Tashigi was unconscious. Tashigi is no longer able to continue. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Hawkeye shouted this as many cheered. And there you have it, folks. The might of the Green Demon has vanquished a Marine captain. Izuku put his swords away before taking Shigeru out of the ground to place beside Tashigi and bowing to her. Thank you for the match, Marine Captain. It was an honor facing you. He walked away with everyone cheering for Izuku's victory. When he was inside and out of the view of people, Hawkeye confronted him. Get healed by Recovery Girl and prepare for your next match. This comment angered Izuku a little, knowing this was the only thing he was told by the man who was his father. When he was a few feet away, Hawkeye said one final piece to the greenette. Nicely done. A Marine captain isn't easy to defeat and proves your strength as a swordsman. Do not falter because of your victory here. It wasn't a significant compliment to most, but it proved to Izuku that his father truly takes note of him. He went right to Recovery Girls section to get patched up before heading back to the stands and being confronted by Ojiro, who had something he needed to say. Whatever you do in your match against Shinso, don't reply to him at all. I don't know how exactly, but he can control people's minds. Izuku POV. After my talk with Ojiro about Shinso, I started heading to the waiting area for my match against the alleged brainwashing quirk user. While sitting, Tashigi came in with some bandages on her. You're up and moving around again? That's good. She seemed kinda mad. But then again, she lost to me in front of everyone. That probably wasn't something she'd like to show. Thank you. Excuse me? She held a look as if she was rather irritated saying it. I asked to face you and you didn't go easy on me, showing why you've become the green demon of Mustafar. So as one swordsman to another, thank you. She bowed at me with a smile coming on my face. It truly was a pleasure fighting you, Marine Captain Tashigi. I was called for my match after this to head down towards the stadium. Alright folks, time for the first official match of the third event. Everyone cheered while I walked up to the stadium. On my left, we've got the swordsman who's made a splash beating a Marine captain already. Class A's Izuku Midoriya. I looked up to the stands to see Tashigi sit down besides Mr. Smoker and a group of people that looked kinda out of place. Where do I know them from? And on my right, we've got a guy that came in like a mystery. Class C's Hitoshi Shinso. Could you believe that idiot monkey, giving up a chance like this? Begin. He's got to be the dumbest person I've met. I ignored Shinso's mind games to charge at him, punching his gut to send him back. He was slammed into the wall with everyone speechless. Honor isn't stupid. It becomes a pain in the ass sometimes holding, but I'd do the same thing if I was in Ojiro's shoes. Learning discipline is never a bad thing. Shinso is out of bounds, Midoriya wins. The crowd cheered as I picked Shinso up to bring towards Recovery Girl's office. Unbelievable, folks. Was that his quirk? Oh, that was pure strength alone, Mike. Hawkeye mentions this for a bit of satisfaction to be on my face. Once Shinso was dropped off, I began making my way to the sitting area before noticing a giant glacier in the arena. The hell did I miss? Todoroki freezing everything, including soy sauce face. Ochako and Kachin mentioned this with the sight of the bicolored guy holding a pained expression on him. Why do I feel like the guy's daddy issues are to blame for this? I sat patiently between Ochako and Momo with Tsu sitting behind me for some reason until the matches started up again. It took some time for the ice to be cleared, but the matches continued right after. The next match was Kaminari against a girl called Shizuki. This was a quick one with the imbecile frying himself and being thrown out of the stadium. Match 4 started shortly after with Itsuka walking over for me to give a kiss good luck before running to get on the field. Third person POV. Alright folks, time for the fourth match of the first round. The crowd went crazy as the two competitors walked in. On my left, we've got the younger brother of Ingenium, Class A's Tenya Ida. And on my right, we've got the handy big sister herself, Class B's Itsuka Kendo. Both prepared for the fight by taking their respected stances. Begin. Ida immediately charged at Itsuka with her ready. She grew her hand to twice her size before swatting Ida near the edge of the rim. He stopped himself right before being out of bounds to attempt an all-or-nothing move. Recipro burst. He charged again for the orange-haired girl to grab and toss him behind her. The act made Ida fall out of bounds for Midnight to call it. Ida is out of bounds. Kendo wins. Everyone cheered with Izuku having a smirk on his face. He noticed Itsuka look his way, before blowing a kiss to put a smile on the young swordsman's face. Rounds continued with Ishido winning hers by a landslide against Aoyama, along with Momo unfortunately losing to Tokoyami, who outwitted her in a sense. After a draw with Kirishima and Tetsu, Ochako and Bakugo walked to the waiting area not exactly proud they had to face each other. They weren't exactly friends, but they respected one another, with the ash blonde not being a fan of hurting his friend's girlfriend. Once they left, Izuku turned his face to one of absolute hatred. He felt pure rage knowing his girlfriend and best friend were fighting. Izuku, you're not gonna go postal on Bakugo or something, are you? Itsuka asked this while looking over the border, noticing a look she doesn't see on Izuku unless he's clearly pissed. I'll manage. They both heard a laugh and noticed an arrogant blonde stick his head up near Itsuka. If I was you, I'd worry about how Class B will wipe the floor with you Class A swine dash. If I were you Minoma, I'd worry more about them kicking me out of the hero course. Unlike most of us, your class didn't have many that made it to the third event. 2 of them were also substitutes for one of yours and one of my classmates' original contenders. So if I was in your shoes, I'd shut up and watch learning where I could do better. Izuku sat calmly down as Itsuka jumped over to sit on Izuku's lap, content where she was only adding fuel to the already fuming fire in Minoma right now. Alright ladies and gents, time for the final match of the first round. On my left, we've got the lady that makes your troubles float away. Class A's Ochako Uraraka. And on my right, the explosive boy with a quirk that matches. Class A's Katsuki Bakugo. I'm gonna say this once Uraraka, I'm not a fan of doing this. So if you want to back out now, do it. I'm not gonna pull punches cause you're a girl or Deku's girlfriend. Ochako got in a fighting stance before taking a deep breath in to steel her nerves. If I turn back, that means I'm giving up on what I want to achieve. Begin. Ochako ran at Bakugo, keeping her eyes locked on his face. Right hook. She heard this from his mind to dodge. Left direct attack. The brunette heard this second attack, but couldn't physically evade. She slid back before charging back. Left frontal with my right in weight. Preparing for Bakugo's next attack, Ochako jumped up to grab his palm with 4 of her 5 fingers, only seeing the second arm directly at her face. Knowing she couldn't avoid this, Ochako used her hand to spring her away and only get part of her shoulder singed. Whoa ladies and gents. Uraraka is holding her own with Bakugo. Must be her own form of martial arts that is keeping her close and personal. Hawkeye watched carefully with Aizawa slightly impressed as well. This girl's pretty good. Smoker was slightly impressed watching Ochako fight. She seems to have a similar fighting style as Midoriya. Toshiji points this out as they watch the brunette take an explosion to the face. That bastard! Sanji got up in anger seeing Bakugo do this to Ochako. How dare he harm a lady dash? Nami knocks him in the gut before pointing at the stands for the students in the hero course. I'm sure that guy is more pissed. They looked to notice green lighting in the stands that was concerning several. You okay Midoriya? Kaminari asks this with several looking at the blonde thinking it was the dumbest thing he could say. Why would I? He turned his eye to Kaminari with his hawk eyes spooking him. Izuku turned back to the fight to see Ochako get another blast to land on her before charging back to Bakugo. Stay down round face. I don't like hurting you. Bakugo sent another explosion at Ochako with her diverting the hand getting inside. She sent a kick to his torso before it was caught to flip her. Gaining back mobility, Ochako attempts to land the fall with gaining some distance. The brunette takes her zip-up uniform off hoping to detain Bakugo's hands. This sadly didn't work as all it did was singe her top half of the outfit beyond repair. Come on Ochako, think. They continued fighting with Bakugo's speed keeping up with her depleting agility. Looks like Uraraka's in a pinch. Will this be the end of her long-fought run? I've got you now. Ochako reached for Bakugo's chest to plant all 5 fingers on him with an explosion happening right in her face. She lost hearing for a moment and some sight with only the feeling of the ground being behind her as she fell on the cement floor. And Uraraka's down. Can she get back up? Ochako struggled to get up while showing burns on her face with a little blood. Just stay down Uraraka. You're not gonna win. Ignoring her friend's words, Ochako kept standing up remembering why she wanted to be a hero. Her love for everything her parents did for Ochako when she was a young girl played in her head. Even when she wanted to help them, her family wanted Ochako to live her dream no matter what. I can't lose. If I lose, I can't help my family. She was on the verge of collapsing while looking at Bakugo with a fire in her eyes. Even if I can't keep going, I'm going to win this. I'll win this and be like Izuku. She went back at Bakugo again, taking any blast he made hoping to get towards him. He kept backing up concerned of how determined Ochako was. He neared the edge of the ring with no stop from the brunette. He was about to dodge, but stopped midway seeing something. Ochako stopped centimeters away from touching the ash blonde's chest before showing she was unconscious. Midnight walked over seeing what happened to call it there. Uraraka is unable to continue, Bokogu is the winner. Not many cheered with Ochako's resolve to win, even shaking the explosion user. She took blast after blast in the last stride with it not knocking the brunette back. Bokuga might have won, but he could have lost as easily if Ochako was able to stay conscious even a minute longer. Izuku, Itsuka, and Momo got up to head over to make sure Ochako was okay. On their way, they passed Bokugu, who wasn't in a happy mood. Deku. Izuku turned to his friend, who was a little pale and shaken up. Uraraka, she's nuts? Nobody was sure what he meant before adding to it. She literally went in knowing she wouldn't win and still took everything I shot at her. Either she was tougher than I thought, or she's just as bad sheet crazy as you. Izuku turned to the empty hall before answering. We hang out with you, so all of us are bound to be a little nuts to deal with your rants regularly. They ran off with the ash blonde peeved, but profoundly impressed. She's a tough girl, Deku. Make sure she knows that. They got into the nurse's office to see Ochako finishing up there. Ochako, are you okay? Yeah, just kinda passed out at the last second. She was rather upbeat, all things considered. But I was so close. If I could have beaten Bokugu, I had a chance of fighting you or Itsuka. Ochako groaned while shaking her arm a little in agitation. Izuku walked over to sit beside her, giving a hug. You did a great job. That last-ditch effort scared even Kachin, so don't be so worried. I'll whoop his ass in your place. Ochako smiled before feeling two sets of arms join Izuku's. That is, if you beat me, Izuku. I'm not holding back against you. I'd like to see you try. They had a good laugh before heading over to the waiting room to relax until the young swordsman had to leave. As he walked out, Endeavor was seen walking over to him. You're that kid with swords, aren't you? Yes. Izuku attempted to walk away with the flame hero blocking his path. I have a proposition for you. I need Shoto to release his fire half and rid himself of this rebellious phase. These words irritated Izuku, knowing they came from Todoroki's own father's mouth. I plan to make him use it on me, but not because of some rebellious phase as you call it. I want to prove I can beat him at his best. Izuku walked away with Endeavor being irritated by this comment. Quite the arrogant one, aren't you? I'm only arrogant when I know I'd win. Now I understand that man's anger. If that was the type of father I had growing up, I would reject myself as well. But that doesn't mean I'll be content with your half-assed performance, Todoroki. Alright folks, time for the first match of the second round. On one side, we've got the Swordsman of UA, Class A's Izuku Midoriya. And on the other side, he's the son of the number 2 pro hero, Class A's Shoto Todoroki. Everyone cheered with Izuku tying his sword shut. I'm going to say this once, Todoroki, use everything against me. If you don't, I will not draw my swords. Begin. Todoroki started by sending a barrage of ice at Izuku. He channeled OFA in his hand at 8% to slice and shatter the incoming glacier. What? I rarely use my quirk. The only times I will is when I'm not the sole benefactor of it. Even if you'd use half your power, I'd still be able to beat you with just this quirk. Todoroki didn't believe him and began attacking again. As with the first, this ice barrage was sliced and shattered with OFA. However, Izuku charged at the bicolored man, giving a solid punch to his stomach before giving an open-face slam to Todoroki's face. Do you know how many years I practiced swordsmanship and martial arts? How long it took me to become gifted in it? This comment confused Todoroki as Izuku explained. 15 years for martial arts, 14 years of swordsmanship, and countless hours of brutal and blood-wide training. Todoroki came at Izuku with another blast of ice for Izuku to dodge by heading to his left side to kick his waist. I had worked for years to just be at the same level as everyone else, and they still thought I was weak. I worked hard to be who I am and am happy for it. I met people who were happy I came into their lives. So when I see the likes of you, who was born with everything given to you on a silver platter, half-ass it when we all are giving it our all, nothing fills me with more rage than that. Todoroki made a side platform for him to slide on and get behind Izuku. This was only met with the Greenette shattering it with his fist that had no OVA channeled through it, making some cuts be shown on Izuku's hand. Do you understand it yet, Todoroki? You're not gonna win like this? Izuku grabbed his classmate's shirt before headbutting his forehead, making the entire audience shiver at the hard smack heard between them. So what, your dad is an ass? So what, you were made solely to surpass All Might? That means jack shit right now. Izuku threw Todoroki back with blood trickling down both their heads. If giving half your best is all you can do, get out of here right now and find a new career to follow. Heroes don't give half of what they can do and think it's enough to save people or stop villains. These words shook everyone to their core. But they forced a memory of Todoroki's past to be remembered. When he was sad and afraid of becoming his father, his mom told him that he's not a slave to his lineage and that he can be whatever he wants to be. What is it you want, Todoroki? What do you want to be? Izuku's question was answered with a shaky reply. I want to be a hero. Todoroki's left side went ablaze as the crowd freaked at this. That kid can use ice and fire? Smoker was a tad shocked, with many of the Straw Hats surprised as well. Yes, Shoto. Have you finally accepted your purpose? Endeavor began walking down the benches with Todoroki straight up ignoring his father. So you've finally shown your true power? Izuku started untying his swords to pull them out. Now the real fight can begin. Don't blame me if you get hurt. A large amount of ice came at Izuku, with him using full cowl to jump up and charge at Todoroki. In the act, Izuku channeled OFA into his swords, remembering the feel of during the USJ before sending 2 slashes of air pressure at Todoroki. Meanwhile, the fire and ice quirk users sent a blast of scalding hot fire to collide. In an attempt to stop these attacks from landing, Cementos and Midnight attempted to stop this themselves, with the two making contact nonetheless. Inside Todoroki's mind, he began to realize why Izuku did what he did. All this was because you wanted to help me understand this. Midoriya, thank you. A massive explosion happened to force everyone into their seats and both pros on the field to be thrown back. Once the shockwave from the attack stopped, everyone had to wait a minute until the smoke died down to find out what happened. On one side, a contestant was seen in a wall. This was Todoroki, with the top half of his uniform cut with an X through it. Izuku was then able to be seen right at the edge of the line in a stance with the back of his swords facing him, stating the Greenette used the back of the blades to attack. Todoroki is out of bounds, Midoriya wins and advances. Everyone cheered, with several amazed at what just happened. That was just insane. Damn, Deku, I'm gonna enjoy the finals now. Bakugo smirked as Itsuka got up. Where are you going? Shiozaki asked for her to answer. We're next, so I'm heading down to get ready. She opened a long carrying bag. She had to reveal a weapon Itsuka planned to use. I had not known you were able to use weapons. Oh, I can do a lot more than just use a Naginata, Shiozaki. You'll see when we fight. Flashback 13 years ago, Itsuka POV. Hey Izuku, have you ever heard of this guy Ed Newgate? Izuku thought while practicing his swordsmanship before answering. Oh. Who is he? He's this super strong guy that held the title of strongest person in the world. He was so strong, the Marines were afraid to fight him. I think Hawkeye even was scared of him. No way. Hawkeye isn't afraid of anyone. It's the truth though, he was super strong. He stopped entirely to begin sitting down. If he was so strong, why is this the first time I'm hearing his name? I held my head down while answering. He died, but the way he did was super cool and the best way to go if you're a pirate. I brought him over to the side where I had my mommy's phone charged to show him the video I found. To say Izuku thought it was amazing is the easiest way to say it. So what's so special about him that's getting you this excited? Because I want to be like him when I grow up. The strongest in the world. Izuku smiled before noticing something in the video. If you want to be just like him, then you may want to find out about this weapon. I think Sensei called it something with an N. Nagi something. I tried to remember the name before Izuku got up. So we've both got high goals we want to reach. He put his fist out for me to do a fist bump with him. Hope we get to reach our dreams. But no matter what, we always help each other. Right? Back to present, third-person POV. Alright ladies and gents, time for the second match of the second round. Itsuka and Shiozaki got on the stadium ring with the orange-haired girl resting her weapon on her right shoulder. On my left, we've got the wait. Is she holding a weapon? She placed the correct paperwork in. She had just chosen to reveal it now. Okay then. We've got Itsuka Kendo of Class B. And on my right, the Holy Woman of Vines, Class B's Ibara Shiozaki. Itsuka had gotten in a fighting stance with her naginata held back behind her. Begin! In one go, Shiozaki began sending vines at the big fist quirk user for her to only slice them as if they were nothing. Now let's keep the momentum going. She charged in at Shiozaki, slicing vine after vine while alternating which hand held her weapon as the dominant. Unbelievable, folks. Kendo is taking down every vine like it's nothing. Everyone was rather impressed with Hawkeye and Jinbei watching, gaining a little more interest in Itsuka. Once she was in swinging range, Itsuka sliced off the last of Shiozaki's vines in the ground before holding her naginata to the vine woman's neck. Do you give up? Shiozaki nodded while being extremely scared, having the weapon so close to her neck. Shiozaki forfeits, Kendo wins. The crowd cheered with Itsuka pulling her weapon back before trying to cheer up her classmate. It's not that bad. You gave it your all, so don't be so ashamed. She patted Shiozaki's back and gave a smile for the vine quirk user to smile a little as well. Meanwhile, Izuku looked down at the field with some interest before meeting Itsuka's eyes. She smiled before blowing a kiss to Izuku for him to smile even more. Something tells me you liked seeing that. Bakugo poked fun at Izuku for him to brush it off and be as blunt as possible. Can't help it, I found that show kinda sexy of Itsuka to do. Everyone looked at Izuku kinda strange before he noticed their looks as well. What? Can't a man think something one of his girlfriends do is sexy? Izuku hentai. Ochako and Momo say in unison. Time skipped to the third round. The next few rounds had fanned out rather normal in what Izuku planned. Ashido had lost to Tokoyami after being put in a panic, and Bakugo won against Kirishima, who was a bad matchup with him mainly due to the fact he could become more dangerous the longer a battle progresses as opposed to his redhead classmate who was the opposite. Now that it came down to the four finalists, Izuku and Itsuka could finally face each other. Well, guess it's you and me. The two started walking down the hall preparing to fight each other. Yeah. You're gonna use both your quirk and swords, or just your swords? Haven't decided yet. What are you gonna do? Itsuka looked at her hand before answering. I wanna win with my skill alone against you. So I may not use my quirk. Izuku smiled at this before answering. Then I'm only going to use my swords as well. Both stopped with Itsuka looking directly at Izuku. I want you to know, I always admired your skill and envied it. You envied me? When you came to the dojo, you put probably the most amount of effort compared to everyone else. You had ambition from the start and I envied that. You became the strongest in the dojo and even went so far as to become a swordsman. No matter how high you became, you kept reaching higher. It's kinda one of the reasons I kept my eye on and eventually fell in love with you. Izuku blushed a little as they were being called. How about we make a deal? The person who wins has to do one thing the loser says regardless. Sounds fair. Both shook before walking to the area they had to before being called out. Alright ladies and gents, time for the first semi-finals. On my left, he's taken this festival by storm with only his swords. Class A's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked out, beginning to stretch his arms. And on my right, she's the woman who just shocked yous all with her naginata. Class B's Itsuka Kendo. Both bowed at each other as a form of respect before Mike screamed for them to start. Begin! Izuku pulled his swords out to charge at Itsuka. He went for a downward slash with it being blocked by the orange-haired girl's blade. Izuku pulled back to strike below with one to have it blocked again before trying to hit from above with his second to only have the attack hit the staff. Itsuka spun the weapon to get Izuku off balance before going for a thrust to Izuku's chest. This was evaded however with Izuku continuing his onslaught at a faster rate keeping Itsuka on her toes. Oh man folks. This fight just came into a battle just like the halftime show. Izuku and Itsuka continued their onslaught with one another before pulling back for a little breather from their fight. Pant I gotta admit Izuku, this is fun. Izuku started to laugh before holding his blades in a cross. Cross slice. He came at Itsuka with his blades preparing to hit her head on, with the orange-haired woman pulling her Naginata back to charge. Stampede strike. Both the tip of Itsuka's weapon and the sides of Izuku's blades connected to send a bit of wind towards the people in the front row of the audience. Both were fighting for dominance, waiting for the other to show a bit of weakness. Unbelievable. These two are amazing. Toshiji watched dumbfounded that another powerful person was part of Yue's first years that honored the way of the sword. Her technique is similar to someone, but I can't tell who. Smoke blew a bit of smoke out while watching, fascinated about what was happening. Both came back with each other, feeling the effects of going toe-to-toe with one another. Time to get serious, love. I couldn't agree with you more. Itsuka went back in her stance before charging to send attack after attack at Izuku for him to parry and strike and be countered by Itsuka doing the same exact thing. Everyone watched for 5 solid minutes as it looked like flashes of light were around them from the speed in which they were going. Oh snap, I can't see a thing. Mike tried to see past what was happening to only have Hawkeye grab the mic to explain. These two are moving at speeds in which the normal human eye can't see. Unless you are able to see things in a more heightened sense, you will not see what is going on. But as far as I can tell, both are almost on par with one another. The only reason Midoriya is not able to defeat her at the moment is because of his fatigue he had gained from constantly battling without rest. Though Kendo had also fought with less rest, she had at the very least the break between the last event and this one where she could regain some stamina. Both pulled back before showing a few cuts on their arms and 1 or 2 on their cheeks. I gotta admit, I didn't expect you to push me this far. I didn't either, but I guess I got at least a little stronger. Still not enough though? Hell no. Itsuka started spinning the Naginata, producing a bit of wind. I guess we're finishing this right here and now, huh? Izuku held his blades in his iconic stance. Full moon strike. Strike of Earth's ascension. Both came at the other with Itsuka slicing sideways to counter Izuku's attack. Both stood with their backs to each other, with everyone on edge trying to find out who the winner was. A slash on Izuku's forearm was seen, making him kneel down in pain. Midoriya is down. Could this be the end? After Mike said this, Itsuka leaned back, showing her blade broken and her falling back with a cut down her center. Kendo is no longer able to continue. Midoriya wins. Izuku ran over to Itsuka, making sure the wound he inflicted on her wasn't deep. Itsuka, you okay? He checked and noticed it was only skin deep, to at least have some relief in that. While calming down, knowing he didn't hurt her too badly, Itsuka leaned up to kiss Izuku on the lips, making everyone in the audience shout in unison. What? She parted to give a smile at the green-haired swordsman. I guess I got something from this match. She laughed before wincing in pain. Oh, it hurts to laugh. Izuku picked his girlfriend up bridal style, embarrassing her as she did before. What are you doing? Paying you back for that little kiss from before. He had a smirk on his face as Itsuka held her face to keep her beet red image from being shown. While in the hall, Izuku glanced down to notice where he cut to feel absolutely horrible. I'm sorry, I was a little too rough. You fought me like anyone else. As both a woman and an opponent, I can't ask for anything better. He smiled at this before getting a flick to the nose. Just so we're clear though, you owe me a new set of clothes though. So you'll need to give me your shirt as repayment for now. Izuku sighed before bringing Itsuka to Recovery Girl to heal and take his shirt off to give to her. Once he got up to the stands, he was able to watch the last of Bakuga's match and see him beat Tokoyami as if it was nothing. Guess that's my cue to leave. Izuku, why are you shirtless? Ochako asked before noticing Itsuka come back wearing Izuku's top half of his P uniform. I get it now. Alright, I'm off. Ochako and Momo got up to give Izuku a kiss, good luck with Itsuka giving him one as well. Once in the waiting area, Izuku had waited patiently to be called before having the door kicked open by Bakugo. What are you doing here, Deku? This is waiting room A. You're in B. Shit. Izuku tried to calm his nerves before Bakugo spoke up. Listen up, I want you to use everything you've got on me. It ain't fair for either of us if you wuss out and only use half your strength. I guess that's fair. Wouldn't want to show you weakness when I beat you to keep that ego of yours active. Izuku laughed at this to only make the ash blonde scowl. Don't think you'll beat me so easily, nerd. I'm gonna kick your ass in the finals and prove that I'm just as good as you. Both held a similar scowl on their faces before smirking at one another. Guess we'll be seeing just who's the strongest now, will we? If yeah, on the field. Alright ladies and gents, time for the final match you've all been waiting for. On one side, we've got the man of the swords, Class A's Izuku Midoriya. And on my left, the man with an explosive quirk as well as an explosive attitude. Also from Class A, Katsuki Bakugo. Both prepared for their fight with Izuku's scar on his chest catching everyone's attention. Where'd he get that scar? Chopper was rather interested in the slash since it looked to be from a rather deep wound. All I know is he was able to fight Don Krieg with it and come out victorious while it was healing. Smoker answered this while tapping some of his ashes out in an ashtray he had. Begin! Bakugo came at Izuku with his explosions. He dodged this to have an explosion get blasted in the face. Oh, and Bakugo got a blast launched at Midoriya. Smoke was clearing to show Izuku had a few burns on his shoulder. That's the best you've got? Oh, don't think it is. Izuku pulled both Kandaina and Chujitsuna to point the latter at Bakugo. You want my best, then let's give you the best. Izuku activated OFA to place about 5% in his body as a safe percentage to move around with. With this happening, Izuku came at Bakugo for him to evade just in enough time to miss Kandaina, knocking him out of bounds. Not giving him time to rest, Izuku charged at Bakugo again, taking him head-on and forcing him to evade. In an attempt to retaliate, Bakugo sent a blast at Izuku with it forcing him back. The Ash Blonde was now on the offensive, blasting at Izuku for him to dodge out of the way enough to concentrate. I used it before, so let's see if I can use other parts of hockey. Izuku opened his eyes seeing Bakugo's blasts in and detecting where they could be. He was able to sense and dodge these to some degree until the sound of Mike threw him off. Midoriya is dodging like it was nothing. What kind of crazy fighting is this dash? Will you shut up and let me concentrate? This comment came out of Izuku's mouth for Aizawa to grab and disable the mic. What's that for? He's doing something that needs absolute concentration and you're not helping. Both turned back to the fight, watching Izuku go back on the offensive with Bakugo with a solid slash from the back of his blade being sent at the Ash Blonde. Out of anger, Bakugo blasted Izuku with his explosion. Both were launched back slightly before stopping themselves. I'm done going easy, Deku. Give me all you got now. Got it? Bakugo got up into the sky to start spinning himself and gaining more momentum with his quirk. Meanwhile, Izuku began concentrating OFA in his blades, activating 20% for a brief moment. Howitzer! Detroit! Bakugo held his hand out with Izuku sending a blast of air pressure. Impact slash slash. A shockwave was sent to the stands, forcing everyone to lose sight of the two. As the smoke cleared, Bakugo was on the ground below Izuku, who was barely conscious. Bakugo is unable to continue. Midoriya wins. The crowd burst into excitement as Izuku placed his blades back in their sheaths before bowing at Bakugo. He looked up at the announcer's stadium directly at Hawkeye. Seeing this, he smirks, having a bit of satisfaction that Izuku won. Nicely done, Izuku. I expected nothing less. The next day, Izuku POV. Cannonball. After the sports festival, we were all told of a 2-day break for us to rest and recharge ourselves enough to get back to full health. During this time, I agreed to cut my training down to about half to give the girls much-needed attention that I refused them during the 2 weeks prior restoring my swords. I give that a 9 for the form, but a 6 for the splash. Like you're one to talk, sword boy. Ochako and Momo began snickering at the act as we decided to spend the afternoon after training hanging out at the pool enjoying the commodity we have in our newly acquired dorm system. We had to do something about Mineta, however, since he would try and sneak peeks at the girls being in 2 pieces. So we passed a bit of a lie to Kachin that the perv thinks he could win against him in a fight. Let's just say he may be somewhere in the Red Sea right now, or having his butt stabbed by the Empire State Building. So Izuku, does this look good on me? Ochako asked as I glanced down, noticing her in a green and orange bikini. Viveri. What about us? Momo says this in a jokingly agitated tone to see her in a solid red bikini and Itsuka in a solid light blue one. Why, you both look very beautiful as well. I started to blush a bit before feeling Momo rest her chest on my head and Itsuka rest her head between my legs to add a bit of discomfort. Do you mean that? I could feel my body temperature rise before Ochako hugged my waist. No fair, I want to make you flustered too. Oh crap. No amount of training could help me against this. We stopped this after my nose started to bleed, with everyone understanding this went a little too far. As we sat there in silence with our feet in the pool, something came to my mind. So, Ochako, why did you eat a devil fruit? She looked at me a little confused before I explained. You lose the ability to swim with the fruit, along with it most of the time being a shot in the dark, whether you're going to get a good one or not if you don't have any form of understanding what it is. So why? She smiled before answering. It all started about a week before the sports festival. Flashback to over a week prior, Ochako POV. As the days went on before the sports festival, myself, Momo, and Izuku began training together. Since we didn't know what to expect, we trained in combat and our ability with our quirks, not knowing what else we could do. Today was no different, with Momo and Izuku doing a one-on-one fight while I kept focused on having my max weight limits tested. Keep going. 3 tons isn't a bad limit, but I did need to focus on how to reduce my nausea for longer periods of using it. Oh crap. I'm losing it. I let the weight down before feeling myself about to throw up. Bathroom. I made a beeline to the restroom, feeling my body about to toss my machi. Once I came back, Momo and Izuku decided to take a break so we could talk. They passed me a bit of water while we sat on a bench outside. So how do you two think Izuku is doing with reforging his swords? Dunno, but he does look rather serious when I see him from time to time. Itsuka's right, I saw him yesterday and he looked like a man on a mission. I kinda dig that. I smiled, remembering the look on his eyes. It was as if he was prepared to fight a battle of his life. That look gives me shivers. You are so dedicated. I have a question to ask you all. We looked at Momo as she took a sip of her water. If I gave Izuku a devil fruit, would he accept it? What's a devil fruit? I asked her this since I didn't know what it was. Devil fruits are treasures of the sea that are more common in the area where Crossblade and that marine called Smoker is from. Depending on what type you obtain, you can have the ability to alter your body in some way, turn yourself into an animal, even control the laws of nature itself. Whoa! So it's like giving someone a quirk. Somewhat, but they all have one fatal flaw as a whole? Izuku started to get interested in this to ask. What is it? The fruit comes with a curse. Holding it is similar to defying the sea, as they say, so the gods of the sea take away your privilege to swim or even stay in water above your waist. So it's like a drawback? Sorta, Ochako. The fruits themselves have limits, and depending on the type you have, they can also be rather useless. Same with most quirks. But this is one that you could probably gain more power with? Not exactly, Izuku. Just like quirks, a person can only naturally hold one devil fruit. I don't get it, why can they only have one devil fruit? So what happens if someone eats more than a single devil fruit? Momo was silent at my question. You blow up? What? At least, that's what the Marines say. Apparently, as they say, the 2 devils inside the fruits rage against one another and your body explodes when it happens. I'm not exactly sure if this is true, but finding devil fruits is an oddity, as is to the point it's a gamble if you think it's true or not. The reality of the fruit sank in as she asked her question again. If Izuku was offered, do you think he would accept it? We both thought about it and how Izuku accepted OFA. He already swallowed his pride and accepted OFA after that bitter loss against Hawkeye. I honestly think he'd be offended if she offered it to him. Not a chance. Izuku beat me to the punch for Momo to turn to me. You think so too? Yes. In all honesty, I think he'd be insulted if you offered it to him right now. Until he got his quirk, Izuku worked day and night to become strong. Offering him that is almost like saying you don't believe he can become strong enough to face Hawkeye himself. You wouldn't just be hurting his feelings, you'd be insulting his pride as a swordsman. She started to realize the mistake she could make doing this and was in fear of what would happen. I never thought about that. It's okay, you didn't do it. If you did, then you'd have some issues. After Itsuka's consoling, Momo went into her bag to grab something. Since it would not be good to offer Izuku, I'd like to ask you both the opportunity for this. She picked up a fruit to show us it. From what it looked, it seemed a little weird shaped, almost like an underripe pumpkin. Yes, I know, kinda crappy, but this was the best I could do on short notice for a decent image of the fruit to give an idea. So, why do you have a devil fruit? My parents have close ties with the Marines and had offered to be a financial supporter in exchange for devil fruits they would give to quirkless people. It's our way to at least level the playing field for them. They originally wanted to give this to Izuku as a way to thank him for saving me, but I guess it's out of the question for him to accept it. If this happened, my father told me to give the fruit to who I thought would make the best use of it. So as a friend, would one of you please accept this devil fruit? Itsuka looked at me before answering. Between the two of us, I think you'd make the most of it. Also, I've already got my Naginata skills. You having the devil fruit is kinda playing a bit of a fair game right now with it. I grabbed the fruit before asking about it. What is it exactly? It's called the Omoi Omoi no Mi or Mind fruit. This is of the Paramecia class of devil fruit that gives you the ability to read minds, convey thoughts, and even fight with your mind. If you can use it to the best of its capabilities, you could face and defeat an enemy without even lifting a finger. So this fruit can be very handy if in the right hands. I looked at it before looking at both the girls one last time. You both sure about this? No turning back when I eat this. I would rather give it to one of you. And I'd rather you have it in all honesty. You deserve it more. I shrugged my shoulders before taking a huge bite out of it. What does it taste like? I tried my best to hold the fruit down while answering with a mouthful. It tashes off you, it tastes awful. I tried my best to finish it before chugging my water to get the taste out of my mouth. It tasted like rotten fruit. That's unfortunately something I forgot to warn you about. Devil fruit aren't the greatest tasting. Probably should have made an effort to remember that. Yeah, you should have just as a warning. Momo stopped to look at me. Should have what? Made the effort to remember that. You just said it. No, she didn't. Itsuka points this out as I realized what happened. I think I just read your mind. Both were amazed before Itsuka asked me to try her next. She was thinking of a number with me, saying 38 to get it correct. The rest of the day was spent working to learn about the limits of what I can do and what I can't do with the can being rather small at the moment. Back to present, Izuku POV. Well, you were right about one thing, I would have felt insulted if you gave the fruit to me. But I appreciate the offer to give me it. I began to pull my legs out of the water to relax on a recliner. Tomorrow Itsuka, we start making your Naginata again. Be careful of the heat when we do though, those forges get really hot. Gotcha. The three girls began walking over to sit on the chair I was on, cuddling him, forcing me to blush beet red again. Why does this happen in my life? Up top is a song that was done by a bunch of YouTubers a while ago about the Straw Hat Pirates. Thought it would work here. Enjoy. Izuku POV. The time we had off came and went like a blink of an eye for school to start back up again. Currently right now. We're all sitting in the classroom waiting for Mr. Aizawa to walk in. I wonder what will happen today for class. I glanced over at Ochako, who was staring at me with some intent. Is she trying to use her devil fruit or something? In that moment, I realized what I can do to mess with her. First, I put a book up over my head for her to not read my mind. This seemed to work to some degree before I removed it to think some rather naughty stuff about her. Thanks to this, she began to go beet red with a bit of blood dripping out of her nose. Pervert! Who are you calling a pervert? She shouted this for everyone to look over to her. Sorry. Kacchan and Momo knew what happened to start snickering a bit. Don't laugh at me. I glanced over to Ochako, who seemed to find a way to shout at us in her head. Seems she accidentally found a way to do that. The door opened to Mr. Aizawa walking in to greet us. Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. He got to the podium before explaining what we were doing for homeroom. Today, we have a special task for Hero Informatics today. Everyone held their breath thinking it was some kind of test. You all need to think of hero names. Yeah. Quiet. As quickly as everyone changed from feared to happy, they went right to dead silent as Mr. Aizawa activated his quirk. These hero names are important for the draft since you all will be doing hero agency work studies. Up top are the names of the people who have been drafted already. Our teacher held up a board of everyone's drafts that had them. Izuku Midoriya, 4,200. Shoto Todoroki, 4,123. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,542. Fumikage Tokoyami, 360. Tenya Ida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Momo Yaoyorozu, 109. Ijiro Kirishima, 68. Chuko Uraraka, 66. Antasiro, 14. Seeing myself at the top of the group gave me a bit of satisfaction, but not enough to take it easy on myself. Those that didn't get a draft pick will choose from a list of 40 agencies that are respected among us. I'd consider your picks very carefully since these are somewhat important. Take your quirks and personal skills into consideration with your picks. Now for the hero names, we have someone else assisting you. On cue, Midnight walked in. Hero names are important and normally not so easily changed. So you must be wary of what you choose or there will be hell to pay later. The R-rated hero passed us a couple of whiteboards to write our ideas for names down. Once 15 minutes passed, we all began saying our names. Most of them were rather unique to us, while others were kinda out there. After Kachin's suggestion, Fort King Explosion Murder was rejected. He sat down irritated with me, still unsure what I should use. Maybe I should go with something relating to Hawkeye? That won't work. Maybe All Might? I have his quirk, but I'm still a long way till at his level either. My mind immediately went to my fight with Tashigi and what the crowd called me. I've got it. I wrote down the name before walking up to the podium. Why that man? Because of my talents and skill as a swordsman, my nickname, Green Demon of Mustafar, was given to me. This will prove that I'm still that man and willing to fight with pride and skill that I've achieved myself. As such, my hero name will be the Swordsman Hero, Green Demon. I glanced at Midnight, who gave a smile and a thumbs up. End of the day. Heading back to the dorms, I began going through all my offers with Kachin and the girls to notice one in particular that stuck out. The straw hats? Everyone looked at the offer while I looked them up. Oh yeah, I got an offer from them too. As did I. While looking them up, I read off what is known about them. The Straw Hats are a pirate crew formed in what's known as the East Blue, comprised of 10 members. The Gum Gum Hero, Straw Hat, the Swordsman Hero, Tri-Blade, the Navigation Hero, Cat Thief, the Marksman Hero, Sniper King, the Cooking Hero, Black Leg, the Doctor Hero, Dr. Reindeer, the Archaeologist Hero, Devil's Child, the Cyborg Hero, Frankie, the Musical Hero, Bonez, and the Fishman Hero, Whale Shark. The group is more commonly known as the Straw Hat Pirates, who came to this world almost 10 years ago from the Grand Line and has shown themselves to be very capable heroes. Their bounties, however, are, whoa, big bounties. Everyone looked at my phone to see the bounties. They have to go wide-eyed. Geez. Giving one of them in would be like hitting the jackpot. Except for the raccoon dog. Kachin points this out, seeing Dr. Reindeer's bounty of 100 berries. I would recommend going with the Straw Hats. Their swordsman trained under me some time ago. We glanced back to notice Hawkeye walk into the dorms. Not only that, but their helmsman Jinbei was once a member of the 7 pirate warlords such as myself. Their archaeologist is also quite knowledgeable. Learning from them would be something worthwhile. Ochako began to look at her list before pointing a name out. Have you ever heard of the Amazon hero, Kuja? That should be Boa Hancock if I remember correctly. She is the same as Jinbei, one of the 7 pirate warlords and the captain of the Kuja pirates. She had eaten a devil fruit known as the Love Fruit. Any being who admires her beauty can be turned to stone with it. She is also nicknamed the most beautiful woman in the world to add to her danger. So she's a woman with a power to turn men into stone just because they admire her beauty? Do not let this fool you. She is also a master marksman, skilled in using her legs as a form of combat, and has control over all 3 versions of hockey. Learning from her would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She also does not like men because of some past complications with them. The only man she doesn't harbor any hate in the slightest is Straw Hat for some reason. A master of hockey. Maybe I can get stronger with my devil fruit with her? Momo chimed in hearing this. I would highly recommend it, Ochako. The Love fruit is a Paramecia class devil fruit, so learning to think outside the box with someone that had to learn it is a great way to increase your potential. I guess it wouldn't hurt. She might also help me get my foot in the door for stepping up my skills. While she thought about this, I glanced at Kachin for a moment. So did you decide on one yet? Yeah, I'm going with that cigar marine guy. Smoker gave you an offer? We all shouted this in amazement, realizing we all had the opportunity to become stronger now. Guess this means we all can step it up a notch and overcome this plateau now. Let's hope it becomes a memorable experience. 1 week later. The day of the internship had come with me, Momo, and Izuku choosing the straw hats in hopes for us to get stronger. Make sure you all listen to your pro hero and be on your best behavior. Yes, sir. I began to notice Ida walk one way before stopping him. Ida. Wait a second. Since the sports festival, something was eating at him for me to decide looking into. From what I could tell, his older brother Ingenium was badly injured to the point the doctors don't believe he can do hero work again. The info I read said it was the hero ender that hurt him. I don't know what's going on in your head right now, but please think about what you're about to do thoroughly. He glanced at me with a fake smile before answering. I appreciate the concern, Midoriya. I shall be fine. He began to leave for his train with our small group saying our goodbyes. Guess this is where we split up. Later, Kachin left. Before turning to look me in the face. Don't think you'll be ahead for long. I'll close that gap and prove that I'm just as good as you. Just you wait. He left with Ochako needing to leave shortly after. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. She gave me a kiss on the lips before running to her train. I guess we should start heading out as well. Momo's right. Shouldn't keep our work-study pros waiting. We started boarding the train to head to the harbor to meet the Straw Hat Pirates. I wonder what'll happen when we meet these guys? At the Thousand Sunny, third-person POV. The trio found their way to a giant ship with a lion as the figurehead. This the place? Momo looked down at the directions to answer Izuku. Seems to be. The group went to the side of the ship before Izuku shouted to get someone's attention. Excuse me. We're from UA and we're looking for the Straw Hat Heroes. The directions we had brought us here. Can someone help us? On cue, a board came out of the ship to connect a passage from the ship to the dock. Guess that's our invitation on board. Izuku lead the three on the ship where 10 people were on the top deck to greet them. Hey, nice to see ya. Ha. A man with a red shirt came up to greet them with a giant smile on his face. My name's Luffy and these are my friends. Nice to have you join us. It's nice to meet you, Luffy. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and these are my girlfriends Momo Yaoyorozu and Itsuka Kendo. We put in an application for a work study with all of you. A woman with dark hair and a man that looked like a whale shark came up to greet them. It's nice to meet you. My name is Robin and I'll be helping you primarily this week, Ms. Yaoyorozu. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Robin. I hope to learn much from you. The fishman walked up to Itsuka next. My name is Jinbei, and the same can be said about me to you, Ms. Kendo. Nice to meet you, sir. As Itsuka bowed, Jinbei noticed the Naginata wrapped up and carried on her back. It's nice to see you have a new weapon after the other shattered. Thanks. I owe this one all to Izuku for helping me forge it. Even Crossblade said it's a nice weapon. While they spoke, a green-haired man walked up to Izuku. So you're Hawkeye's kid? You don't look like him much. The man started to walk away a bit before stopping. Faster than most could see, he unsheathed one of the 3 blades on his side to attack Izuku. He countered this by opening Kadaina out of its sheath halfway. Everyone was a little taken back at this for both to smile at one another. Nice reflexes. Thanks. Your speed is also something amazing. The older swordsman went for another blade, forcing Izuku to dodge and pull away from him. Let's get introductions out of the way and get right to work. My name is Roronoa Zoro and this week will be absolute hell for you. Zoro smiled as if he was a demon at Izuku as he pulled Kadaina out fully and Chujutsun as well. I take it that little display was more to see what I have? Oh yeah. Zoro pulled his other 2 swords out and placed one in his mouth. Pwepof wow shi aksui tesht, prepare for the actual test. Zoro came at Izuku with speeds faster than the ones Izuku made at the sports festival, keeping him on his toes. The 3 swordsmen cut specific spots on Izuku's body to drop the weights he had and leave the skin completely intact with no harm whatsoever. He's precise. Izuku began to dodge faster while parrying some attacks to get in closer. Once he had an opening, the young swordsman gave a slash to Zoro's throat. This did virtually nothing as the area he hit was covered in some strange black coating that was harder than steel. Nabwad, not bad. Both put their swords away while smirking. I saw you could use hockey during the sports festival. Let's start with what you know about it and go from there. Yes, sir. The two began their training with Robin taking Momo to her room to discuss what they would be doing, and Jinbei taking Kendo to the side to begin training with her. Seems they're on their way. I'm gonna go start prep for lunch. Those lovely ladies need to keep their energy up. A blonde man went into the kitchen with Luffy shouting for joy. I want meat, Sanji. Shut up and you'll get your damn meat. With Ochako. Ochako stood in front of a giant pirate ship with a woman who seemed to be beyond the word gorgeous in front of her. Why hello. You must be Ms. Uraraka. A pleasure to meet you. Ochako couldn't help but blush at the elegance and refined aspect the woman in front of her was emitting. So pretty. Momo doesn't even hold a candle to her. Thank you. It's an honor working with you. She bowed while feeling a pat to her head. There is no need to be wary, young lady. You have impressed me as yourself and had me desire to train you. Take pride in yourself as who you are. Her words touched Ochako to a point she could almost fall in love with the woman in front of her. Don't think those thoughts, Ochako. You love Izuku and won't be swayed by a woman who is. Stop thinking those thoughts. You seem internally troubled. Is it because of something or someone in particular? The brunette stiffened at this comment. I see. Is it a man? Why yes. You see, I'm dating this guy Izuku Midoriya. Since the sports festival, I felt as if I'm falling behind. He found a way to use this thing called hockey, can fight amazingly without a quirk. He also has so much drive that I feel kinda. You feel insecure because he's far ahead of you? She nodded and went into more detail. Him and two other girls that are dating him along with me went with the Straw Hat Pirates, with another friend of ours going with this one Marine we know, vowing to close the gap before we all parted. I just want to be stronger and prove I'm not a burden. Ochako looked away before having a hand on her chin pull her to face Hancock again. Your heart yearns to be strong for the one you love and not make him worry for you. As a woman who also understands that drive, I can relate to you on an equal level. Starting today, we will work hard together and make this Izuku Midoriya sway his heart to never worry for you and rely on you as both a companion and his lover. Ochako nodded as they went on board to begin training. With Bakugo. So you want to learn hockey while you're here? Yeah. I want to close that gap Deku had on me in the sports festival, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to prove I'm no pushover. Bakugo stated this with determination to gain some admiration from Smoker. I like that. Starting today, you and me will be training for you to use hockey. By the time the week is over, you'll be able to use it to some degree and get back on track and close that gap Midoriya made. When that's done, the rest is how much you can refine that skill you've got. Smoker got out of his chair to lead Bakugo to a training area. Let's begin with seeing where you are skill-wise and going from there. Just you wait, Deku. I'm gonna catch up to you and become stronger. That quirk of yours and the skill you have in hockey will mean nothing when all's said and done. Izuku POV. I started to wake up to the feeling of rocking from side to side. Ugh, did I eat something bad last night? My eyes opened up to a room I wasn't familiar with to turn my head. When I did, I noticed what looked like a skeleton right next to my face. Ah! I immediately jumped back, preparing to draw my swords before someone fell and hit my head with theirs. I looked over. For it to be Blackleg who fell on me. Crap, sorry Sir Dash. He put his hand up telling me to stop before pointing up, explaining that we'd talk above deck. We walked past the guys who were there sleeping to climb a ladder to the top decks. Once there, Blackleg let out a sigh in pain. That really hurt. Sorry. Didn't plan to wake up to a skeleton in my face this morning. I don't blame you. Brooke was kinda someone we had to get used to waking up to ourselves. I can't remember how many times Usopp or Chopper screamed us all awake 'cause they woke up directly next to him. He started lighting a cigarette before showing a carton to me. Want one? No thanks. Not a fan. Fair enough. We stood on the deck seeing the night sky start to lighten in color. Just pointing this out, you don't have to call any of us by our hero names when we're not in public. For now, you're part of the Straw Hat crew. You and those lovely ladies. He blew out some smoke while holding a smile before walking towards the kitchen. I should get breakfast started. Those idiots are gonna be up soon with our captain wanting food. You want a little help? You cook? Enough to make things with the girls a little more entertaining when we have a stay-at-home night. I'll take you up on that. We walked into the kitchen for Sanji to pass me a knife and a few things of vegetables. Chop those up and save the scraps. Jinbei and dear sweet Itsuka are out on patrol this morning, so they'll be hungry coming back. Why do I have the urge to sock him right now? Gotcha. I went straight into cutting for Sanji to watch and give a bit of info. See about cutting them a bit smaller. They'll be put right in, so they need to be a bit on the smaller side so that they'll cook properly. I adjusted myself directly after for the blonde cook to be a bit impressed. Once I finished, I placed the scraps in a pile while the cut veg in a pot I was told to place them in. So, are you actually dating those two girls? Yeah. But I'm also dating a third girl who went with another agency. Sanji looked at me confused before snapping his fingers. You were at a restaurant I was helping out in a little while back before the school year started? Yeah, you also flirted with my girlfriends. Not saying I'm not patient, but I'm also not exactly the accepting type when someone hits on the girls I date. My bad. So who'd your other girl go with? Ochako went with Hancock. From what my father said, that was a good choice for her. I was given a few pieces of meat to slice thinly and season before it was placed on a pan to fry. Such a woman of beauty the pirate empress is. An image of delight whose beauty will certainly make a woman such as the lovely Ochako glisten even more in womanly charms. Can you please not do that while I'm right next to you? I will admit Ochako is a beautiful woman, but I'm not a fan of another man making those comments in front of me. We kept working with the door opening to Robin and Momo walking in. Morning you too. Hey Robin, I put on some coffee before starting, it should be almost done. Thank you, Cook. And I see you have gained the assistance of one of our trainees. Kid's not half bad. We kept working with Momo walking next to me to give a good morning kiss. Smells amazing. Can't wait to try. She walked over to Robin who began going over some things with her. Meanwhile, I could feel an envious glare at me. Glancing to the side, Sanji was biting a napkin in anger. You lucky bastard. I can't even get a good morning kiss from my Nami Swan or the lovely Robin. Sigh, I hope everyone else is having an easier time. I ignored his stares to continue working. With Ochako POV. The morning for me started early with Hancock teaching me a technique to help my understanding of armament hockey a bit more. For a target, I was told to attack a giant stone which I was able to destroy with a single punch. Nicely done. I let go of the technique feeling my body about to collapse. This is not an easy technique to learn, but you are doing well all things considered. I was panting in pain with sweat pouring off me. It feels like I'm gonna burst at the seams though. I understand, but this is for you to learn just how to control the functions of your body to become more honed in body and mind. Now that you can do that, we can begin with learning armament hockey. Hancock went straight to a steel frame and held her foot up above her head. She's joking, right? The back of her heel was covered in some kind of black stuff that looked like what happened back at the USJ with Hawkeye. Behold, armament hockey. She slammed her foot down at the steel frame with silence being present at the moment. It ended when the steel frame was cut in half and falling over. What the hell? This is what hockey can do. Being one with your body and mind will allow you to use this. Our next step is learning how to focus the power of what's inside you to a single point in your body. Now comes the hard part. Wait, learning something that makes me feel like my heart is gonna explode out of my chest wasn't the hard part? With Bakugu POV. Once more. Die. Since I began with Smoker, he's had me on a viscous training regimen to try and learn how to use hockey. His approach was something similar to how some Marines learn it. Not good enough. Unfortunately, I'm regularly sent a distance into a wall trying to accomplish what he wants me to. Focus Bakugu. You're not gonna get anywhere if you can't keep yourself prepared mentally and physically. Hockey is about being one with your own body, not about the muscle you have. I began getting out of the wall remembering how Deku was able to use hockey without any form of training. I gotta master this somehow to catch up. If I don't, Deku's gonna hold a hell of a gap on me. One more time. Smoker came at me again for me to stand perfectly still. You're not gonna stay ahead of me, D. I'm gonna get stronger and beat you. The impact landed with me sliding a bit. Compared to the other, this attack felt significantly weaker for both of us to smirk. You're getting there. Let's keep going. Yeah. Few days later, Izuku POV. Training had hit me like a bombshell with Zoro as we practiced sparring along with doing some heavy lifting and endurance training. You call that defending? Today he had me take as many attacks from him as possible to try and find a weak spot. The trick was that he was going to make openings so narrow, I'd have to use observation haki to do this. The problem is, he'd give me no time to stop and focus with all his attacks. This was to try and have me focus on keeping a cool head even when things get rough. Come on, find the opening. I started to get agitated before being able to see everything in slow motion. When I did, I was able to find the opening and attack. We both stopped with my blade just above Zoro's ribcage. Not bad. You were able to use observation haki when you're in a bind. Not easy to do for a beginner. Your movements are pretty fluid as well, and you're not against taking advantage of a weak point someone gives. Thank you. We put our swords away before he started discussing what he wanted to do next. So I've got 2 things I want to teach you. The first is a trick I picked up from your old man. To put it simply, it's a trick to cut something without it being realized. I looked at him a bit confused as he walked over to Robin, who was teaching Momo how to read something. Sir started a conversation while holding his hand on one of his swords. When he finished, he walked over with a smirk on his face. Why are you smiling? All you did was just talk to her. Wait for it. I glanced over to begin seeing Robin's top get cut down the middle. I averted my eyes to save a little embarrassment for her to see Zoro smile. You see, cutting without the person knowing the swordsman stooped when a pair of hands grew from his legs to grab his crotch. Jesus, this lady means business when she's mad. Care to explain why you thought it best to cut my favorite top? I was showing a trick to Izuku. You mind letting go? Robin put her hands down for the hands that grew to turn into petals. The key to this is to do it fast and hold misdirection to the person so they don't see it coming. It can be used as a parlor trick as I showed you, but it can also be used in combat in hopes to catch an opponent by surprise and make them lose their focus easier. I understood this to notice Izuku walking over to talk to Momo. There are your targets. If you can slice their clothes without being seen, then we'll go to the next trick I want you to learn. I glanced at the girls before glancing at Zoro again for him to nod. I can't believe I'm doing this. I walked over to the girls to hold my hands on my sword handles. Hey you two. Hey Izuku. How is training with Zoro? It's going. Right now, he's teaching me a trick where I cut without someone knowing. I began moving my blades quickly with them testing unsheathed on my shoulders. That sounds so cool. Can you show us? Look down. They looked down to see the top half of their hero costumes were cut diagonal or horizontal in Momo's case. Both were silent until Izuku spoke. Is this your way of saying you're interested in our bodies? I froze before going completely red. Zoro. Nami came over to kick Zoro in the face and send him a distance. Hey, what the hell, Nami? Stop teaching stupid things and turning the kid into a moron like you and Luffy. She was beyond mad before turning to me. Ah crap. She was about ready to charge before a set of hands pulled me into someone's chest. If you truly wanted to see my girls Izuku, all you had to do was ask. Izuku was hugging me rather close to her while I go beet red. How did this happen? This kept happening until Luffy came on board with Jinbei holding some papers. Alright, we got a job, guys. He glanced at me and Izuku with Momo holding her clothes so they wouldn't fall off. Oh cool, seems you two are very close and practicing new fighting moves. That's not it, you idiot. Everyone objected to this as we began heading into the dining area with Robin reading the orders. It appears we've been asked to look into stopping the hero Ender and Hosu. Hosu? I remembered how Ito was doing his work study there with him possibly being in trouble. Wait, they want us to go after someone that has killer in their name? Usopp was on the verge of tears with some other members not so sure about this as well. This is serious, guys. The last known attack was on Ingenium with his being the only one in Hosu at the moment. He's hurt and ended countless heroes and needs to be stopped. This is why the government gave him a 70 million berry bounty. He does hold order, but not in a proper way. Jinbei pointed this out for Chopper to hold some guilt. I feel horrible I couldn't do more for Ingenium, but we can help him by defeating the hero Ender now and avenging those he's hurt. Luffy looked at me before explaining what we'll do. You have a bounty hunter license, right? I nodded for him to smile. Awesome, that means you can fight him even if you don't have a hero license. The only thing you need to remember is to not use your quirk. If you do, that license privilege gets thrown out the window. Robin said this for me to nod. It's settled then, let's set sail. Everyone started doing what they needed to prepare us to embark. Me and the girls were asked to open the sails while everyone else did some other things. All right, to Hosu City Sunny. Pronto. We began sailing out for the feeling of the sea to rush into me. The feeling of the waves crashing down and us traveling over the water awakened something in me. It made me never want to leave the ocean. I can tell that look. The sea's calling you. I glanced over to see Luffy smile while watching. That feeling in you is giving you a feeling of freedom. One that tells you to ride on the seas and never let anything else get in your way. It's the same feeling I get whenever we sail. On our journeys, we've seen one crazy thing after the other to the point I can't begin to explain them. Now when I look back on all our adventures, I can't help but feel excited when we set out not knowing what's in store. He turned to me and gave a huge smile from ear to ear. I love the sea. I couldn't help but smile as well. I've never traveled on a boat before now. It is an amazing feeling. We sailed for about an hour or two until reaching Hosu's port. We tied anchor down with me, Zoro, and Chopper going ahead to scope out the area. So, Devil, who are you texting? Zoro asked me, putting my phone away. My friend Ida. He's on a work study in this area. My head went down remembering what I learned. I'm worried he may be trying to hunt down the hero Ender himself in a way to make him pay for what happened to Ingenium. Wait, why would Ingenium have anything to do with this? Ida is Ingenium's little brother, Dr. Reindeer. I can only imagine the anger he might have. All the more reason we find Stain before he hurts or ends someone else. Zoro held his katanas while I nodded. Getting dark though, it'll be harder during the night to find him. We immediately stopped when we heard explosions and what sounded like people screaming. Tri-Blade, did you hear that? I did, let's go. We ran into the area to see a bunch of heroes fighting three things that looked similar to the monster I fought at the USJ. Nomo? You know these guys? Not exactly. One came to attack the USJ a while back. Thing was meant to end All Might from what I was told. One of the Nomu were taking a civilian up in the air. We can discuss this later. Now we gotta help the people. Rumble Ball. Chopper ate some kind of small ball before his body transformed. Kung Fu Point. He began jumping up to knock the Nomu down and save the citizen. Run. Get out of here. The Nomu were randomly attacking before I noticed Manuel calling out. Ida, where are you? In that moment I realized what might be the case. Tri-Blade, I need your help. I started running with Zoro, not realizing what was happening. Hey, get back here. We exited the area with me leading the charge while Zoro was right behind. Midoriya. Stuff. What's wrong? I don't have a lot of time to explain, but I think the hero Ender and the League of Villains might be working together. Why do you think that? Those guys are the same as the guy from the USJ, with the hero Ender still having business in Hosu. It only makes sense at this point. Okay, but why are we running away from everyone? I swallowed a lump in my throat before answering. Because I think my friend might have bitten off more than he could chew. He understood this for both to run as fast as they could. Where do you think he'll attack? Somewhere close by an agency in an alley that people would occasionally be around. I began running faster before taking a sharp turn through an alley that fit the bill. Once deep enough inside, I found Ida on the ground with the hero Ender about to end him. I just made it. I unsheathed my blades before jumping to attack. Strike of the Vengeful Tiger. Stain saw my attack coming to just barely block. Ida, are you okay? I glanced back at him before noticing Zoro wasn't behind me. Wait, where'd Zoro go? Meanwhile, in an alley halfway across town. Izuku, where'd you go? Izuku came at Stain with his hockey-covered blades to force the hero Ender to remain on the defense. What is this boy doing? What did he do differently? Stain began to attack Izuku the best he could to only find himself breaking his blades on Izuku's Black Blade Arts. Izuku held his blades in an iconic position of his for Momo and Itsuka to smirk, knowing this is all over when the attack connects. Strike of Earth's Ascension. Izuku charged at Stain with believing he would win when it connected. Unfortunately, he lost his focus for the armament hockey to be taken off his blades. The hero Ender noticed this to block the attack with some of his final blades. When the sound of steel connecting came to the young swordsman's ears, he knew he screwed up somewhere in that time gap. A rather interesting trick, but it would appear that you aren't in full control of it yet. Stain was able to push Izuku back and attack him. He was able to defend against it, but the young swordsman was becoming more fatigued. Why am I so tired right now? Is it a drawback to not being fully in sync with armament hockey yet? Now die. Stain came at Izuku prepared to take him down with Itsuka about to jump in. Before she did, however, Robin stopped her to shout something. As of right now, Izuku Midoriya, I the archaeologist hero Devil's Child give you authorization to use your quirk. Izuku heard this with Stain barreling at him. His attack was stopped by Chujutsun. Both were at a stalemate with Izuku glaring at the hero Ender. If I take you down, it'll help my friend who has stumbled off the path he rightfully needs to remain on. OFA, full cowling 8%. Izuku shoved Stain off him to charge back at the hero Ender. His first attack was dodged, but the young swordsman rebounded and attacked again from using the wall behind him as a jumping platform. Izuku was able to cut Stain's arm a bit before using the other wall of the alley in a similar act as the first. Attack after attack, Izuku came at Stain with him gaining more and more speed. Eventually, the hero Ender had the rhythm down to attack Izuku. This was met with the young swordsman changing his trajectory slightly to hit the ground below Stain and knee his jaw jumping up. Once this happened, Izuku jumped up towards the rooftops before changing his angle to face Stain. Now hero Ender, it's time I finish your reign of terror once and for all. Izuku pushes himself off the wall to come at Stain with an immense level of speed. He twirled his body before initiating his final attack. Strike of the Vengeful Tiger. Izuku was able to connect with Stain, who tried to protect himself with his blades, but this did little as the hero Ender was shoved into a wall. The act created a hole in it with Stain unconscious inside with blood coming out his head. Izuku was panting in pain as he stood tall. He walked to the hero Ender to bow to him. Thank you, Pant, for the fight. Izuku placed his blades away before going towards Ida. Can you stand? Ida was crying on the ground in his own self-hatred. But, why help me? This was my fault, so why? Izuku held an emotionless face before clenching his fist. It's because we're friends, dipshit. Izuku hit the engine quirk user in his head to create a notable bump on the top. When you have a problem, you talk to someone. Don't think something stupid like going after someone like the hero Ender is smart. You're better than that. Ida remained silent, realizing Izuku actually was worried for him. You could have died, so please use better judgment next time. Your brother would never forgive himself if you went and died because of him. How do you think he'd feel? Ingenium may not be able to be a hero anymore, but you can continue his legacy. Be the hero your brother was and continue to honor what he stood for. What happened was a tragedy, but the good he did will not perish with him. The inspiration he gave to people like you is why we strive to do what is right. Ida started to cry a bit before nodding. Thank you, Midoriya. You're a good friend. Izuku gave Ida a hand up with him slowly beginning to move again. Meanwhile, Robin helped Native up with Momo and Itsuka disarming Stain and wrapping him up. Luckily, the garbage dumpster nearby had some kind of rope in it for them to tie the villain up in. When everyone was up, they began walking out of the alley to the open streets. The nightmare of the hero Ender fight was over. Izuku POV. After heading to the open streets, we were met by most of the Straw Hats and some pro-heroes. Robin, is everything okay? Why yes, Navigator. It also appears our young student found a way to use armament hockey. At least, to some degree. Chopper came over looking around before asking me a question. Where'd Zoro go? He was with you. I honestly don't know. I was running straight, next thing I know is he's gone. On cue, Zoro came running here panting for air. Nice job disappearing on me, kid. I didn't disappear on you. You disappeared on me. Yeah, right. Zoro, you suck at directions. I doubt you were going the right way to begin with. Shut up, Usopp. We started laughing a bit before Chopper found something that scared him. I asked that the hero ender? He shouted this for everyone to look behind us to see the villain in ropes. Yeah, that's him. Everyone held their mouths opened, completely baffled he was taken down. Everyone, look out. Luffy, Jinbei, and Frankie came running towards us for the one Nomu with wings to come after me and take me into the sky. Izuku. It began taking me high into the air with Luffy stretching his arms. Hang on. Gum dash before he could though. Stain took a knife we overlooked to cut the restraints off and lick the blood that was from the creature off Nami's cheek to paralyze it. So that's what his quirk does? Stain jumped up to stab the thing in the head, ending it in the process. The hero ender saved me? Stain grabbed me before landing on the ground. You fake heroes are nothing. You all must be purged. The sash over his face fell to show a man of ironclad convictions ready to face the world. None of you are worthy to end me. There is only one man in this world worthy of that title. Stain looked up to the heavens before shouting at the depths of his lungs. All might is worthy. In fear, I jumped up and pulled my swords out, preparing for another fight. This isn't gonna end well. I waited for his next move for him to remain perfectly still. Is he dead? Usopp was hiding behind Sanji as I glanced at his face. He's unconscious. Chopper came running towards us to check the hero ender's vitals. I think a broke rib punctured a lung. He needs a hospital right now. Nami called a hospital with Frankie and Jinbei helping support Stain where he wouldn't die of blood pooling in his lung while Chopper did what he could on the spot. Are you alright? Brook came over to notice the cut on my side. It's nothing. He needs the immediate help right now. I walked to the side to relax a bit from the nightmare that just unfolded. It's over. This night is finally over. I felt myself fall out of consciousness with the stinging on my side being unbearable. 2 days later, after the capture of Stain, Native, Ida, and myself were brought to a hospital to get patched up. From what I was told, Stain's cut was worse than I believed, hitting a vital. I probably didn't feel it since I was so hocked up on adrenaline. It was able to be patched up, but I knew was that I was gonna have another nasty scar on me. Izuku, how are you feeling? Zoro and the rest of the Straw Hats came into the room with some other people to greet me and Ida. Manual sir, what's going on? I think I can answer that, young man. A man with a dog head came in front to speak. Hello, my name is Kenji Tsuragami, Chief of Hosu Police. Both me and Ida got up to bow. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you Izuku Midoriya for what you have done. Thanks to you, the hero ender will no longer be an issue. I just did what I could, sir. Indeed. And thanks to you being given authorization and having a bounty hunter license, you handled everything legally. However, Tenya Ida stiffened when hearing his name. You had neither when fighting the hero ender. In all technicality, you should be arrested for what you've done. What? But the hero ender did the exact same thing he was doing this entire time. Does that mean nothing? Luffy was mad with the chief explaining. Justice needs to place boundaries somewhere. We can't pick and choose who we let break the rules and who gets the whip. Technically, Ida had broken the law as well. He used a quirk not in defense and willingly went after someone without any authorization. But that isn't fair, Luffy. He's not wrong. Sanji spoke up for the room to become silent. Now, if the story would play out exactly as it would, Ida would be arrested. But he was also a victim in this, and I'm not exactly fond of arresting those who aren't truly the villains in stories like these. So here's what will happen. Ida had been told to go assist Native where he was attacked by the hero ender. There, Midoriya had discovered them with the tale being about the same as what happened. Since he did everything by the book, nothing has to be changed. The only people who know of the variants are the people in this room and a few others. The final result is still the same, but the beginning had been changed. Any objections? We remained silent as a way to say we're all in agreement. Midoriya, I also need you to sign this. Tsuragami gave me a clipboard with the standard papers for when I'd take down pirates or villains with bounties on their head. I filed them accordingly before giving the clipboard back. Stain had a 55 million berry bounty on his head. In yen, that's 5.5 million. The chief passed me a check that I put to the side. Now that matter's settled, I'll leave you all to your business. Chief Tsuragami left for the Straw Hats to hold a grim look. I'm sorry if I caused any problems for you all. They glanced at me not knowing what I meant. Sorry, but we're not mad at you. It's something else. I didn't know what they meant for Nami to point out what it is. A pirate group came out of the Grand Line called the Arlong Pirates. They're not the nicest people, with our crew having a bad memory with them. Me personally. So they're a group you're going after? Sorta, but there's more to the story. Sanji said this to confuse me a bit. When Arlong and his crew came here, the first thing they did was steal a ship from a pro-hero called Selkie and took a sidekick of his and a student from UA that was doing a work study with him. When I heard that a UA student was taken, I remembered the name Selkie right off the bat. 2. Once we went inside, I noticed Hawkeye, Mr. Aizawa, the Big Three, and a bunch of other heroes inside. Now that we have everyone, let's begin with the report from the Marines. Vice Admiral, if you'd please. Smoker stood up to read a report he obtained from Marine headquarters. A few weeks ago, Fishman Arlong along with his officers Kurubi, Hatchan, and Chu had escaped from their prison in Impel Down and entered this world through the end of the Grand Line. It is unclear how he escaped, however the four have also obtained a dozen fishmen to join them and are currently held up somewhere within the waters outside of Japan due east. We were able to get a sonar location of them before they escaped on the ship of the pro-hero Selkie's ship to be near a remote island off the lower tip of Japan. So basically, you Marines screwed up? Smoker wasn't exactly proud of the comments Sanji made and was prepared to fight. Fortunately, Hawkeye stepped in. Selkie, would you please tell us what had happened during the time we have no record of the fishmen to your knowledge? The SEAL Pro gave a deep sigh before starting. It started when we got a call from a Marine about someone entering into this world. Few days earlier, Selkie POV. Since our hero agency was the closest to the last spotting of the group, me and my men had taken it upon ourselves to find out about this. We're dealing with people from the Grand Line. Be on your toes, everyone. Yes, sir. I glanced over at my sidekick Sirius and our work study Froppy. Froppy, you stay near Sirius and do what she tells you to do. If anything goes wrong, follow her instructions. Yes, sir. Before we could react, our boat stopped immediately as if we hit something. What was that? I walked out of the inner part of our ship to look near the front to see nothing whatsoever. What did we hit? One of my men glanced down to see nothing either. I don't know, sir. Nothing should be out here. Can the ship still head out? It doesn't seem like we've sustained any damage to the hull or the rudders, so we should be able to. I started to walk back to the inside of the ship before one of my men shouted, Captain, we've got company dash. I glanced back to see a bunch of fishmen climbing aboard our ship smirking. Hello, little human. We are commandeering this ship in the name of the Arlong Pirates. So long as you and your crew leave here at once, we will let you escape with your puny lives. Glancing down, I noticed one of my crewmen under the one that looked like a shark's foot. Get your filthy foot off one of my crew. I charged at him for this guy that looked like a stingray to use some kind of martial arts on me. He didn't cause as much problems until this other guy that reminded me of some kind of seahorse shot highly pressured water at me. The impact was enough to send me into the side of the ship. And here I thought a hero of this world would be difficult. It would appear that even with quirks, a puny weak human is still no match against the mighty fishmen. He and the other fishmen started laughing before a bullet nearly missed his head. Get you and your crew off our boat this instant. Glancing up, I saw Sirius and Froppy holding rifles. That was a warning shot. The next one will be implanted in your skull. This seemed to anger the shark man to the point he walked towards the two. You little humans think you can beat me? How dare you? He jumped right at them to take a chunk of steel out of the ship behind them with only his bare teeth. I will show you just how weak and pitiful you two truly are. He immediately grabbed both to slam them into the ship to render them unable to fight anymore. Where's all that talk now? Are you that weak without guns that you can't beat me without them? Get away from them. I gave a solid punch to the fishman's face for him to become even more enraged. Head to slam it repeatedly into the ship until I was semi-conscious. Any final words before I end you? I could barely breathe, let alone speak before he held a gun to my head. At that moment I thought I was going to die. Stop. Both of us glanced over to see Froppy shout. Don't hurt him anymore. Please. She had a bit of blood coming off her head before the fishman walked over. He held his gun to Froppy's head while smiling. Tell me, human, how far would you be willing to go to save everyone here? Would you give your life instead of him giving his own? Please, just run away. If you promise to let everyone go, then fine. Froppy. Stop. Sirius got up for the bastard to make a deal with them. Very well, I shall spare this human and the rest of them on board so long as you two remain as members of the Arlong Pirates. If you refuse, we will not hesitate to end every one of these pathetic human scum, including you. Fine. If we can help them, then I'll live with it. Ribbit. Stop. I struggled to get up before the fishman grabbed me by my neck. I have no use for you now, human. I hope there are no sharks where I throw you. He tossed me over the side along with the rest of my crew to leave with Froppy and Sirius. We floated out in the water for a few hours before a coast guard came to rescue us. Back to present, Izuku POV. Once I heard that Tsu sacrificed herself for this bastard to spare Selkie and the rest of the crew, my blood began to boil. Because of recent events, each and every fishman in Arlong's crew has been given a 2 million berry bounty, with Kurubi's bounty being raised from 9 million to 12 million, Hatchin's from 8 million to 11 million, Chu's from 5.5 million to 10 million, and Arlong's from 20 million to 60 million. So this bastard's grown in danger by the world government? Fantastic. Also, who was it that gave you the intel, Selkie? The pro thought before speaking. I think his name was Nezumi or something. Yeah, that's right. Colonel Nezumi was his title. Nami's face soured when the name of the Marine came up. There was an issue with this Marine some time back. Now this happened. I'll be placing a report into HQ when we're over here. The Marine and Pro sat back down for the Chief of the Coast Guard to speak up. Due to this intel, we have gathered you all here to start a raid on this fishman immediately. If you do not wish to participate, then we will allow you to leave. Nobody said anything for everyone to silently say they were in. The raid will begin in 2 hours. Prepare your ships and yourselves to head out. When we were in the halls, Bakugu was the first to speak up. This FAA hole's going down. To be honest, I wouldn't care if he died. We all looked behind us to see Nami walk over. Demon. Arlong isn't someone to take lightly. He tortured my hometown of Kokoyashi village back when I was a child and forced me into servitude for his crew. She turned to her tattoo of a pinwheel and a tangerine to hold her hand over it. Even though this covers it, I can still feel that disgusting tattoo under it. Almost as if he's still laughing and mocking me underneath. I don't know what you're going to do, but you need to save your friend before she's forced to become what I was before becoming a member of Luffy's crew. Can you do that? I pulled both my swords out to hold in front of Nami. On my will as a swordsman and as a temporary member of the Straw Hats, I will take down Arlong. I will save Tsu and Sirius. And most importantly, I will end the nightmare of Arlong once and for all by throwing him into a hole that he won't get out of. Nami started to smile before patting my head. You're a good friend to this Tsu girl. Don't ever let that friendship die with her. She walked away for me to smile. I'm lucky to have someone like her as a friend. Kachin immediately pulled me into a chokehold to fight me on my claim. Just remember this, Deku, you can't die to anyone until I beat you. And with what I learned from Vice Admiral Smoker, that gap you have isn't so much of a gap anymore. Don't think I slacked off either, Kachin. I'm still better than you and I'll prove that anytime, anywhere, any day. Them's fighting words. We smirked at one another before I had someone hug my side. Don't think you're leaving me behind, Izuku. I found a way to catch up to you, Itsuka, and Bakugu, and I'm ready to show it off to you all. Now this I gotta see. We started going over what we were going to do in order to deal with the Arlong pirates before our agencies we were with asked us to come over to prepare. Meanwhile, Hawkeye POV. I had watched Izuku walk towards the Straw Hat's ship, noticing something about him. He seems to have grown stronger. That's good. Hawkeye, you ready? Aizawa had come towards me to mention it was that time. Yes. But I'd personally like to only watch this unfold. We had walked towards my boat for Aizawa to ask. What do you mean by you only want to watch? I mean, I wish to witness Izuku's growth myself by the side. I overheard what he could do against Stain, and now he is dealing with a fishman on his own home field advantage. The sea. This will be something to show just how far he has come as both a swordsman and a fighter. So you're staying back in order to watch your son and see how much he's grown? Yes. While setting off, Aizawa had one final question. If you wanted Midoriya to go with the Straw Hats to learn hockey, why didn't you have Inko teach him? Let's just say, I have my reasons and so does she. Prepare yourself, my son, for this will be a test of how far you have grown. Hold nothing back. Izuku POV. As the setup for the invasion went underway, me, Momo, Itsuka, and the rest of the crew of the Straw Hats began to sail out to the destination of where the stolen ship was last spotted. On the way, we were met by a marine vessel and another ship pulled by what looked like sea snakes. Hey Izuku, you ready? I glanced over to the ship with the sea snakes to see Hancock and Ochako on it. Oh, I'm itching to cut me up some bastard pirates. I started to pull out my blades a bit before I heard Kacchan scoff. By the time I'm on the ship, there won't be any fishmen for you to fight Deku. We both smirked before Luffy ran over to look at Kacchan for a minute. WA, you look so cool. Is this really the time to be doing this? Momo stated this as we began to head near a bunch of other ships. I couldn't believe how many of a turnout this was. I could see ships belonging to the Heart Pirates, the Fire Tank Pirates, some pro heroes, and Mom on Hawkeye's ship? Hi sweetie. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. She smiled and laughed a bit at this for it to only surprise everyone. It's all right Izuku. I can manage myself. And if she cannot, I shall be there as support. Hawkeye stated this with Mr. Aizawa and a woman with pink hair and some kind of umbrella walking over. So this is your son Hawkeye? Didn't expect him to look so scruffy. What was that you said about Izuku? The girls began to argue with the unknown woman as Zoro came over. Perona, did you get what I asked? Could you at least talk to me a little better instead of saying hey? And I did. The girl now known as Perona threw something wrapped up over to Zoro for him to unwrap it and show it was a sword. The legendary demon blade Muramasa. Said to be cursed and will end its owner if they deem them unworthy to wield it. Don't know what you plan to do with that, but go right ahead and cut your head off for all I care. Zoro smiled at this before tossing the blade at me. Izuku, think fast. I grabbed it to pull the blade out from its sheath to marvel at the craftsmanship. That sword was forged by legend from the blood of a demon that was ended near the minerals used to create that sword. They say that it's because the demon's soul is trapped within the blade that many who hold the sword die by its end. From what I was also told, the blade can ignite blood like a flint to lighter fluid. Wait, so you gave him a cursed blade? And? I have two of them. Usopp and Nami hit Zoro over the head in anger. He isn't you though. Well, I came into this hoping to fight with everything I had, so it would be a waste to not use it. I pulled the blade out of its sheath completely and held my arm out. Izuku, what are you doing? Itsuka asked as I smiled. I wonder what's stronger? The blade's curse or my luck? I threw the sword up in the air with it rotating for everyone's heart to stop. Ochako, Momo, and Itsuka looked at me in fear as it came down. It looked like the blade was going to slice my arm off before it moved to have the end just miss my arm and impale the deck of the ship under my arm. Imagine Izuku as Zoro. Thank you for the gift, Zoro. It won't go to waste. Nicely done, kid. Couldn't have done it better myself. Wait a second, didn't you do that with your cursed sword? Tashigi asks, turning to the moss head. Yep, great swordsmen think alike. To be fair, I did that too with my first cursed weapon as well. Hawkeye adds in. I'm surrounded by idiots. Nami groans, pinching the bridge of her nose. Alright, we're facing fishmen, so we'll need to be extra careful. Surgeon, we need you to make a zone around the ship and prevent any fishmen from escaping. Fire tank pirates, keep a perimeter around the zone in case the enemy does try to escape. Meanwhile, a small group of the Straw Hat Pirates, Kuja Pirates, and the fleet under Vice Admiral Smoker will infiltrate the area to retrieve the hostages. When that is done, we have orders to fire on the ship and sink it along with the pirates aboard. A member of the police stated this for two of the three groups to begin their role. I've always wanted to go fishing. I state with a smirk, causing others to groan at the pun. You're not going with that group. Nami points this out for everyone to look at her. If anyone understands Arlong as well as his crew, it's me. Don't think you can win against him and don't think that I'll allow you to go anywhere near him. I don't care if you think poorly of me, but I'm the voice of reason here, and if you go and get hurt, we pay for your expenses and we lose our money. Should have figured that was her logic. The guys said this before getting a hit on the head. Let him go. I'm sending Tashigi and Bakugu, so why not Demon, Creati, and Battle Fist? Smoker butted in along with Hancock joining in. I am certain that you Ravity can handle this as well. So do not think poorly of them. Since when would you all have to pay for us getting hurt? You have Chopper and he's a doctor, plus this week alone I've seen Sanji lose more blood than humanly possibly on several occasions. Nami thought of this before groaning and accepting. Fine, but don't blame me when we're back in debt. Is money all this woman thinks about? I start heading to the rowboats with Itsuka and Momo before uniting with Kacchan, Tashigi, and Ochako. It's nice to see you again, Green Demon. I heard you've gotten stronger since last time. And I'm ready to take on the son of a beach who wanted to hurt my friend. We began rowing to the ship with the members of the Fishman Pirates attempting to shoot at the barrier they were in. This failed on their end with the cannonballs bouncing off the wall and into the water. So where are we entering on the ship? The stern. There's a blind spot and I noticed there weren't any fishmen in the area. Me and Kacchan nodded at Tashigi's input before rowing to the back of the ship. There, Momo made a grappling hook for us to sneak aboard. To try and avoid any major issues, Tashigi stayed at the bottom of the boat to keep the number of people on the ship at 5. Not as many to slow us down, but not too little where a fight would be an issue. As we came to the entrance to below deck, 2 fishmen walked out having some kind of argument. Arlong, this is too far. I did everything you asked, so let the 2 girls and my friends go. One was without a doubt Arlong, while the other looked like the octopus Hatchan. How many times have I told you, Hachi? When the Arlong Empire is free to bloom in this world, we'll part ways. That wasn't the original deal though. You promised Cammy and Papag would be free if I got you out of our world and into this one. Was that it? I don't remember it so well. You. The octopus seemed enraged with the fact the 2 weren't on good terms, maybe coming to our advantage later. We kept heading downward to see some of the fishmen still lingering to sneak past them. Once we got to the prison cells for villains, we noticed Sue, Selkie, and 2 others that looked like a mermaid and a starfish. Sue. Getting her attention, Sue looked up to see us. What are you all doing here? We came to rescue you. Her face went dark at the comment Ochako made before saying something. It's pointless. No matter what, we're doomed here. I couldn't imagine what Sue had to go through in order to say there's nothing worth trying to escape. We'll get you out in a minute. Just wait. Momo made a lockpick for the cell before opening it. When she did, we walked into the cell to try and help her up. When we did, I noticed something on Sue's arm. Sue? What's that? She started to cry before explaining. As I said, it's pointless to free us. We're doomed to never escape Arlong. Every fiber of my being was telling me to hack Arlong to bits for what he did. I wanted to make him suffer for hurting a friend of mine before taking a deep breath. Come on. Grab the other 2. From what the octopus said, they're being held here against their will. Kacchan grabbed the starfish and Itsuka grabbed the mermaid before we began to leave. Once we got above deck, however, we were met with the army of fishmen as well as Arlong standing in front of us. You thought you were very clever, little human. But little did you know, we've known you were on this ship and we were waiting for the best moment to rise your hopes up and destroy them. He started laughing before Hatchan came over. Cammy, are you okay? A stingray guy that looked like Kurubi grabbed the back of his shirt before pulling Hatchan back. Get your act together and get ready for a fight. If you don't, I don't think we can guarantee that your little girlfriend will be fine. His fists shook before standing up. Forgive me. The octopus whispered this for some reason before grabbing his swords. So what now, Arlong? You're cornered. You have an army of ships out there with the chances of you escaping being next to impossible. Whether you like it or not, you're going down today for good. He smiled at me before speaking. Maybe, but I'll have my fun ending you humans first. He charged at me to send me into the distance and hit the ledge. Prepare yourself, human, for you are about to see the almighty power of what a fishman can really do. I groaned before speaking. Great. Now I can get to try out my new sword. I smiled while pulling out my blades. Third-person POV. As Izuku's fight with Arlong began, other members of the Arlong pirates began charging at everyone. Take them down and show them what the Arlong pirates can do. The fishmen began attacking with Bakugo using his explosions to keep them at bay. Hachan, stop the kid. But do it. The octopus fishman didn't like the idea, but went right in to send Bakugo down into the lower parts of the ship. Son of a beach. Please. Just leave and nobody has to get hurt that doesn't deserve to. Hachan looked at the ash blonde in desperation. From the argument before, Bakugo began to piece together what was happening. You're being forced to, aren't you? Hachan held his blades up preparing for a fight. Maybe, but I can't let my friends down. They're counting on me to free them, and in order to do that, Arlong and everyone need to escape alive. Bakugo came at the fishman with his blades ready to intercept. Bacon top of the deck. Ochako, Momo, and Itsuka began preparing to face the fishmen, with each one trying to take down as many as possible. Sadly, they hit a snag when Kurubi came to attack Itsuka with fishman karate. This separated her from the group to face the stingray fishman alone. So you can fight. But can you actually beat someone worth a fight? Itsuka held her naginata out in front of her, pointed at the fishman. Try me. Kurubi came at her with Itsuka swinging upwards in hopes to make pull back. This didn't work, however, with Kurubi moving to the side and giving her a solid punch to the side. The orange-haired woman slid back before recovering to dodge a kick that destroyed part of the ship to come right at Kurubi with a forward thrust. The fishman took advantage of his turning momentum to grab the naginata and use his hair to whip Itsuka across the face to cut her cheek. So what are you going to do without this? Kurubi tossed the weapon behind him, forcing Itsuka to fight hand-to-hand. Meanwhile, Ochako had been separated as well by Chu, who she was trying to keep from hitting her with high-pressure water shots. If one of those hits me, I'm done for. You won't escape me so easily. Chu came back to punch her into the stomach to send Ochako back. You might be strong for a human, but you're still nothing compared to a fishman, Chu. The brunette grunted before getting up to continue her assault. She tried to fight as Hancock had instructed her, using her body's natural fluid motions as a woman to her advantage before getting towards Chu to give him a solid kick to the side. This unfortunately did nothing besides giving the fishman something to grab as he reached for Ochako's leg and threw her across the ship and to the front. Now what are you going to do, human? As this went on, Momo had to struggle with several fishmen attacking her and the captives they were trying to save for nothing to be working. No matter how many times she attacked the enemies, she wasn't strong enough to harm them to take them down and keep them down. Across the ship, Izuku wasn't having any better luck as Arlong was far faster and stronger than Izuku for him to struggle even landing a hit. Is this the best you can do, human? You're pathetic. Izuku panted as he got up, realizing that now he had to go all out and use what he learned within the week with Zoro and the Straw Hats. You know something, Arlong, you were exactly what I needed. He pulled his sleeves up to reveal weights on his limbs before letting them go. Thanks to his hardcore training regimen, Izuku's total weight on average was over a ton on average. Now time for the second part. Pulling Muramasa out, Izuku placed the cursed blade in his mouth as well as holding his two other blades up. 3 sword style. I've been waiting to find someone worthy to test my training with this on. Meanwhile, everyone on the ship was preparing to show what else they knew from their training. Bakugo found himself excited as he could show what he learned. Guess I'm using what Cigar Man taught me. Hatchan came at Bakugo for him to shout and disappear. Shave. He reappeared behind Hatchan before putting his finger out. Finger pistol. This stopped Hatchan, but it didn't for long. Time to see what this Rokushiki sheet can really do. On Momo's side, she decided to clear her mind and listen to the voices around. Right? She dodged and struck an attack on the right. 2 left. She did the same, taking on 2 different fishmen on the left. 3 forward and 1 above. She used the one above as a shield before sending all 4 out of the direction. I won't let you lay a finger on these 4. Itsuka began calming her breathing with what looked like a strange vibration happening in her hands. That won't do much against me. Kurubi came at Itsuka with his fist, doing next to no damage for Itsuka to put her hand out and send the fishman across the ship. Looking at her, Kurubi saw Itsuka take a fighting stance used in fishman karate. Time to see what Jinbei's training can do. Along with them, Ochako started to smile. Why are you smiling, human? Are you giving up? Ochako held her fist to the ground and her hand on her knee. I have to thank Izuku and Bakugo when I get the chance. It's because of what they could do in the sports festival that made me want to get stronger. Strong enough to become just as powerful as them and help when the time came. Now is that time. Her veins began to pulse upwards through her suit with the ones in her head and hands being shown. Eventually, her body became red and began steaming. On the inside, however, her blood was pumping at an inhumanly high rate. It's not perfect since I don't have the gum fruit. But it's close enough to the original where my mind fruit can do almost the same thing. Congratulations, Chu. You'll know what it feels like to have a fist with the blood pressure of someone doing twice the amount humanly possible could do. Let's go, second gear. Back to present. As Ochako and Itsuka finished up, Momo kept avoiding blow after blow of fishmen trying to attack. How is she doing this? She kept avoiding attack after attack to use them or her own attacks to defeat other fishmen. When they went unconscious, Momo held a smile on her face knowing she was able to handle all this. Yaoyorozu, that was amazing. Tsu looked to marvel at her friend's skill as she smiled. Ms. Robin would be able to do what I did much faster, but this is a start. What did you do? Selkie looked around to see no fishman conscious. Just what was this she did? Both women thought as Momo began making ropes to tie up the fishmen. Flashback 1 week ago with Momo. Observation hockey is a very powerful skill as you've most likely discovered by your friends showing in the sports festival. However, it requires an immense amount of concentration in order to do this. If you happen to lose your train of concentration, you will be unable to use it, obtaining a bit of understanding of how to use the power for herself. What exactly does this power do? I obtained a base understanding from what Izuku used, but I never learned what it initially was. In short, it uses the natural energy to hear and watch the events around you. You can do it to see the things around you and hear the attacks one will be able to do. You can also use it in an advanced form to see attacks into the future within a few seconds to tell what is going to happen. That's amazing. However, the same rule is required for you to need complete concentration with the more advanced needing far more. So this week, we will focus mainly on your ability to control observation hockey even during stressful moments. Momo understood to nod before following Robin down below deck where they could begin. Back to present. As things were finished up above deck, Bakugo had begun working on trying to end the battle between him and Hatchan. Please just leave. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. The octopus man kept attacking and intentionally missing Bakugo. Moonwalk. Bakugo used the air under him as a foothold before pivoting his body to target Hatchan's blades to destroy them. Die. The act shattered them and left the fishman unarmed. Trying to finish this, the ash blonde held his hand making small explosions to prove he wasn't messing around to Hatchan's face. Give up, takoyaki, before I make you into a roasted octopus? Hatchan began to cry before nodding. It wasn't supposed to be this way. All Arlong said was that we were going to this world to avoid the world government and my friends would be free. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. I just followed to help the people I care about. The tears he had were only outspoken by a shout. Leave Hatchan alone. Bakugo turned around to see the mermaid and starfish behind him. Kami, Papagu, stay back please. The two got in front of the ash blonde, trying to protect Hatchan. Hatchan didn't do this because he wanted to. Arlong came to Fishman Island wanting him to join with Hatchan refusing until he threatened Kami and me. He promised to help get Arlong here if he swore to let us go the second we got here. But unlike our friend, Arlong didn't keep his end of the bargain and kept us hostage even after taking this ship. Please, just let them go. I'll go with you if you promise that Kami and Papagu can go free. Bakugo was in between a rock and a hard place. He knew Hatchan was needed to be arrested for causing problems, but the fishman didn't do it because he wanted to. Not only that, but where do Kami and Papagu stand in all this? If he would arrest Hatchan, they'd be in this world completely alone with the law taking one of their friends into custody for helping keep them safe. What would Cigar Man do during this? Flashback 1 week ago with Bakugo. What's my moral compass? Why the F do you care? Everyone in this world has their own moral code. For the majority, We regularly align with the law. But on occasion, it tends to steer differently if it has to. So let me ask you, what does your moral compass point towards? Will you follow what the law says like a dog and damn an innocent victim, or take pity on a crook in the eyes of the law? Bakugo thought of this before Smoker lit a cigar. Give it a little time. Not all of life's problems for you can be solved just by following the left or the right. Sometimes to follow your path, you need to see the center as a route, back to present. So this is what Cigar Man meant by a time when my moral compass points towards something different than the law. Bakugo sighed before he grabbed Hatchan by the head. Come with me, Octopus Man. Let him go. Cammy tried to pull Hatchan away with her starfish pet/teacher assisting. Let him go, kid. He didn't do anything to deserve this treatment. He even tried to help the blue-haired girl and frog girl by making sure they were at least eating right. Will you two shut up? I'm not taking him to be arrested. Both stopped when they heard this. The four came back above deck where Ochako, Itsuka, and Momo were finishing up their end. Frog girl. Everyone turned to see Bakugo with Hatchan in his hands. What can you tell me about the octopus? These two here said he helped you both even though he's part of the crew that kidnapped you. Tsu looked at the octopus fishman before answering. Unlike the other fishmen, he was at least trying to help us. He even fought Arlong on the fact that this wasn't right to do for us and demanded us be let go. He might not be bright, but he's not bad. Good enough for me. Bakugo walked to the side of the boat before seeing Smoker's marine ship. Mermaid and Starfish. Hang on to Octopus Man and make sure to give the guy with the cigars in his mouth this note. The ash blonde gave Cammy a note before her and Papagu were held onto by Hatchun. Wait, there's no boats. How are we gonna dash? Go to hell. Bakugo used an explosion to launch the three into the distance with them screaming. That might have been a little too much. Itsuka points this out for him to scoff. Whatever. I'm going to watch Deku kick the Shark Boy knockoff's ass. On the hero ships, the trio of rocketed fishfolk came crashing down into the front deck of Smoker's ship. The crew prepared for the worst as Hatchan got up to see the Marines. Smoker got in front with his plume fruit prepared for anything. That kid really needs to learn how to be nicer. Cammy got up to see Smoker smoking his cigars to go hopping towards him. Mr. Marine, I have a note from a mean spiky blonde-haired guy for you. She gave the note to him that explained the situation and to pardon Hatchan from the situation with him explaining everything later. Stand down, men. Octopus Hatchan wasn't our enemy and joined Arlong for specific reasons. They did this as Luffy and the Straw Hats noticed their old friends. Hey, Petan, Cammy, Papagu, what are you doing here? They turned to see their friends and smile knowing they at least found some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. It's a long story, but we're sure as glad to see you again. As they reunited, Hawkeye and Inko watched the fight through binoculars to see Izuku holding his own and the fishmen tied up. It would seem this fight is coming to an end quickly. Back on the ship, Izuku had came at Arlong with his blades for the Sharkman to dodge and try to punch him in the process. This was dodged before getting a solid kick to the stomach to force Izuku to slide back. When he recovered, Arlong tried to bite his head off to sink his teeth directly into the steel rim of the ship and tear a piece off like it was nothing. If even one bite sinks into me, he'll bite through my bones like it was nothing. They stopped when everyone reunited behind Izuku. It's over, Arlong. Give up and surrender peacefully. You're outmatched even if you somehow beat us. Momo states this to only enrage the fishmen even more. How dare you think that I'll surrender? His eyes became that of a predator's before shouting. To a bunch of insignificant little human scum like you. I am a fishman. The greatest of the evolution species. And no human will be able to defeat me. He turned to the group before spotting his prey. If I can't win, then I'll just have to take one of you down with me. He lunged to the group for everyone to prepare for him. In his movements, Izuku realized his target to panic. You cheap son of a beach. Izuku got in front of Tsu for Arlong's teeth to sink directly into his shoulder. Ah! He shouted in pain as him and Arlong went over the side of the boat. In the scuffle, the young swordsman was able to knock Arlong off by knocking his head into the side of the ship and avoid his arm from being ripped off. They fell into the water with everyone running over to where they went down. Izuku! I saw something fall in. What happened? Tashigi came over to see everyone look down to the water. Aichi dragged him down. Who dragged who down? Ochako looked in horror as she answered. Arlong took Izuku underwater. Bakugo immediately took his gear off to prepare a rescue operation. Don't even try it, Bakugo. Tashigi stopped the ash blonde for him to snap. He's down there with his effing arm bleeding. How the hell do you think he'll survive? I understand, but right now the situation is even worse. Where humans can't fight well underwater as they can on dry land, fishmen don't have that problem. Right now, you'd be a sitting duck if you go down there. Deep in the water, Izuku felt himself sink down with him barely able to get any air in his lungs. Damn it. He outsmarted me. I knew a pathetic human like you would save your weak kind. All you do is cling to one another like it's nothing and then cast them away when they lose purpose to you. Izuku heard Arlong, but couldn't tell where he was. Now that you're in the water though, you're chum. He came charging at Izuku's side for him to just avoid a large portion of his gut from being ripped apart. However, there still was a notable gash in his stomach that wasn't helped with him being underwater. On land, you might have been able to beat me. But we're in the ocean now. So you're not able to use your skills. As for me, however, he came at Izuku's calf to slice into that. Son of a beach. I don't need to worry of that. Attack after attack, Arlong kept charging at Izuku, forcing him to feel the pain and avoiding major spots just to make him suffer. Did you enjoy my insignia on the two humans? Now they'll never be able to escape my crew. They are forever my underlings until the day they die. Like you will down here. The attacks continued with the amount of pain Izuku was in keeping him from fighting. He tried to get above water to at least breathe, but Arlong knocked him deeper down whenever he tried. Izuku's vision was becoming blurry and the amount of blood he was losing wasn't helping. Damn it, he can't breathe. He started to lose his ability to move again for Arlong to give a finishing blow. Time to die, kid. The fishman pointed his attack to Izuku for his nose to pierce his heart. As he came close, however, a strange green flame came out of the blade in Izuku's mouth to swing at him. What? We're underwater. That should be impossible. Arlong stopped to see what looked like the embodiment of a demon behind Izuku. For the first time in his life, the fishman felt absolute fear in a human. A man. In Izuku. Ah! Izuku shouted under the water and charged at Arlong. Whatever you did will prove nothing. You're still far below the surface. The fishman was cut off by a clash in the water coming directly at him. He felt his cheek to realize it forces him to draw blood. That should be impossible. You should be dying right now. Izuku swam towards Arlong with the help of Ofa to skewer his stomach with his 3 blades. As he did, the feeling of his blood boiling brought the fishman to an unbearable pain to scream in pain. The force of the lunge brought the two out of the water and into the air for everyone to see. I refuse to lose to a tiny human. Arlong sent another punch at Izuku for it to hit Muramasa and slice his knuckles. As it did this, the blood that trickled down caught fire. Ah! What the hell is this thing? What are you, boy? The man that will become the next greatest swordsman. Izuku pulled Kandaina and Chujitsuna out to cover the blades with his blood. With that as a catalyst, Izuku pulled all 3 of his blades together for them all to catch fire. 3 sword-style special technique. He charged to slash Arlong in the chest to light him on fire and send him into an immeasurable pain. Lucifer's Hellfire. The attack sent Arlong flying into the air and right into Hawkeye's ship. The fishman was about to hit Inko before she held her hand out to stop him and send him into the flooring of the ship. Everyone who didn't know who she was marveled as they witnessed a seemingly harmless woman knock a brutal fighter into the ground without even touching her. As this happened, Izuku landed back on the ship shaking in his state of pain and blood loss. Izuku Dekuch Midoriya? Everyone came over to see him still shaking with the flames catching his wounds to shut them. I refuse to lose. Izuku pulled the last biter energy he had to scream his final statement. I refuse to lose to a fish like you, Arlong. Chako POV. After the battle with Arlong ended, Izuku collapsed with his injuries really bad. Immediately, Momo made gauze to help cover the parts of his body that were bleeding to at least keep him stable enough to not have to worry about his life being at risk. But he needed a doctor right now. Hey, is everyone okay? A bunch of boats came aboard with the Straw Hats being one of the first. We're okay for the most part, but Demon needs a doctor right away. Tashigi said this for what looked like a reindeer to come running over. What happened? We don't know. He was sent overboard by Arlong and then came out after all this happened. Itsuka was on the verge of a panic attack while the reindeer kept going on helping. How is he, Chopper? He should be able to heal from this, but he lost a lot of blood. If he's gonna survive, Midoriya needs a blood transfusion. Hawkeye came over to pull the reindeer Chopper and the guy called Zoro out of their conversation. Then take what you need. Wait, what? The swordsman pulled his arm up to where a needle should be put for giving blood with a stoic look on his face. Is that even going to work? Tashigi asked as I clarified. Izuku's blood type is O, so it shouldn't be a problem if he did get any other type. Then there is without a doubt no problem there since I have type O as well. Chopper immediately started hooking Hawkeye to a blood tube so he can give his blood. When he did, the swordsman went to the back to watch everything as if he was just an onlooker. If he asks, I had done nothing in this. What the F is with you, Hawkeye? Bakugo got up to speak eye to eye with the swordsman before continuing. You act so damn cold to your only son, yet you do shit like this without even thinking. You told us when the USJ attack happened to tell Deku that he took down the freak show that almost ended him before ripping the thing a new one with his practice blades. You even went so far as to show little emotion towards feats he's done even after all that's happened. Now you go and give him blood he needs without a second thought and act like you didn't do anything? What the F is your deal? Hawkeye gave no emotion whatsoever with his answer. As the image of a man who his son swears to defeat one day. His own pride requires me to not give him any form of a handicap. However, that does not mean I should shirk the responsibilities of being his father. If it is in my power to help him, Izuku deserves at least that from me. Everyone was kinda surprised this happened before Bakugo came back to sit beside Izuku. Even though they don't exactly see eye to eye, Izuku pushes Bakugo to get stronger and vice versa. Please get better, Izuku. We waited for about an hour before Chopper stopped to place a blanket over Izuku. He should be fine, but he needs rest for now. Me and the girls breathed a sigh of relief at this. Is he going to be okay? He'll be okay, Hatchan. But why are you here? I thought you were on Fishman Island with Cammy? The fishman held his head down before answering. Arlong got out of jail with his pirate crew and headed right to Fishman Island. They wanted me to be part of their crew. But when I refused, they used Cammy as a leveraging chip and well, you get the rest. Hatchan seemed really depressed from this. With the mermaid Cammy and the starfish defending him with everything he said being right. We questioned what to do before the sound of another ship came our way. I see we've come at the end of everything. We looked out to see a marine ship with what looked like a guy that had the features of a mouse. Nezumi, what's the likes of you doing here? Smoker seemed to be a bit annoyed with the man while I asked Tashigi about him. Who's this guy? Captain Nezumi. He's part of the 16th branch of the Marines located in the East Blue. There's a lot of controversy around him due to an incident regarding the Arlong pirates when they were stationed in the East Blue some years back. To make a long story short, the name Rat suits him in my honest opinion from what I've heard. I got curious about this as they continued talking. He spoke of taking the prisoners to the Marine base himself and they'll sort everything out there. Weird. No matter what, Izuku would always have everything situated here with this guy not asking a word of what exactly happened. I wonder what's going on. In curiosity, I used my devil fruit to read Nezumi's mind. When you see any reading in this form, Ochako's reading someone's mind. Bastard fishmen. I knew I couldn't trust them. Maybe I can get some money by sending them to the Sabaody archipelago. I'll even make some kind of lie up to bring the starfish and mermaid along to keep their mouths shut. I'll even tell HQ that they all died with my crew being responsible to get the bounty. All I have to do is give my report before Smoker and Tashigi do. You dirty rotten bastard. I shouted this out for everyone to look at me. I walked up to the Marine to hold him by the collar of his uniform. You are going to tell your superiors that it was all you who beat Arlong and take the reward bounty for yourself. What are you talking about, girl? I can read your mind a hole. I even heard the part where you'll sell all the fishmen on the black market in this Sabayati place before heading back just to make a little extra cash. His men aimed their guns at me with his face showing nothing but absolute rage for being found out. In retaliation, Bakugo, Itsuka, and Momo held their weapons ready to fight. How dare you insult a marine official of such things? I'll have you ended on the spot if you dare try to dash. I felt an unimaginable pressure for some reason for my skin to crawl before noticing Nezumi and his men being knocked out. Well, that ended very unkindly. I looked behind to see Mrs. Midoriya walking over to grab the marine from my hands to toss him back on the ship with his underlings. Just what happened right there? Momo felt shaken to her core, asking with everyone not far behind her. The woman there used Conqueror's Haki. Perona pointed this out with all of us a little surprised. Back on Hawkeye's ship, the woman was able to deflect Arlong when she was coming right at him like it was nothing. She barely even flinched. I don't know who she is, but that lady has more to her than you'd think at first glance. When I heard she knocked Arlong down without much effort, I couldn't believe Izuku's sweet mother could do such a thing. Just what isn't she telling us? Few hours later, third-person POV. After the whole ordeal of the Arlong pirates and Captain Nezumi, Smoker had some of his underlings hold the enemy pirates in a prison cell to keep them from causing some issues. The only pirate among them that was free to go for a pardon was Hatchan due to his, Kami's, Papagu's, and Bakugu's statement. The octopus man was unsure what to do next, so Aizawa put in a request to be an assistant to Lunch Rush in order to keep him afloat until him and his friends sort out what they should do next. As to all Straw Hat victories, everyone who was part of the capture was offered a party with the chefs from all ships working together. The lot used the Sunny since it was the largest ship to hold everyone with them all partying. Meanwhile, Izuku was out cold in a room away from everyone so he could rest up. He soon, however, woke up to the sound of people outside and slowly got himself out of the bed where he was. What happened? Where am I? He stumbled out of the room to look out and noticed the event going on. Everyone was partying with smiles all around. What the hell are you doing out of bed? Izuku looked over to see Perona walked over clearly angered with a plate full of takoyaki. You should be resting, you idiot. She started stuffing her face with food while Izuku ignored and looked around. I'm guessing we won? Yep. Izuku glanced to his other side to see Ochako and Itsuka walk over. You really shouldn't be out of bed, Izuku. You aren't in the greatest shape. Izuku smiled at his girlfriends before answering. I'm fine. What doesn't end me only makes me stronger. Not what we want to hear. While looking around, Izuku swiped a takoyaki from Perona's plate to tick her off. Hey, that's my food. Get your own. The sauce is amazing. Where'd she get these? Can you stop ignoring me? Over there. The girls pointed towards Hatchan and Kami making takoyaki for everyone to confuse Izuku a bit. Long story short, Hatchan was a nice guy forced to do what he did. Itsuka summed it up for Izuku to keep walking towards the table. Alright folks. Time for the Frankie dance. Frankie shouted this for him to pull Bakugo, Ochako, Itsuka, and Sirius up to join him. Start from 55 seconds in the video. Anand, Superior. The group posed with the group either laughing, confused why they're doing this, or just annoyed as hell they were part of this. What the F dash? Chill bro. Nothing to be angered about. We're all people here. Frankie pulled his arms together to make his signature pose. And you're dancing with the freak. I am so not letting him live this one down. Izuku got to the table with a bunch of people cooking alongside Hatchan. What's the house favorite? Sanji heard Izuku to look at him a little worried. Should you really be up and about? You looked kinda messed up, kid. I'm fine. So what do you prefer to offer? And Kuja Pirate gave a bowl with some meat inside it, Hatchan gave him a stack of takoyaki fresh off the fryer, and Sanji had a bunch of special hose derives that he could use his fingers to eat. Thanks. Now where am I gonna get some beer? Here kid. Zoro passed Izuku a keg for him to happily take it. Thanks. The two walked over to the side where they sat and drank alongside Smoker and Hawkeye, where the four looked as if they were perfectly in sync with eating and chugging the cold alcohol until Tashigi came panicking. Why is Midoriya out of bed? He should be resting. Relax, Tashigi. It's probably better he gets some food in him anyway. Smoke said this while having a bit of the Sea King stewed meat that the Kuja were preparing. While he did, Izuku looked around to see Momo enjoying her time talking with the Kuja warriors and Hancock making sure Luffy had plenty to eat. "How do you feel, Izuku?" Hawkeye asked while taking a sip of his beer. "Sore and really tired. But other than that, I'm happy everything worked out. That reminds me, kid. Here." Smoker gave an envelope with a large sum of cash in it. 6 million yen. That's not counting the bounties of the 4 million yen that Creati got for the fishmen, 1 million from Uravity, 1.1 for Bakugu, and 1.2 for Battle Fist. Most of what Creati had, though, she gave to Selkie for repairs and for Froppy and Sirius to take off the tattoos of the Arlong pirates to bring her total down to about 1 million yen. I let out a sigh before seeing Tsu with some bandages on her shoulder. "Thank you for telling me this, sir." I bowed to Smoker as he grabbed my arm for a second. "You might also get a bounty from the Marines after all this. Just informing you." A captain of the Marines was not exactly the most forthcoming, and let's just say your mother took care of it. Izuku nodded before walking away. "So who exactly is she?" "His mother, I mean." Zoro asked for Hawkeye to answer. "She is the first woman to become a bounty hunter in this world. The 1 billion berry bounty Green Nightmare herself." Smoker spat out what he had in his mouth when he heard the name Green Nightmare. "You mean the woman that took out a buster call in this world all by herself?" "The same." Zoro sat there amazed while drinking his beer. No wonder the kid can use hockey so easily. He's got greatness in his veins to match his overwhelming determination. As they spoke, Ochako, Momo, and Itsuka noticed a small rabbit in the corner with teeth that made it seem carnivorous. "Hello, little guy. Where did you come from?" Itsuka knelt down for the rabbit to growl louder. "If I remember correctly, this creature is a Lapon, a rabbit that eats meat from the Sakura Kingdom. They're very dangerous if you face an adult." The creature kept growling for Ochako to read its mind. "You came here by accident, didn't you?" The two looked at their brunette friend. "You can read this thing's mind?" "Yeah. So long as something has its own ability to think for itself, I can read its mind." She then pulled a small chicken leg off her plate to give the little Lapon. It was hesitant before slowly reaching for the chicken. In one bite, it smiled before going in and eating the entire thing. "Do you want to stay with me, little guy? Probably easier on you if you're with someone that you can trust." The Lapon looked up before nodding. It climbed into Ochako's shoulder to sit on it while being given a piece of stewed Sea King. "Now what should we call you?" Ochako thought for a second before thinking of an idea. "I think I'll call you Fluffy." As everything went on, Izuku followed Tsu up towards the higher half of the ship. "Hey." Tsu turned around to see Izuku covered in bandages. "Not that I'm happy you're up and about, but shouldn't you be resting?" "I'm not the type to sit around." Izuku leaned on the railing while watching everything unfold below them. Tsu felt absolute anger in herself seeing that all these people had to save her from a pirate. "I'm sorry." She spoke up for the young swordsman. "You look at her. Why are you apologizing?" "It's because of me you got hurt as well as it's because of me you all had to fight people like Arlong. If I was even half the hero I should have been, none of this would have happened." Izuku noticed tears coming out of her eyes to hug her. He placed her face in his bandage's chest to surprise the frog girl. "If nobody sees you, then they can't see when you're weak. It's good to be strong, but it's also okay to be weak when you don't have to be anymore." These words touched Tsu's heart for her tears to finally lose all restraint. She held Izuku and began to sob deeply into him. Izuku let this happen knowing everything that happened probably wasn't easy. However, the nightmare of Arlong was now just a bad memory for Tsu to progress past. Third-person POV. The night was restless as the sound of a few ships were traveling into the water. When it reached the shoreline, the ships were placed in a cove away from praying eyes. "Captain, we've reached land," a sickened man said while several other members of the crew came out. In the light of the moon, a pirate flag was shown atop the main mast with 3 skulls facing different directions and 2 sets of crossbones behind them. Zeha, guess the traveling to the final island of the Grand Line was really worth it. Now let's see what this world has to offer. When the face of the man came into view, it was that of a man with a portly image sporting a long black beard with a few teeth missing. This man was known as Marshal D. Teach, or as the world knew him as the Yanko Blackbeard. Be prepared, world, for the king of the pirates has come to greet you. Zeha. The next morning, Izuku POV. I began to hear my alarm ring for me to get up. Since the days after the fight I was kinda being lazy, I set the alarm early to get a bit of training in. I grabbed something to work out in before walking downstairs. There, I found Kachin, Ochako, Momo, and Tsu sitting in the common space. Should have figured you'd do this, Deku. Didn't the reindeer tell you to take it easy? Easy won't get me any stronger. I began moving towards the door before it opened to Perona and Brook for some reason walking in. Of course you'd be up. Get back in that bed and rest. Perona got in my face trying to talk me down as I rolled my eyes. So what are you two doing here? I came because Hawkeye told me to stay here and help you. Not sure why the skeleton's here. Brook came in and began to smile at us. Yo ho 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 ho. Good morning everyone. As a new member of the UA staff, I shall start your days with a morning song. Brook held his violin in place while breathing in. Rise and shine. Seize the day. We held our ears for everyone to start crashing out of their bed with many panicking to what they heard. One by one the class came down to see all of us standing beside the talking skeleton. Who the heck is this guy? Kaminari shouted in annoyance as Brook introduced himself. Why hello everyone. My name is Brook and I'm part of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now if you young ladies would not mind showing me your panties dash. Yeah right you pervy skeleton. Momo, Ochako, and Jiraiya hit him in the head for him to fall to the ground. Oh my, that attack hit me to the bone. Then again, that's not hard. 'Cause I'm a skeleton. Ya ho ho ho. I couldn't deal with this any longer before the door opened to the Straw Hats, Smoker, Class B, and Hancock walking inside. What's going on? Kirishima asked as Smoke spoke up. Alright you rugrats. As of today, us and 2 others will be working a new curriculum for those who wish. It'll be after school and optional. But if you take it and handle the insane level of training, you'll have skills you could only dream of. I didn't understand why this was happening, so I asked. Why is this happening? Because of these. Nami places a couple of wanted posters on the table for us to see. Wanted dead or alive. Green Demon Izuku Midoriya, 55 million. Battle Fist Itsuka Kendo, 13 million. Time Bomb Katsuki Bakugu, 12 million. Human Factory Momo Yaoyorozu, 10 million. Gravitational Ochako Uraraka, 10 million. Frog Girl Tsuyu Azui, 5 million. As of right now, you all are looked at as wanted men and women by the Marines. Wait, does that mean they'll be hunted by them? The Tetsu guy from Class B asked. Fortunately no. So long as they follow rules and don't become an issue here, the Marines have no ground to go after them. Many pros actually have bounties. All Might is a 2.5 billion berry bounty on his head. It's not the end of the world. Smoker explained as everyone understood the situation better. To be honest, this may cause some problems in the future, but you should be fine. You might also gain an offer to become a warlord if you play your cards right. I didn't understand how for Smoker to explain. Recently, I've heard word from my sources that the Marines are doing something in this world where they're having heroes become the new 7 pirate warlords. Right now, I heard they're discussing this with Lockrock, Hawks, as well as the rookie Kamui Woods. If you were to gain one, you could get info that Marines could in exchange for doing a few assignments they give you. If that happens, you along with any that fly under your flag hold a special kind of immunity against being arrested or attacked by Marines if you ever head to our world. I thought of this somewhat before Momo looked like she remembered something. I'll be right back. She ran upstairs to her room with all of us waiting. When she came back, she had a black flag in her hands with a Jolly Roger painted on it. Best I could do. I don't know how to do these things on tech. What is this? The unofficial Jolly Roger of the Green Demon Pirates. I made it last night thinking you might need one. I put in elements that would be able to show off yourself as well as ways to prove what your main weapon of choice is. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Monoma began to laugh before I hit him in the gut with the sheath of one of my swords. You're lucky that the sword was in the sheath. If I had half a mind to, I'd have done it with the sword out. I grabbed the flag and asked Momo to make a few pins. She made and gave me them for me to put the flag up near the guy's side. As of today forward, This flag will represent my declaration of war upon any that choose to harm my friends and those I care about. Any that do either will need to answer to me. Any objections? I shouted while slamming my hand on the flag for most of my class along with Izuku to cheer. He's a born natural in attaining the respect of his peers. That can be either good or bad. Hancock stated this with her, Smoker, and the Straw Hats leaving. During lunch, the day continued with it being relatively normal for the most part. Aizawa mentioned that those part of the raid did a good job as well as had told Sue that Recovery Girl was able to do the tattoo that she had requested over the area where her Arlong pirate tattoo was. I didn't know what it was she wanted, but it was her body and I'm sure this was more to forget the memories of being their captive. The rest of the day continued as it normally did with lunch coming and Sue joining the 5 of us up on the roof to eat. Unknown to most of us, Perona followed us for some reason and hid behind a wall to listen. Doesn't she know it's rude to eavesdrop? I ignored it and started a conversation with everyone. So it seems Hatchan and Cammy are happy with their jobs as assistants to Lunch Rush. I ran into Papaga before. He said that they were very happy as well as Lunch Rush for the help bit. I glanced over to see a bandage over Tsu's arm. So what type of tattoo did you get? She pulled the gauze off to reveal the Jolly Roger Momo made. Since I got a bounty as well as I owe you everything for helping save me, I might as well side with you if you ever do become a pirate. Damn frog, that's pretty shitty of you to think this nerd's gonna become a loser pirate. Kachin started to laugh a bit before Tsu looked over at Momo, Itsuka, and Ochako. They nodded for her to say something while I was eating. Midoriya, would it be possible for us to date? The shock was so amazing that I unintentionally spat my food on Fluffy who just ate it off his face. What? I talked to Momo, Ochako, and Itsuka. Since the first day, I was kinda interested in you with the incident at the USJ kinda making itself more known. But after the recently I kinda became smitten with you. Sue started to get a bit of a blush for me to look at the girls. You know about this? They nodded. So are you 3 okay with it? I mean, you're my girlfriends too, and it's not fair that she does this if you're not okay with it. She said this to us this morning with Bakugu coming down. Momo said this while eating some of her food. Yeah. She was so worried when she'd tell us that she wanted to know first off if we'd have an issue with someone else joining first. Fluffy, don't take my food. Burp, trust me, we're fine with it. Also the fact that we can boast you have more game than Bakugu is worth the extra person. Itsuka laughed to only anger our blonde friend. What you say, cow tits? I can take you down right here and now. You wanna go Pomeranian? Just remember who has the larger bounty between yous. That's it. You and me right now. What's stronger, my Rokushiki or your Fishman Karate or whatever the F is? Bring it on short fuse. They kept their argument up while I continues to speak with Tsu. So you're okay with having 3 other girls share a single guy you're dating? I'm not against it. To be honest, you all seem to work it out for the most part. It could also be kind of fun. She smiled for me to blush a bit before going for something to eat off my plate. However, Fluffy tried to grab it as well with me picking up the rabbit to see the piece in his mouth. You need some manners. After school, 3rd-person POV. The class of 1A along with most of 1B, Shinso of General, Hatsum of Support, and the big 3 stood out in a fake city with Vlad and Aizawa standing in front. Nice to see we have a large turnout. Now let's begin explaining what will happen. Due to the recent eyes on the first years due to the incident at the sports festival and the recent battle against the pirates to give a handful bounties, the school decided to offer you all the chance to learn a trick you all can learn. Aki, Aizawa stated while the new members of the staff came along with Hawkeye and Inko. Mom? Why are you here? I was asked to help. A pathetic fool from class A has to have his mommy join the school. What's the matter? Can't do anything without your mommy? Minoma kept laughing before having something large and extremely heavy hit him. When the overly confident man fell, all the wind was knocked out of him with the ground cracking. Cough, what the hell is this thing? Everyone looked over to see the alleged gut Inko had was actually a weighed-down fat strap to make her look less fit than she was. I may look frail, but I hold on average 2 tons on my body for most of the day. The fact I made it look like fat was more to make those who would be scared of me less since I'd look like an innocent woman. Izuku couldn't believe it. His mother was literally strong enough to carry more than him and does it so well. I didn't know your mom was so cool, Itsuka said as he replied. Neither did I. Starting today, you all will train with Mrs. Midoriya here and become able to use Haki. As a demonstration of what you can do with it, I'd like you all to come at her and try to take her on. Monoma finally got out from the weight he had before touching some of his classmates to come at Inko. She dodged this with little issue before putting the palm of her hand out mere inches from his chest before the bolt was sent flying in the opposite direction. He landed and was knocked out for everyone to start charging the woman. The attacks were relentless, with many hearing her say where the attack was coming from before countering. The closest someone got to making a dent on the green-haired woman was a guy in Class B who had a quirk to make blades out of his body. This was unfortunately broken when Inko hardened her body with armament Haki and beat the lesson into the young man. Once the nightmare ended, the 6 from the hour-long fight, the big 3, Shinso, Jiraiya, Kaminari, Kirishima, Ashido and Ida from Class A, and Shiozaki of Class B was left. Izuku pulled all 3 of his swords out with everyone preparing for a fight. Kachin, Shave, Bakugo disappeared and reappeared behind Inko to attack. Tempest Kick. He sent an air pressure attack at Inko for her to dodge before Itsuka came up to give a fishman karate attack. 5,000 Brick Fist. The attack was caught by Inko before she was slid a distance. Not bad, Itsuka. Jinbei taught you well. This was cut short by Momo trying to attack from behind with the green-haired mother ducking and giving a solid punch towards her. Tsu grabbed the attack with her tongue while Ochako came in second gear to attack. Jet Fist. Inko evaded and used Tsu's tongue to wrap up both Momo and Ochako to send them into Itsuka. Izuku and Bakugo came at her right after with a combination attack. 5,000 Deadly Sins. The 2 let loose a barrage of attacks at Inko for her to jump up and be met by a spiraling shockwave. The 3 members of the Big 3 came at her all at once for Inko to cover her entire body with Haki and attack all 3. The one who was really surprised by this was Togata, who tried to use his quirk with it supposed to phase through. This didn't, however, and hit the blonde in the face, sending him into the ground. Vines immediately came out of the ground with Ashido, Jiru, and Kaminari doing a frontal attack. Out of sheer strength, Inko severed the vines and held her hand up to block the attack completely in its tracks. Just what the heck is this woman? Kaminari shouted while Kirishima tried to punch Inko and be let with her fist covered in Haki. The hit went through the redhead's quirk and broke his hand to make him wince in pain. As everyone tried to do a final attack altogether, Inko let out a massive burst of Conqueror's Haki to give a shockwave and sending everyone into a wall, proving they didn't stand a chance against her. Now that you all see what Haki can do, it is up to you if you'd wish to progress with this or not. For those that do, you will be out through hell far more difficult than this every day after school here. Dismissed. Aizawa stated this as everyone slowly got up to limp to the changing room. Dude, just what is your mom? Kirishima asked while Izuku questioned this himself. I don't know, but I'm keeping at this no matter what. Some people agreed with Izuku, while most thought to just give up since this was only a glimpse of the torment they'd be going through. Izuku POV. The day started early for me to start getting up and going for a bit of training. I grabbed my blades and headed out the door. While getting to the training grounds, I started to think about what happened yesterday and how badly I screwed up. But the thing that got me was what Recovery Girl said at her office in regards to Haki attacks. Flashback to the day before. The FDO, you mean you can't heal us? Kachin shouted at Recovery Girl for her to hit him with her cane. Show some respect, young man. Haki isn't something that I can just heal. We all looked at her for a moment as she explained. As you all know, my quirk allows me to use your own stamina to heal you. However, Haki-based attacks are more complicated since it hinders your ability for me to heal you for some reason. My best assumption is that it can damage your energy flow in some way. Debating over how it works though can take forever. The important thing is, I can't heal you. That explains why I couldn't be healed from Hawkeye when I was cut the first day. I thought about this while the blonde guy Togata asked another question. How could I get hit though? I was intangible when Mrs. Midoriya hit me. Well, Haki is somewhat special. It's one of the only real ways you can touch those who possess the ability to transform into certain things due to it hitting the real body instead of the compound they are at the moment. Try to think of it as, she was able to touch you because she bypassed the natural rules of your quirk, as how this would happen if those who learned Haki would face a devil fruit user with Logia-type powers. Recovery girl walked away with Hawkeye walking in. Midoriya. A word. I came out of the infirmary to walk out into the hallway for Hawkeye to speak. I'd like to have you make a pirate crew. Preferably with the members of those who will stay in the special courses. Why? Because there's trouble growing? He passed me a list of wanted posters to look through them. Inside were names such as Eustace Kid, Jewelry Bonnie, Ender, and a bunch of others. Two that caught my eye made me go pale. Why are you giving me these names? This is a list of all the pirates that have come to this world from the Grand Line. Thanks to your little fight, some of the worst have come into the world due to the lack of security. I point at one in particular that I wanted answers with. Why is Doflamingo out of jail though? I heard he was put in Impel Down after being beaten in Dressrosa by the Straw Hats in Law. I do not know, but I'm concerned about him and Teach. Both are dangerous people that if they gain a footing in this world, it would spell bad news for both Marine and hero alike. I moved over to the wanted poster of Blackbeard, the man that ended the world's strongest man and took his devil fruit. Marshall D. Teach. Back to present. I guess things are going to get more dangerous with the stakes of losing getting higher. I pulled out Kendina out of its sheath to slash a tree down the middle. The stakes are getting higher. That means I need to get stronger no matter what. I pulled out Chujitsuna next to cut a boulder nearby. No matter what, I need to get better with Haki. It's the only way I'll stand any chance. I then activated OFA and infused Haki in my blades to cut the boulder and tree into pieces. Still not good enough. Until I can master armament Haki, I won't stand a chance in a real fight with Doflamingo, let alone Blackbeard and his crew. Third-person POV. Izuku continued training as best he could with Haki before hearing something come flying at him. He jumped away for a huge crater and dust cloud to be made. The hell was that? Going to the center of the fresh indent in the dirt, Izuku found a small flimsy arrow. Where'd this come from? Before he could get an answer, more arrows came at him for the green-haired boy to dodge and try to find the location of the attacker. He stormed over to use his blades to attack the enemy with them holding a blade of their own. Izuku pulled back and noticed it was a woman in animal skin and a white cloak. Who are you? And why are you attacking me? The woman didn't answer his question to only reply with one short phrase. I don't need to answer that to a man. She came at Izuku again for him to notice she was infusing armament Haki into her attacks to try and do the same. For a girl that looks like she doesn't know of modern culture, she's good. He thought this while narrowly having himself get bitten by a snake to get the unknown attacker to jump back with the serpent stiffening into a bow with a line from its tail to its neck. So the snake's not only a companion that can fight on its own, it's also her weapon. Die Trespasser. She let loose several attacks to make Izuku avoid them and use the dust cloud as a cover. Where did he go? The woman looked around before Izuku presented himself behind her back with his two blades in a striking position. Two-sword-style technique, strike of the vengeful tiger. She looked back with just enough time to hold her blade up to defend. This, however, led with a crack coming into the weapon when the two collided. Enough of this immediately. The two looked over to notice Hancock standing in front of them with Hawkeye. Marguerite, why are you attacking Midoriya? He trespassed on the area we deemed ours. What the hell are you talking about? I've been training here since the day we started the dorm system. Big talk from a man that almost had his head full of arrows. Says a woman that almost lost hers. Both kept going at one another before Hancock shouted again. Enough. Both of you. Both stiffened to face front without wanting to anger the female pirate again. Marguerite, apologize to Green Demon this instant. He is an ally to Luffy and we must treat him with respect as both that and a student under our protection. Marguerite looked at Izuku amazed before asking for confirmation. You're really the Green Demon? Yeah. She held an irritated face before apologizing. I'm sorry I attacked you. She walked away with Hancock to leave Izuku there with his father for some insight. Just who was that girl? A member of the Kuja Pirates. An all-female pirate crew led by Boa Hancock. I'm certain Uraraka can fill you in on them and their stereotype against men. He walked away with Izuku looking down to see the broken sword of the pirate. Whoever she wasn't half bad in hockey. Punch. You want to know about the Kuja's ideology of men? Ochako asked while eating some rice with Fluffy on her lap, eating a piece of meat Hat-chan gave him. Yeah. I ran into one in the forest this morning that kinda had a grudge against me for some unknown reason. Hawkeye said it was 'cause I was a man and that I should ask you for clarification. Ochako stopped for a moment with Fluffy going for her bowl before she swatted his paw as a way to say no. Well, the Kuja are female Amazon warriors that for the most part, live on an island with little to no interaction with the outside world. The members there follow a rule of if a man were to step foot on the island, they would end them on the spot. Fed up if you ask me. Sounds more like there's some type of crazy feminists that believe all men are the FING devil. Itsuka, Tsu, and Momo didn't seem to enjoy Kachan's joke so much, with it not exactly being something I wanted to jump into either, to just continue on. So they aren't that fond of men to begin with, and their rule is an example of it. Yes. When I would have a conversation about you or Bakugu, most would not exactly be too fond of it, with only a few actually caring to hear. They said it was 'cause of Straw Hat that they're up for giving a chance. So they're a bunch of women taught from a young age that men are evil. Can't really blame them if that's the case. Midoriya. I have an offer for you. I glance over to see my dad and some girl that had pink dreadlocks. If you're hooking me up with someone, take it up with the girls. I motion to the girls with them giving a no. That is not what I am offering. I am offering for you to have a dash. May Hatsum. Pleasure to meet Cha. The girl seemed too enthusiastic while explaining herself. I came because I heard you're looking for someone to help with maintenance and also a possible shipwright. How about you let me on board and I'll make you a ship that will sail across the world just like the Thousand Sunny and the Oro Jackson. So what do you say? Wanna have me as your crew member? Do you? She seemed really intense with the offer for me to look at everyone as they were just as lost as me. Fine. But I do need to talk to you all outside about this. Everyone got up with me, dragging Hatsum out with us to talk in an empty stairwell. I then explained the pirates that came in from the Grand Line and the fact we need more strength in our group if we plan to live with Hawkeye, saying it was important for us to make a crew. So that's about it. Everyone was somewhat amazed before Tsu asked a question. Do you have any specific people in mind to ask for a role in this ribbit? Well, I was hoping to ask members of our extracurricular activity for those that remain. I say a week or two and we'll talk to them. I do though want to ask the big three as well as someone like Todoroki. With him on, I'm sure we'll have some strength. If we're throwing names out, I might have someone we could put on as well. We turned to Itsuka as she explained who she had in mind. Ibara Shiozaki. A member of my class who's also really strong, as you all have seen in the sports festival. Her quirk is very powerful and could come in handy with people like Doflamingo and Kid if we run into them. If I can't get the chance to today, do you mind starting a conversation with her in regards to this? No worries. We headed off to the classroom with the feeling of somebody listening to us being felt. I turned for a moment to see what looked like some kind of ghost before seeing it disappear again. At the special lessons. Alright, today I shall assist with you all today, Hancock mentioned while looking at us all. The majority of Class B with a lot of Class A left this lesson after yesterday for us to be dropped from 44 down to about half of that. Starting today, I shall help you all get in touch with armament hockey. As assistants, my Amazon sisters will be paired up with you all. Ochako Uraraka. You shall be paired with me, however. We were paired in groups with me, seeing the girl that attacked me this morning being paired with me. We meet again, I see. I glanced over for the woman to seem somewhat annoyed. Look, about this morning. I didn't know you were friends with Luffy and also dating Ochako. The Snake Empress also said that we were in the wrong for taking your training grounds, so I apologize. Should apologize about breaking your weapon too. Nice use of hockey, by the way. Thanks. She seemed to be a little more calm after this for us to start training with a few practice blades I had, since this was more for practicing the basics. So how much do you know about hockey? Enough to understand the basics. I covered the practice sword in armament hockey for Marguerite to smirk. So then let's try and get your ability to cover that longer. We had the day focused solely on fighting using hockey to try and help me grow a bit. The lady seemed to know her stuff rather well. It almost had me question if I should ask her to be part of my crew. Meanwhile, at the Yaoyorozu estate, third-person POV. Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu were sitting across a table looking at some papers with a man in front of them. Well, it seems your paperwork is all in order and you do have some history in piracy. As such, that would make us question if you're trustworthy. I left my life of piracy behind when the Don Quixote family fell years ago. All I want to do is live a life of peace and quiet. The two smiled, understanding the issues that the man was facing to agree with him. Very well, we'll have you work with our workers for a few weeks for your tasks and go from there with, if we can trust you. I hope you don't have any ill will towards this. You gotta do what you gotta do, sir. The man agreed while bowing his head. Alright, it doesn't seem to be any problem after this. Welcome aboard Bellamy the hyena. I gave up the nickname the same day this tattoo on my chest stopped having meaning. Very well. Allow us to show you to where you'll change. As they walked down, Bellamy noticed a picture of Momo as well as Izuku and the rest of their group. You have a daughter, I'm guessing? Oh yes. Her name is Momo. The girl with the black hair in the ponytail. She goes to UA and is also friends with one of the strongest swordsmen we've ever seen. She looks like she's a nice girl. She is. She makes me proud to call her my daughter. As with me. The two parents were rather prideful to have Momo in their lives to make Bellamy have a reminder of an agreement long ago with one of his closest allies. In here will be where you can change. You can set your street clothes to the side and we'll have them cleaned and given back to you at the end of the day. Thank you. The door was shut with Bellamy pulling out a small piece of paper to remember the day he got it. Something tells me you'd like the kid, Straw Hat. I wonder if we'll ever meet again. Momo POV. It had been a few days since the addition of Hatsum to Izuku's crew had happened, with today being a weekend. Izuku had a match at his dojo to keep his title as greatest swordsman in Japan, with Ochako, Tsu, and Itsuka joining him. Bakugo said he wanted to talk to a few of our classmates of possibly having them join our crew to make us more powerful. I wasn't sure why, but Izuku wanted to add as many as he could to our group of pirates. I was certain there had to be a reason behind it, so I wasn't so irritated by it. Hatsum, on the other hand, said she had a project for us that she's working on. This comment came when a piece of wood from the Atom Tree came in. I did a little research and found out that this wood was used for the base frame of both the Thousand Sunny and Oro Jackson and didn't exactly come cheap. I could only think what she's doing and hope that I'm right. Since I had no plans, I decided to head home and talk to my mother and father. As I entered the grounds, I was met by a man with blonde hair who seemed new to the staff. You're the Yaoyorozu's daughter, I'm guessing? Yes. My name is Momo. Mr. You don't need to add the Mr., just Bellamy is fine. Bellamy? Where have I heard that name before? We walked inside with the name still escaping me. I knew his name, but didn't know where from. Maybe I read it somewhere. I stopped when I found out and shouted. Bellamy the hyena? Geez, kid. You're too loud. He held his ears with me, still panicking. Yes. I was once known as the hyena. Am I still a pirate? I gave up the life years ago. He seemed calm about this, with my mind still going a mile a minute. What happened? How are you here? Why did my parents hire you? To put it simply, some stuff is happening on the Grand Line, and thanks to your little stunt with the Arlong pirates. Which, since we're on that topic, nice job taking them down, by the way. Thank you. To make a long story short, me and a bunch of pirates found our way into this world thanks to the Marines being more focused on that. I went through more as a way to make a new life. As long as we behave, pirates can be granted immunity from their past aggression as long as we're in this world. But we can still be arrested by Marines if we go back to where we came from or cause some problems here. Kinda like how heroes can be arrested by the Marines if they travel through the gate of the Grand Line. So you came to this world to seek immunity? Yes. Start a new life. One where I don't have to be worried about the Marines finding and arresting me on the spot. I answered an ad in the paper about your parents looking for help, and here we are. His story seemed believable. From what I remember reading of from Nami's log, Bellamy did turn around to the point I wanted to believe this was the case. Maybe I shouldn't put any pressure on him. We went into the main hall where my parents were waiting happily for me. Momo. It's nice to see you again. My father and mother had gotten up to hug me before we sat back down. Bellamy had began pouring tea for us with my mother speaking first. So, how have things been? Very nice. And with that boy you're dating? Things are going rather well. Father had smiled before placing his tea to the side. When I had heard you were dating a boy with 2 other girlfriends, I was skeptical at first. Please, father. Izuku isn't one that would take advantage of me. He treats me very well. Speaking of him, where is your boyfriend today? He had a match against a foreigner that wanted to take his title as greatest swordsman in Japan. He did want me to apologize and say he'll try to find another way to meet the 2 of you in the future. I glanced over to see Bellamy freeze while pouring tea over the cup's rim and on his hand. You're dating the green demon of Mustafar? He came back to reality to wince in pain at the hot tea. My apologies, sir. I was surprised. It's all right. I had a bit of shock when I heard this as well. I'll get something to clean up the tea. As Bellamy left, my father brought out a packet of papers. Father, what do you have there? Wanted posters. I'm not fully aware if you realize this or not, but you and your group of friends accidentally brought some big names into this world from the Grand Line. Bellamy mentioned that before but didn't go into as much detail. Who exactly came though? Father handed me the posters. It might benefit you to see who exactly. Going down the list, I started to look at the names and the bounties. Jewelry Bonnie, Eustace Captain Kidd, Ender, Gecko Moria, the former warlord, Das Bones, Crocodile. That's a dangerous one. I stopped when I flipped to the next to go pale. This has to be a mistake. I was under the impression Doflamingo was in jail. I was just as amazed as you, but he escaped and is rebuilding his empire in this country. If he succeeds, Japan may find itself under his thumb. I heard something drop to see Bellamy in shock. He's out of prison? He seemed scared beyond belief with his breathing going rampant. Sir, you need to get rid of your devil fruits now. If he finds out you have a collection of them in here, he'll dash. Be at ease, Bellamy. We're protected by the Marines. You don't understand, sir. Doflamingo was able to overcome many obstacles that no normal pirate could because of what he is. Since I've met Bellamy, he didn't strike me as the paranoid type to make this start to scare me. Don Quixote Doflamingo is a world noble dash. The windows of our house broke open for a bunch of thugs to come in. All right, buddy, make this easy and give us the devil fruits. You do and we might let you walk away without getting too roughed up. Bellamy immediately sprung at the guy with his feet turning into springs to knock him back outside. You want to hurt the people here, then you'll have to go through me? My Bellamy. You've truly become quite the stubborn one since we've last met. The sound of someone pouring tea was heard for us to see a guy with blonde hair and tan skin sipping from a cup. The strangest thing about him though was a pink feathered coat and sunglasses he wore. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. So this is the former pirate warlord that took over Dressrosa. I readied myself for a fight before my father called for some of our workers to prepare to fight as well. But just as we were about to, a strange wave of energy came out to send shivers down my spine and knock out everyone but me and Bellamy. Third-person POV. Seems you both have more nerve than the rest of these fools. Doflamingo began laughing to spook Momo. What did he just do? He used Conqueror's Haki. Seems your will was strong enough to overpower. So he's just like Izuku's mom. That's scary. Doflamingo began walking over towards the 2 before pulling Momo close to him. So, I hear you're this family's daughter. You wouldn't happen to know where I can find the devil fruits here, would you? Doflamingo. Bellamy prepared for a strong attack by condensing his legs and arms. He released the pressure in his legs to aim right at Doflamingo's head with his fist pulled back. Spring Death Knock. He released the pressure to see a shockwave through the area from the impact. Thinking he did something, Bellamy gabbed Momo and sprang back to a safe distance. Where do you think you're going? As if he was floating, Bellamy was held in the air with no exact reason why. What's happening? It's his devil fruit. This feeling is all too familiar to me. Threads almost so small they were invisible to the naked eye reflected around them holding the former pirate in place. Bellamy dropped Momo and glanced at the pirate behind him. Quite a strong punch, Bellamy, but the power lacked finesse. Thread bullet. Doflamingo's finger shot a small piece of thread to go through Bellamy's chest and through the wall in the direction. Gah! Unable to move, the butler to the Yaoyorozu family could only glance at Momo in fear. Get out of here. As long as he doesn't get his hands on the devil fruits in your family's possession, we win. I'm not leaving you here to die. Momo made a metal pipe and covered it with haki. I may not have the skills in haki like Izuku, but I can at least fight. She came charging at Doflamingo, ready to take him down for the giant man to cover his arm in haki to block her hit. So you want to play hero? That's fine, 'cause I can take you down just as easily. The two began a major fight with Momo holding her own for the most part against the former warlord to prevent him from getting a good hit on her. However, he was able to get cuts parts of her body as well as on her face and shoulders before seeing an opening to hit Doflamingo's side. She thought she did some damage before he began to laugh. Was that your best shot? That was nothing. Bellamy was able to free himself again only to watch Doflamingo grab and slam Momo's head into the ground and dent the floor. Kid. He ran over and used his devil fruit to bounce around as fast as he could while channeling haki in his fist. Spring, snipe. He was caught however by Doflamingo, clearly unfazed. That trick wasn't really cute the first time I saw it. What makes you think it would work now? Bellamy was grabbed and brought to the ground before his arm was twisted and dislocated to cause immense pain. Leave him alone. Momo shot a few rounds from a gun she made at Doflamingo to hit him in vital areas. When reality hit her that she might have ended someone, she panicked before seeing the threads put Doflamingo back together. No way! Doflamingo smiled while sending thread bullets to hit Momo in her stomach and shoulder. She spat up a bit of blood before kneeling down in pain. What's wrong, kiddo? Can't play with the big dogs like you thought? She started to make another weapon before getting kicked in the face by the tall pirate. You and that pirate group of yours think you're really something for taking down those fishmen. Well, I got news for you. Those thugs are a dime a dozen where I'm from. Compared to the real powers of the world, you and those fools you call friends are nothing more than children playing pirate with no chance of playing with the big boys and girls. Yet somehow, you kids think you can do some extraordinary things. Take that idiot that thinks he'll beat Hawkeye, for example. When I heard he was trying to be the greatest swordsman in the world, I just laughed and laughed until it hurt my sides. How stupid can one get? This comment enraged Momo as she created a staff and covered it in haki to constantly swing at Doflamingo. Shut up, shut up, shut up. She was enraged to the point she didn't want to hear anything else. What makes you think Izuku won't achieve his goal? He is the most dedicated and noble person I've ever met. No matter what happens, he always tries to get back up and refuses to be put down. The likes of you would never understand that. She attacked one last time for Doflamingo to cover his hand in haki and break the staff with little effort. How foolish! He grabbed Momo by her shirt collar and threw her into a wall before walking over and kicking her in the stomach. You think that the likes of him will be strong enough? That stupid flag he raised now is nothing more than a joke. What you're facing now is a real pirate that is strong enough to take what they want through their own power. So let me ask you, do you still think after facing the likes of me that you and that imbecile of a pirate are able to stand against the world and take what you want? Momo was struggling to breathe as she felt her entire body ache before Doflamingo was grabbed by his leg by Bellamy. You son of a dash. He pulled the former pirate off and kicked his face to knock a tooth out. You still hold my flag on your chest, don't you? He smiled sickeningly to push Bellamy to his back and open his shirt up to reveal the Don Quixote emblem. Since you're no longer worthy to hold my flag, I'll just take what you shouldn't now. He used his threads to rip the skin that held the emblem off to make Bellamy scream in pain. Doflamingo laughed at his agony before hearing the cling of metal behind him. I see you still don't understand, do you? No matter how strong you are, I'll face you, and stand strong. Momo smiled weakly before holding her staff out in determination. No matter how strong you are, I'm a green demon till the bitter end. Izuku will become the world's greatest swordsman and I refuse to let lowlifes like you say otherwise. She stormed at Doflamingo ready to face him head-on while he smiled. Few hours later, Momo started to wake up with the sound of Izuku's voice. Momo, what happened? Say something. She groggily moved to see Bellamy struggling to breathe with some nurses trying to keep the bleeding on his chest under control. Doflamingo. She tried to get up, but saw her body was held down with a lot of bandages on her. Easy. You're still really hurt. We're gonna get you to a hospital soon, so don't overexert yourself, Izuku said with concern for one of her friends with the realization of her failure coming to her head. Izuku. She started to feel ashamed of herself and started to cry. I'm sorry, Sniffle, I failed. He mocked you and I couldn't do anything. I've never felt more useless in my life. Izuku looked up at the symbol above Momo to feel nothing but anger towards it. What did the guy that came here want? Devil fruits. My best guess is Doflamingo wants to regain what Straw Hat stole from him years ago. Bellamy tried to answer with Mr. Yaoyorozu coming back. He took almost every devil fruit we had. This statement hit a nerve with Izuku. Momo. I know you're upset, but crying won't change what's done. Izuku pulled out a black cloth from his pocket with Ochako handing him some nails and a hammer. When things like this happen, the only things you can do is either sit down and cry like you're doing now, or stand up and fight to make this never happen again. Izuku nailed the cloth on to show it as the Jolly Roger Momo made for him. As of right now, this is my declaration of war on Don Quixote Doflamingo. If anyone will bring him in, it's me. This is my promise to you, Momo. I'll get the son of a beach who did this to you and make him regret what he did. Momo saw the fire in her boyfriend's eyes to shake with happiness. Thank you. Thank you, Izuku. If you're going after Doflamingo, you might want this. Bellamy gave Izuku a small paper with an address on it. I overheard some goons that took the devil fruits say they were going to this warehouse. Be ready before going in. I will. Izuku started to walk out before Fluffy got in his way. Yipe. Izuku turned to Ochako for an answer for her to reply. I want to join the fight too. If these people hurt my friends, then I will fight for their honor. She says from what the small lap on. All right. The green-haired swordsman motioned to his shoulders for Fluffy to hop on. I'm going to find the sons of beaches and give them a piece of my mind. When she's able to move, warn me so I can give back what those bastards stole. Izuku walked out with Fluffy on his shoulder ready for a fight. Get ready, Doflamingo, 'cause you pissed off the wrong demon. Half an hour before the declaration, Izuku POV. After the match I had, me, Ochako, Itsuka, Tsu, Fluffy and my competitor had rested in the hall watching the children practice martial arts. So now you've got people from the Grand Line looking for you? Tsu was curious as I shrugged it off. I will admit it's kinda interesting. Your fighting style was also kinda unique, miss. I asked my opponent for her to smile and remind me who she was. It's Rebecca. My apologies for forgetting it. None at all. However, you seemed to be rather respectful during the fight. She explained as she noticed me pull weights off my body before even starting the match and bowing to her after I won. I grew from the bottom and reached my height not holding anything back. If my opponents won't hold anything back, then it's only fair that I don't. Rebecca seemed to be rather impressed by this comment. That's very noble of you. So why did you want to fight Izuku? Ochako questioned for our new friend to explain. I'm actually here for diplomatic reasons with my country of origin Dressrosa. When I heard of a powerful swordsman in this country that accepted duels, I couldn't help myself being a former gladiator. She's a gladiator? Impressive. What kind of business was it? I asked while sipping from my drink. You're just gonna ignore she's a diplomat? The girls shouted in amazement. Princess, actually. That's even worse. The two of us kinda laughed before Rebecca continued. I actually had dealings with the Yaoyorozu family. I was planning to go over there after our match was over to discuss it. Maybe we can head over there together. I'm actually dating their daughter as well as these three ladies. We walked out of the dojo and onto the streets towards the Yaoyorozu's estate. Rebecca seemed astonished before making a comment. So you are dating a total of 4 women? And I believed my country held passionate people. Fluffy jumped off Ochako's shoulder when he saw 2 sticks to pick up and start practicing using 2 weapons. Looks like Fluffy's interested in swordsmanship. He did kinda have sparkles in his eyes when watching you go head-to-head with Rebecca. Ochako started to laugh while Fluffy put the sticks to his side and bowed as if he was paying respect. Maybe we can have a sword-wielding lap-on soon. We continued our journey to the estate and noticed a wall blown open to it. This doesn't look good. We jumped through the wall to see several of the workers injured and on the floor. Momo. I ran in the house with Tsu, Ochako and Itsuka behind me to find Momo on the ground and a man getting up that looked like her father. What happened? Momo. I ran as fast as I could when I saw her badly hurt and bleeding. Back to the present. I walked out of the mansion with Fluffy on my shoulder going towards the location the blonde offered me. On my way out, I grabbed a metal pole Momo made and wrapped some cloth around it that was used to stop some of her bleeding. Get ready, Doflamingo. I'm coming to get those devil fruits back and give you a piece of my mind. So you really are going after Doflamingo? Rebecca stopped me to make certain for me to nod. I suggest you don't fight him. You are strong and that's for certain, but Doflamingo isn't someone you should anger. Even among the former 7 warlords, he wasn't someone to trifle with and let you get away with it. He was not afraid to end someone who spoke against him as an example, and I do not believe he will take kindly to you taking back what he worked hard to steal. Honestly, I don't care if he does. This is a matter of me doing what's right and making this bastard know not to screw with people that I love and care about as well as those who just want to do good. Our new friend held her head down realizing I'm not budging. Sai, I cannot stop you, can I? No. There was a silence before Rebecca spoke again. Very well. As a member of the kingdom in which Doflamingo is originally from and a member of the royal family he nearly destroyed, I am forced to come along to assist where needed. Fine. But unless I ask for help, I don't want you to interfere. I understand. We walked through the city towards the docks where the address was. At the docks, third-person POV. As Izuku, Fluffy and Rebecca came upon the warehouse that the address pointed out to them, Izuku used his knowledge on observation hockey to glance inside without opening the door. 100 men? No. 200. None of them seemed to fit the strength of Doflamingo from what I was told. He's probably out right now. Perhaps that can work to our advantage. Izuku handed Fluffy 2 small pieces of metal for the lap-on to hold them like swords. You ready to knock some heads in, Fluffy? Wah! Izuku took that as a yes before cracking his knuckles and activating armament hockey on his arms. Knock knock. He punched the door down in one go for everyone inside to look towards the door. Who the hell are you? A thug pointed a gun at Izuku and Fluffy with the green-haired boy's eyes showing an emotionless hate in them. You bastards are gonna pay for stealing from the Yaoyorozus? Shot the bastard. The thugs started firing on Izuku and Fluffy for the young swordsman to use observation hockey to dodge the shots and charge at the first thug he saw. He used the tip of the staff to hit right in the center of his stomach and dropped the man to the ground. Kill him. Izuku immediately took action and took down thugs one after the other before having Fluffy jump off and assault some of the goons as well. When one attempted to slice Izuku down the middle with a giant axe, he split the staff in 2 to have Izuku coat both in hockey and shatter the axe with one hit. Izuku struck each thug he came across in the head, collarbone, side or kneecap while Fluffy did a similar act with the head and kneecaps, but adding in the pelvis area to help level the more physically adapted goons. 2 staff style secret technique. Izuku held the 2 parts of the staffs like knives before charging at about 20 thugs. Charging bull. With brute strength alone, Izuku sent every goon flying in his path. In a way to mimic it, Fluffy did the same act on 4 goons to have them fall to the ground in pain. One of them wasn't down completely however to try and attack the small Lapon. Die you damned rabbit. Seeing this, Izuku felt a wave of energy come out of him and stopped the guy. It collapsed after for all the thugs to be taken down. Unbelievable. With only a Lapon as backup, you defeated an army of thugs like it was nothing. Rebecca walked and met one impressed knowing Izuku's only real weapon was a metal staff Momo made. The green-haired boy walked through the warehouse before seeing crates full of strange fruits of numerous unique features. 10 to 1 these are them. I don't know if they have all of them here, but it's a start. Before leaving, Izuku heard a strange noise coming from what looked like a snail. The heck is this thing? It is a transponder snail. They are used for communication where I am from. Izuku picked up the snail to press the button Rebecca said could answer it. About time you picked up. I'm on my way back. I have a buyer for the devil fruits that would pay top dollar for them. That's Doflamingo. Rebecca whispered this for Izuku to smile. Hello, Doflamingo. I'm sorry, but your goons here are out of commission for now. The snail was silent before smiling. Well, that's quite interesting. So who do I have the pleasure of speaking to? The Green Demon of Mustafar, captain of the Green Demon Pirates and the next to inherit the title of world's greatest swordsman, Izuku Midoriya. And just so you know, I'm taking these devil fruits you stole back to the Yaoyorozus. The snail remained silent before Izuku hung up. Across the city, Doflamingo looked at the snail with the veins on his forehead showing themselves. This little smart-mouthed punk thinks he'll tell me what to do? I'll make him regret the day he was born. He walked out of the alley where he was to be met by Hawkeye and Inko standing by both corners. If I was you, I'd avoid picking a fight with him. For if you do, you'll have not only myself and the Green Devil over here to deal with, but your former warlord ally Hancock, the Straw Hats, and even some of the biggest names in this world to deal with. Hello, Hawkeye. And what makes you think you both can stop me? The former warlord felt an immeasurable amount of pressure with the feeling of certain death beside him to see Inko prepared to end him. For the first time in a while, the former warlord felt actual fear for himself. Very well. The brat lives. But the next time he meddles in my affairs, I'll show him why you don't anger me. Before he could leave, however, Hawkeye stopped Doflamingo to get some information. How did you leave Impel down? You were at the lowest level, locked away with no chance of leaving. There had to be an inside informant for you or something. Oh, Hawkeye, you seem to be missing a small thing with this. Nobody in this world can easily be trusted. Even the Marines aren't innocent in this world. Till next time, old friend. Doflamingo left with both mother and father looking at each other, having respect for the fact Izuku did what he thought was right. 1 hour later at the Yaoyorozu estate, Izuku POV. After returning the devil fruits, the Yaoyorozus were beyond happy with my act to not stop thanking me. What you have done is nothing short of a blessing, Izuku Midoriya. You have not only taken back what was stolen from us, but you have also given those who cannot hold a quirk of their own in this world a chance at accomplishing a dream for themselves. It's not that big of a deal. As long as the devil fruits are used for the right thing, I'm fine fighting for what's right. Still, I believe we should at least reward you for what you've done. Mrs. Yaoyorozu said this for me to try and back out of it. You really don't have to. I just did what any hero in my position would. Please, Mr. Midoriya. At least accept this as the least bit of how we can express our gratitude. Mr. Yaoyorozu gave me a small chest with it opening to a devil fruit with what looked like flames on it. This devil fruit is a Logia type called the Flame Fruit. It was once used by the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas Dinace, as well as the former member of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. It gives the user the ability to become fire itself. Though I don't wish to impose it on you, I think you would be able to find someone who could live up to the legacy of the Fire Fist with it. I looked at the fruit before looking back at Mr. Yaoyorozu. Sir, this is too great of a gift. I can't take it. Please. After everything you've done for us and what we wish to do, this is the least we can offer you. Even if you're not the one to hold the power, we know for a fact that you'll find someone worthy of it. Hearing this, I felt bad denying it to be put in an irritating spot. I still don't think I should, but I'm honored to think you are willing to accept me to find someone to or hold this devil fruit myself. The girls noticed that it was getting kinda late with us having to head back to the dorms soon. Well, I hate to cut this short and leave, but we need to leave for the school or we'll get in trouble for being late. Understandable. Until we meet again, Momo. It was also very nice meeting you all. Itsuka. Tsu. Fluffy. Izuku. We left with Rebecca staying to do what she came here to do for her country. As we walked down the street, Momo seemed to have some difficulty walking. Need a shoulder? I offered my shoulder for her to lean on with her accepting it. I'm sorry you have to do this. Even the best of us need a little help at times. There was a silence in the area before I spoke up. I couldn't find Doflamingo, but I promise I'll take him down as a way to help avenge you. Don't. I looked at Momo to see a fire in her eyes. I want to be the one to take him down. He looked down on me and Bellamy to belittle us to the point having someone else fight for me makes me sick to my stomach. Though it is flattering you'd wish to do this for me, I need to take him down myself and avenge myself. It's the only way my pride can allow this. I smiled, understanding that this is something she'd want to take on herself. So where are you going to go from here? Wanting to take down Doflamingo is well and good, but means nothing if you can't get stronger. She thought for a moment before answering. I'll try and find something. We got back to campus to see a strange bat on top of Heights Alliance. The hell is that thing doing up there? We walked in to see Kachin with the big three beside him. Oi Deku. We got 3 more people on our crew. No Touch, Emo, and Airhead said they'd join. I came over to see them agree to this before noticing a letter addressed to me. I got mail? Yeah, some weird bat thing came and gave the letter. What's it about? Hato asked for me to open it and read the contents. When I was done, I pondered what it said and what to do about it. Izuku? Where'd the letter come from? Itsuka asked for me to look at the seal on the side. The world government. The room was silent to the point a pin could drop and be heard. What? I showed the seal of the world government before Tsu panicked a bit. What did they want, ribbit? Says here, they want me to join the new pirate warlords. The silence in the room came back for everyone to shout in amazement. What? Perona POV. Okay Perona. Just focus. All you have to do is go in, tell Midoriya you want to join his crew, then hopefully he allows you to. Since the incident with the Arlong pirates, I've been watching Midoriya a lot more lately. He's an idiot and a bit blind to what he should do with his potential, and also a lughead like that idiot Zoro and the jerk Hawkeye. But I don't get why I'm interested in him. When I heard though that he needs to make a crew through my ghost network, I thought I could be part of his crew to help make things easier for him. Just calm yourself, Perona. You don't want to sound desperate. All you're doing is going in and offering to be someone he can use in exchange for being protected by him. It's no different than Moria. I began opening the door to overhear a conversation they were having inside. Says here, they want me to join the new pirate warlords. I overheard this for those words to radiate in my head for a minute. What? Everyone looked over to me to see me panicking along with them. Perona? What brings you here? Midoriya asked for me to try and make up a lie. Come on, Perona. Think of something. I was passing. They looked at me blankly for my own mind to be screaming at me. Why couldn't you think of a better lie? Ahem, anyway, they are redoing the pirate warlords? Guess so. Midoriya looked at the letter before the blonde weirdo with blue eyes spoke up. So what are these pirate warlords anyway? Do you honestly have no brain in your skull? I shouted in annoyance before walking in and explaining. Allow me to explain to you all what being a pirate warlord is. To be part of them means you're a pirate that is sanctioned by the world government. As such, the bounty on your head is frozen and you're granted immunity from your crimes as a pirate. The Marines will also turn a blind eye to some low-grade tyranny from you, such as dealings in the underworld black market or attacking random sea ships in exchange for you giving them your power when called upon. Though they don't sound dangerous, these 7 aren't slouches and were hand-picked with the purpose of causing real danger when needed. As such, they created a form of balance between the Marines, themselves, and the 4 emperors of the New World on the Grand Line. The Bakugu kid looked at me blankly before answering. Sounds like you're nothing but the world government's FING lapdogs with this? Maybe, but you're also entitled to information that is held by Marines, as well as the members of your crew have their bounties also frozen. As such, many pirates that fly with the warlords do it in a defense to their allies as well. Yaoyorozu began thinking of this before looking to Midoriya. What do you think about this? Do you want to accept? If everyone part of my crew benefits, then it would help us if I was part of them. You're not FING serious, are you, Deku? You'll be the Marine's dog. As much as I hate agreeing with Bakugu on this one, he has a point. Kendo pointed this out, somewhat uneasy with this as well. Yes, you can be granted immunity, but at what cost? What happened during the Arlong fight, I can't forgive the Marines for putting bounties on people that don't deserve it, but right now is a bit more of an important point. If we go after Doflamingo, we're going to need every advantage we need. Not having the Marines down our necks will be important for us. Not only that, but we could also gain their assistance in this matter to help keep our strain from being over the top. What we're playing with now isn't a kid's game. This is real life. Seriously, what the heck did I miss? He's going after a former pirate warlord? He's right. We glanced at Yaoyorozu, who held her side in anger. This is the big leagues now. If we can't last out the storm, then we lose everything. Everyone was silent before Uraraka and Tsu spoke. I guess we don't have much of a choice in our situation. I'm for joining if you do. Same here, Ribbit. Guess that means we're now part of a crew with a warlord. Awesome. The blonde seemed really excited with a blue-haired girl, just as with a black-haired guy looking like he was gonna vomit. Ochako, can you tell Hatsum about this? It's only right she knows. On it, the group began doing other things with me able to stop Midoriya. Hey, you got a minute? Depends how quickly this'll be. It'll be quick. I brought Midoriya away from everyone to start speaking. So I overheard that you're trying to make a crew. Yeah. Well, as you know, I've been kinda off the Thriller Bark crew for some time and somewhat a freelance with Hawkeye for a while. That's kinda been known. Come on. Just say it. Ahem, what I'm trying to say is, perhaps we can come to a deal as to speak. In exchange for my assistance with my ghost network, perhaps you can assist in keeping me safe from the government. There was a silence between both of us before Midoriya answered. Okay, that's all it took? If my father thought you weren't worth the effort, he'd have thrown you out the second you tried to stay beside him. Also, you gave me Muramasa. That alone should help judge that you're a good person. I was silent, amazed how easily this was done. Thank you. No worries. Now, there's a meeting for the new warlords in a few hours. I don't want to just walk away, but this is how things are right now. Understood. He walked away with me, finding myself alone in the room. Yes. I'm part of the Green Demon Pirates. Eat that, stupid Zoro, and you inconsiderate jerk Hawkeye. Suck it, Moria. Few hours later, Izuku POV. After explaining the ordeal to Principal Nizu and Mr. Aizawa, I was given authorization to wear my costume in the building where the meeting was. I walked through the doors to see a large table to sit down in one of the chairs and relax. Well, this is a surprise. I glanced over to notice Hancock walking in and taking a seat at one of the seats away from me. Seems I was not the only person from UA that was given the offer. I, however, was expecting the Marines to give your offer to Hawkeye. I heard a rumor he denied it, with them also offering a position to All Might. We looked over to see the winged hero Hawks walk in and take a seat to my right side. Don't know why both denied it. Then again, it's hard to determine what goes on in their heads. So why is a kid here? The next to enter was Lockrock. If this is a group for the next warlords, why do we have someone who isn't even a hero or a pirate? Have you never heard of the Green Demon of Mustafar? Ryukyu was fifth to walk in and sit between Hawks and Hancock. Though he has not shown much merit as us, he has proven himself in different ways. So what's his bounty? Maruko walked in to take the other seat beside Hancock and Lockrock. 55 million. There was a silence in the room before Hawks and Lockrock started laughing at me. That's your bounty, kid? That's gotta be the lowest here by a long shot. The closes has got to be mine with a total number of 150 million. Lockrock kept laughing before the temperature of the room got hotter, with Endeavor taking the final seat between me and Lockrock. Seems we meet again, Green Demon. Endeavor. I guess this explains the heat rising. Seems you've all shown up. Welcome, scum of this world. A guy with what looked like a goatee smoking a cigar came in and introduced himself. For those that may not know me, my name is Akainu. I'm the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. I called you all here to act as a peaceful mediums between both our worlds. In exchange for your assistance in marine-related matters that we ask you to do, you seven will be able to come to our world with no complications, as well as act as our assistants when special guests from our world come here. So that's the reason. You want us to be your guard dogs in this world. Hawks started picking his teeth while Akainu continued. Heavenly Fowl Hawks, 750 million berries. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, 780 million berries. Dragon Woman Ryukyu, 230 million berries. Rabbit Woman Miruko, 530 million berries. Hellfire Endeavor, 1.1 billion berries. Halting Lockrock, 150 million berries. Green Demon Izuku Midoriya, 55 million berries. Originally, the seats of Lockrock and Green Demon were meant for Hawkeye and All Might, but both decided to deny it. After the Arlong incident, Our top brass thought it was fitting to have someone like Green Demon with that type of potential be corralled before they become a bit of trouble. Lockrock, on the other hand, was just due to not having a better offer, and someone offered him. There was a silence before Miruko busted out laughing. So, out of everyone here, you just got lucky and got this part? Epic fail. The rest of us kept quiet before Akainu continued. Since all of you are aware of what the perks are, I'll skip that part and go right into these. He gave a set of names that had a plus beside some. The names are those that were leaked into this world. The ones with a plus were part of an escape of Impel Down some time back. This was also why Arlong was able to escape. So your negligence is why someone I care for was put through hell and another was put through an ordeal with her parents being targeted? I gave the Fleet Admiral a death glare for him to ignore it and continue. Anyway, we shall give any assistance in finding these criminals and giving you the bounty prices on their heads. We would also like to have you and the members of your groups assist with a meeting of the nation capitals aligned with the world government called the World Summit. Nobody seemed to argue with some Marines giving us the names of who we will be assisting. Starting in 3 days, these kingdoms will come to this world and it will be your jobs to keep them safe. Be warned, I will not hesitate to end each and every one of you if something happens to these rulers. The meeting soon ended after for me and Hancock to start heading back to UA. So, which kingdoms are you looking over? I glanced down at the kingdoms they gave me to start reading them off. The kingdoms of Dressrosa, Alabasta, Ryugu, Sakura Islands and Water 7. Water 7 is joining? Impressive. You know any of them? I asked, trying to get all the information I could. Alabasta is a desert nation. Their ruler holds the bloodline of the only member of the 20 kings that formed the world government during the blank century that didn't go and live in the holy lands of Mariewa. Dressrosa is another one of the original 20 kingdoms, with them being a rather passionate nation as I've heard. They are for the most part a poor kingdom, but hold more respect for peace and happiness among the common people instead of financial prosperity. The Ryugu kingdom is the home of fishmen and merfolk. They exist 10,000 meters deep under the Red Line and regularly get pirate visitors, since passing through the island is one of the only ways to get past the first half of the Grand Line. The Sakura Islands is a winter island that was originally known as the Drum Islands until their former king left the nation and they were renamed with a new king. They're known for their advancement in medical knowledge. Lastly, Water 7 is a country that lives on the water. It originally was built on the ruins of its former cities until the mayor and head of the shipwright comedy Iceberg made it more susceptible for them to live on the water. It's a nation that is well known for its ship modeling and repairs, to be one of the only few nations that both Marines and pirates go to for some mutual tools such as repairs for or ships themselves. So Dressrosa and Alabasta are big shot nations. Ryugu is the same species as Hatchan and Kami. The Sakura Islands are winter folk with knowledge on medicine, and Water 7 is a water town with amazing shipwrights. Quite the batch. Just make sure you don't do anything to cause a scene. From what I'm told, celestial dragons will also be in this meeting. Whatever you do, do not get into a fight with them under any circumstances. If you do, you could bring Japan and the Marines into an all-out war due to it. Hancock was extremely serious about stopping me from picking a fight with the celestial dragons, to the point it kinda worried me. Just how much power do these celestial dragons have? Meanwhile at UA, Momo POV. As I walked down the halls of UA, I started to think of Izuku's words about Doflamingo and what I should do. I need to get stronger. Learning hockey is well and good, but I need something more to help. The pain from Doflamingo's attacks made me remember that day and how useless I was to make my drive to be stronger more desired. I won't let that happen again. I arrived at the teacher's lounge for my hand to open the door. Yayorozu? What are you doing here? Mr. Aizawa asked for me to walk up directly to Mr. Snipe. Mr. Snipe, I have a request for you. And what's that? I placed a gun on the table and held my head down. Please. Teach me how to use guns in a fight. I want to get stronger, and this is the way I think I can. I'll become stronger. Just you wait, Doflamingo. And when I do, you're going to regret the day you escaped Impel Down. Izuku POV. The day of the arrival of the kings in the World Government Alliance came with my group having authorization to wear their hero costumes. To add a little more help, I was able to swing to get Todoroki, Jiru and Kaminari to join in. We stood outside the campus with Aizawa making sure we were set up. Alright, starting now, you all are responsible to hold the greatest priority a hero can have. Be on your best behavior in front of the members of the other kingdoms since you represent not only us, but also the Green Demon Pirates. No sweat, Mr. Aizawa. We got this. Togata smiled at our teacher for it not passing so well. Just make sure you don't pick fights with someone. Yes, sir. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Hawkeye smirking at us before leaving. So how are we getting the kingdom's leaders here? Hato questioned for the Straw Hats to come on a bus. It opened to show Jinbei driving. Climb aboard and we shall aid you in transportation. There are a few people among your group that our crew wish to say hello to. Not caring for style as much today, we all hopped on to see Luffy, Usopp and Chopper playing some games with everyone else minding their own business. Guess today's gonna be one of those days? 1 hour later, after a long and somewhat annoying ride to the pier, we arrived just as some of the rulers of the kingdoms on the Grand Line did. There was quite a crowd of people for there to be pros handling them. There's one of the members of the new 7 warlords. A woman came up to me with a mic looking for a scoop. Tell me, young man, what made you join the warlords? The hope to keep my crew safe. I tried to turn away with the reporter trying to pull me back for another question. What did you do to become one of the youngest members of the warlords? I worked hard. Now can I please do my job? Just one more question. Do you have any love interest dash? Time to go, Izuku. Itsuka, Ochako, Momo and Tsu grabbed my arms to start pulling me away. I was pretty certain this was what the woman was looking for, but I just ignored it and focused on the task at hand. Each one of us was given a sign that was the name of one of the kingdoms we were ordered to guard. I was handed one that said Ryugu on it to hold it up waiting for a response. One by one, the rulers came off the boats going to one of the warlords. The first to come towards us was Rebecca and a man that had dark hair and tan skin. The notable thing about him, however, was he was hopping on one leg with a rather built physique. It is great to see you again, Green Demon. This is my father, Kairos. Standing behind her, a notably older man and a woman with long dark brown hair came to us as well. I assume you are King Riku and Princess Viola? You are correct, my boy. The older man looked down at me before I bowed to show my respect. Hard to believe a child is part of the new 7 warlords. But they had given other people who were far worse for the job this mantle. Another person came to us. This time, it was a man with a rather slim frame and purple hair. I remembered seeing him in Hatsum's lab when I checked to see if I could get some peeks at Hert's secret project. It's nice to meet you, sir. My name is Izuku Midoriya, more commonly known as Green Demon. Hello, young man. My name is Iceberg and I am the mayor of Water 7. I heard of you from my shipwright. I'm told that you're quite the talented man, Mr. Iceberg. Thank you. It's nice to know someone appreciates my work. We waited a little longer before a bunch of merfolk came. 3 looked rather young with a 4th old enough to look like their father. Meanwhile, there was a actually extremely large girl behind them. Her size outmatched everyone, but her face looked younger than the 3 men. About as young as us, to be honest. Hello. My name is Neptune. Am I to believe you are this green demon we have been told about? We are the Green Demons, your majesty. I hope your visits are enjoyable. You seem to be rather young for a warlord boy. Yeah. You look like you're about our sister's age, so any chance you'd want a mambo later? The group seemed a little odd, but it was what it was. The last 2 came at the same time, with one kingdom having a man that seemed to look more like a member of the military as opposed to a king or nominated ruler. The other had a man with dark hair and a girl beside him that had light blue hair. The strangest thing about this one was that they were accompanied by a duck the size of a human. Hello. My name is Dalton. I'm the current ruler of the Sakura Kingdom. My name is Cobra, and this is my daughter Vivi and her pet Karu. It's nice to meet you. Quack. Something tells me this trip will be long and confusing. Alright everyone. We have a bus down this way, if you all would please follow me. The members of the kingdoms followed me towards the bus with the larger mermaid having to get a makeshift seat on the top. I decided to ride on top with her for Luffy to join me. Everybody strapped in? Jinbei asked for me to give a thumbs up for us on the top. Then let's get moving. We began our journey back to UA with myself, Luffy, and the mermaid princess called Shirahoshi starting a conversation. It's nice to see you again, Luffy. I thought it would be forever before I'd get to see you again. She started to tear up a bit. Don't go crying and drown us now, Wikoshi. Wikoshi? So you two know each other? Shirahoshi smiled while glancing at me. Yes. Luffy helped my family a few years back face a man that wanted to destroy our island and overthrow our nation. The members of Fishman Island owe the Straw Hat Pirates a lot because of what they did. We didn't do much. All we did was kick Horty's ass. Luffy started to laugh with the trip going relatively fine for the next half hour. Hey Izuku. I glanced over to see Tsu poking her head out of an open window. We're gonna stop for lunch. There's a nice restaurant down the road a bit that serves larger guests for the princess. Sounds good. Hey. Food. Luffy shouted for joy hearing this for us all to get a green light. We drove a little farther before stopping at what looked like a kinda nice-sized restaurant with a door for normal and abnormally sized guests. We exited the bus to start walking in with the area being kinda packed. I leaned towards my group and explained to keep their guard up. To not attract attention, I sat at the bar trying to avert any onlookers. While there, I found myself sitting next to a guy that had a metal prosthetic with red hair and a rather aggravated look on his face. What are you staring at, kid? I realized I was staring before turning to the barkeep. I'll have what he's having. The barkeep passed me an ale and a steak for both me and the guy to take a sip of the alcohol. To me, it tasted disgusting. This drink is delicious/terrible. The two of us glared at one another before going for the steak next for the flavor to taste really good. This is the best/worst steak I've ever eaten. Once again, we glared at each other for the redhead to speak. What the hell is wrong with your taste buds, kid? You can't tell good food from crappy food or something? I can tell fine. It's you who's got the shitty taste buds. Too many cigars or crap like that? Fine then. Bark. Give everyone a round of what we're drinking. Then give everyone 2 steaks to wash down that crappy ale. Make that 10 drinks. 20 steaks. 40. 60. 100. 200. I oughta kick your ass. The scene at the bar brought my crew to their attention with a bunch of guys that looked kinda strange joining in behind the redhead. Alright kid, time for you to see why nobody messes with me. Fine. Something tells me you're worth a pretty penny as a bounty. What's your name, stranger? We shouldn't be picking a fight after we just came here. A guy in a mask stated for the name to register with me. Eustace, Captain Kid. As I live and breathe. One of the worst generation. Which means you must be Ender. Kid smirked at me for him to finally be recognized. Too little too late to find out, kid. Now who the hell are you anyways? Green Demon of Mustafar. Izuku Midoriya? Ah, you're that new warlord I heard about. The kid who wants to play with the big dogs. Well, let me tell you something, kid. Kid picked me up by my costume to glare me into the eyes. You're playing with fire. Eventually you're gonna get burned. Now either you go back home with your milk and cookies that your mommy laid out for you, or you get ready to get the worst beating of your life. I've taken down bigger fools than you, and most smelt better. Including the fish. This made the pirate get even more enraged to pull his fist back. You're effing dead, kid. I pulled one of my swords out before Zoro and Luffy got in between us. Straw Hat? How you been, kid? Luffy smiled at the guy while Zoro kept me back. You both want to fight. Why don't you do this somewhere where I don't have to worry about losing my meal? That's what you're more concerned about? Both me and Kid looked at each other before pulling away. Tonight, at the center of town. You and me, Kid. I'll show you just what happens when you mess with the worst generation. Kid and his crew left for the restaurant to clear out with everyone coming over to make sure I was okay. Are you okay, Izuku? I'm fine, Itsuka. That guy just wanted a fight. Though you shouldn't have picked one with Kid. He's not the type of person who'll just leave things at that. Sanji pointed this out for Tsu, Jairu and Kaminari to look a bit confused. So what is this worst generation that guy talked about, Ribbit? I pulled up a chair and explained it to them the best I could. You all know about the Grand Line enough to know there's 2 halves of it, right? The first half is called Paradise and the other is called the New World, right? I nodded at Jairu's reply. Now how the world the Grand Line operates holds is almost 90% of the planet covered in water with most of the world consisting of multiple islands. The only large body of land is a very high piece of land called the Red Line. This cuts directly down the middle of the Grand Line and across the entire world. To get into the Grand Line, you need to enter through Reverse Mountain. After, you will pick one of many routes to take with each leading to one specific point on the end of the first half of the Grand Line. The Sabaody Archipelago. Some time back, 12 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million berries were at this place at the exact same time. These 12 would be called the Supernovas, or later named the worst generation to hold the 13th member. Marshall D. Teach, or more commonly known as Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Itsuka's fist began to clench the glass she had in her hand for a crack to be in it. The worst generations group held the following. The Straw Hat Captain Straw Hat Luffy, who had a 300 million bounty at the time. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro with 120 million. Captain of the On-Air Pirates, Scratchman Apo with 198 million. Captain of the Bonnie Pirates, Jewelry Bonnie with 160 million. Captain of the Hawkins Pirates, Basil Hawkins with 249 million. Captain of the Heart Pirates, the Surgeon of Death Trafalgar D. Law with 200 million. Captain of the Fire Tank Pirates, Capone Gang Beej with 138 million. Captain of the Drake Pirates, former Rear Admiral X Drake with 222 million. Captain of the Fallen Monk Pirates, Mad Monk Urage with 108 million. Captain of the Kid Pirates, Eustace Captain Kidd with a bounty of 315 million. Massacre Soldier Ender with 162 million. And last but not least, Marshall D. Teach, or Blackbeard, who had no bounty at the time until his act in the War of the Best. This is going back a few years, with the bounties being on each of their heads exploding to extremely high marks because of the chaos they made in the New World. As such, their total bounties today are somewhere around the lines of almost 8 billion, with each having their own special type of chaos they create. And we're part of that group? Zoro points out for Kaminari to panic. You picked a fight with a Ender? To be fair, he somewhat was involved in that too. Are you stupid? Perona grabbed me and began to shake my shoulders violently. You just picked a fight with one of the most dangerous members of the worst generation. What part of that was smart? Yeah, not my best moment. I admitted this before Cobra got up to stand in front of me. Son, you are facing a dangerous fight. Be prepared tonight for the worst outcomes. I know, this isn't gonna be an easy fight, but I didn't take it because it was easy sounding. We finished our meals and went onto the bus to head towards UA, with the fight still lingering in my mind. I wonder how this fight's gonna turn out? My body began to shake with excitement thinking of facing one of the worst generation. This'll be fun. Is Koku POV? So you picked a fight with the worst generation? Mr. Aizawa confirmed this as I explained the situation at the restaurant to him. Yeah, kinda my bad for picking a fight with him. Then you better be ready to fight. Mr. Aizawa handed me a set of papers on Kid and the rest of the Kid Pirates. Facing Kid for you will be no different than if fire was facing water. You'll be at a great disadvantage with him. He walked away from me to begin doing my research. So what's the plan for this Kid guy? Hato asked for me to find out exactly why I'm at a disadvantage. Well, this is a fun turn of events. The guy has a devil fruit that allows him to magnetize himself to attract or repel metal. No wonder Mr. Aizawa said you're at a disadvantage. I kept reading after Itsuka made this comment to find out Kid only knows Conqueror's Haki. So as long as I can find a way to take him down with Haki, I can win. Excuse me, but Kendo said you had wished to hold a few words with me? I glanced over to see Shiozaki try to get my attention. You're Ibara Shiozaki, right? I actually wanted to give you an offer. I cleared my throat before asking her my question. I'm sure you're already aware of the situation of me making a pirate crew with Itsuka and everyone, so I wanted to discuss with you about joining me as a member of the Green Demons. I refuse. Kinda figured that one might come. I will not be a pirate, for all they do is harm people. Unless your goal is to bring salvation towards those that harm others, I shall not be part of your group. Shiozaki, is there any way for us to get you to join? Itsuka questioned for Shiozaki to think about it. What will you do as a pirate crew? From what I have learned of the Straw Hat Pirates, there are more than just evil pirates. However, that does not mean every pirate should be trusted. For the most part, they are still villainous and shouldn't be treated as highly as people think. So I ask you as a way to gain my answer and approval, what type of pirate are you? I thought about it while seeing everyone else stare at me. I want to be someone that just follows his dreams and goals with hoping for his comrades to do the same. My goals may not align with the world government's, but they are mine nonetheless. That being said, I refuse to let myself or any of my crew harm the innocent. Though we're pirates, we are still heroes in training, and that has not changed. This seemed to interest Shiozaki before Ochako had an idea. Hey, what if you come join us? Izuku ended up getting into a fight with Captain Kid from the Kid Pirates. Sometimes seeing what Izuku's capable of can help sway people. Yip yip. Fluffy started going down on the ground to begin using the small metal pipes I had for him to imitate me before bowing as if he was fighting someone. I'm guessing this rabbit likes your way of handling enemies? He's a Lapon, but yeah. I started to head towards the dorms to try and get a little rest to prepare for the fight I had. Just keep focused, Izuku. That's the only way you'll win against Kid. Time skip to 10 at night, third-person POV. Izuku and the rest of his crew, accompanied by Kaminari, Jiraiya, Todoroki, and Shiozaki, began heading towards the center of the town they planned to meet Kid at. When they arrived, they were met by Kid, Ender, and a handful of people they believed to be his crew. So you decided to show up. Admirable, even if it's stupid. If I ran away, I'd never live it down. The red-haired pirate smiled before looking around at his crew and Izuku's. You know, I've been thinking. How about we do a 3-on-3? I'd like to see what the Green Demon's crew is like before I wipe the floor with you. Fair enough. Izuku turned to his crew before talking it over. But we've got Kid, Ender, and one other person that's going to fight us. My guess is it's most likely going to be the guy that looks like a scarecrow. From the data I got on him, Heat, as he's called, can breathe fire and wield 2 swords. Sounds like I'm up to show my stuff. Mirio smiled before Momo walked in front. I'm fighting today. I don't care who else is going to, but I'm doing this. Izuku saw her determination to agree to this. Fair enough. So who's taking on Ender? I can handle Not So Slender Man. Bakugo smirked, saying this for Izuku to agree. Once done, Izuku, Momo, and Bakugo walked up for Kid to smile. So it's the human factory, Time Bomb, and yourself. Fair enough. You're first up. Yes, sir. Momo walked in front for the pirate to stare her down. I will warn you right now, child. I am not afraid to harm you in the name of Master Kid. If you have any fear of bodily harm, this is your one and only chance to run. I will not hold back. Good. That means I can test how far I've come. Here, Kid. Kid threw Izuku a gun for him to see it was a starting gun. Use that to start the match. Izuku aimed the starting gun up into the air before firing to start the battle. Right off the bat, Heat came at Momo with his swords drawn for her to be on the defensive immediately. Focus, Momo. You've been through worse. She calmed herself while trying to find rhythm to the pirate's movements. You're quite fast to dodge, girl. Thank you. The creation quirk user bent down from a slash with Heat opening his mouth. But you're too obvious. He breathed fire to force Momo away. In the middle of the chaos, Heat came towards her with his blades ready to strike. Now know why you were never going to win. Yamamo. Jiraiya shouted in fear with Momo smiling. Don't underestimate me. She pulled a gun out of a holster on her side to fire at Heat. He dodged to the side to almost be shot again by a second gun in her opposite hand. When facing a target, don't take your eye off them. Momo kept Snipe's training in gunplay in mind while facing her opponent to now be on the offensive. When did Momo learn how to use guns? Izuku asked Ochako as they watched carefully. When you went to the meeting of the warlords, she started training with Snipe. Thanks to his pointers, Momo's learned how to use twin pistols as if they were nothing. The group watched as Momo unloaded an empty cartridge and reload a new one she created full of bullets into the air while remaining focused on Heat. In an effort to take her down, Heat attempted to get as close as possible to only get 2 shots right in the center of his skull. From what I was told, she's a born natural with guns to the point even Snipe couldn't understand how easily she was able to pick up the talent. In the best way to speak, Momo became a goddess with those pistols in her hands. Heat. Kid ran towards his crew member to see him have 2 large bumps on his head. I used rubber bullets. They won't end someone, but it lets me subdue someone without the need to worry about ending them. Momo started making an ice pack before handing it to the pirate captain. This'll help with the swelling. I guess this is your win. The kid took the ice pack and had help from Ender bringing heat to the sidelines. When he was out of the way safely, Ender walked up in front cracking his knuckles. Time for round 2. Momo went to the side with Bakugo going next. So you're part of the worst generation too, huh? This'll be fun. Izuku held the starting gun up again before firing once more for Bakugo to make the first move. Shave. He vanished and made himself present right behind Ender with an explosion about to start with his right hand. Die. Killer avoided this attack to kick the ash blonde in the gut. Most of the damage was stopped by Iron Body, but a lot of it was still felt to knock the wind out of him. Guess you were able to avoid a lot of serious damage. Let's see how much more you can take. Bakugo blasted away from the pirate with Ender not giving him the opportunity to. He's different from the octopus guy. The ash blonde put his hands together and created a massive flash. Stun grenade. This acted as a temporary blinding for him to pull his leg back. Tempest kick. Ender avoided the attack and began charging at Bakugo. He used an explosion to get away from his slash to have a cut go across his chest deep enough to draw blood. However, Ender was met with a burn on his shoulder from getting too close to the blast to feel like it might have a sprain. I gotta admit, kid, your reflexes aren't half bad. Also, the way you're mixing the 6 powers with your quirk works kinda well here. Thanks. You're not half bad yourself. Bakugo pulled a bit of the blood coming from the cut off with his thumb to lick it. That cut FNG stings like a beach. Then let's get to the point and give a deciding victor. I like the way you think, Ender. Bakugo charged at Ender with a devilish smile on his face with the pirate charging at him as well. The two began fighting with fists being thrown and parried as well as explosions and slashes by the two of them. They eventually had enough with Bakugo using Moonwalk to get as high up into the sky as possible before charging down at Ender with his body spinning and gaining more speed with his explosions. To add some strength to his assault, he activated Iron Body to act as if he was a falling meteor. Howitzer, Iron Impact. A massive explosion happened for everyone to be pushed back a little. This is crazy. Just what did Bakugo do? Kaminari could barely see with Perona holding onto Itsuka to avoid being blown back. When the shockwaves ended, the two fighters were wrapped in a massive dust cloud. Is he okay? Jairu looked a little scared with everyone on edge. Look! Ochako shouted, seeing both Ender and Bakugo's silhouettes in the smoke. Out of nowhere, Bakugo collapsed with the dust settling to show a massive gash from his left shoulder down to his right hip. Ender's right blade was dripping blood for it to be understandable what exactly happened. Kachin! Izuku ran towards his friend to see him unconscious. Hang in there. Perona! Get some gauze and help me stop the bleeding. The ghost girl ran with a first aid kit in hand and opened it the second she was next to Izuku and Bakugo. I knocked him out before he hit the ground. I couldn't stop my instincts though. I did at least miss going deep enough where it'll cause problems. Ender began limping away, showing a massive burn from Bakugo's attack that landed its mark. The kid wasn't going down without a fight. If he keeps going the way he's going, he might beat me when he gets a little more experience. Though nobody could see, Ender was smirking under his mask at the results of the fight. Nice job. Get some burn cream on those injuries and get your shoulder checked out. Kid patted his first mate's good shoulder before turning to Izuku and his friends. That's 1-to-1. A real fight won't call timeout for something like this. So are you gonna call it quits now, or are you gonna pull the dead weight off the field? You son of a dash! Izuku held his hand out to stop Itsuka. He's right no matter how we hate to admit it. In a fight that matters, what we're doing right now would be a waste of time and a moment for him to come in and take us out. However, Izuku pulled both Kadaina and Chujitsun out to finish. That does not mean I take to the fact you hurt one of my friends lightly. Prepare yourself. Kid smiled at Izuku before punching his right palm with his metallic arm. Just the way I like to face opponents. Strong-willed and ready to fight. Let's get this going. Itsuka, Momo, Perona and Ochako pulled Bakugo away from the area with Togata holding the starting gun. He aimed it up above before firing it off to signal the match to begin. Izuku charged directly at Kid with him holding his position like nothing was happening. The green-haired boy jumped up before slashing his blades down towards the pirate captain. Repel. held his one hand out for Izuku to stop in midair and be pushed back. He adjusted his momentum to land with no problems to understand what happened. So that's the magnet fruit, I presume? Quite smart kid. I ate what's called the magnet fruit and became a magnet man. Thanks to that, I can bring forward and repel any metallic item I want. For example, if I were to take the metal in the area and use it, several pieces of metal began pulling towards Kid with Izuku's swords almost following suit if he didn't hold onto them tighter. As the metal from the area came closer and closer, Kid began to reshape it into gigantic fists. I can make myself twin limbs that are large enough to take anyone on. Izuku began to feel the pressure as the arms attacked him to force the young swordsman to deflect or dodge the attacks. No matter how much you block or dodge, these hands of mine will break you. You were a fool to face me. Both hands grabbed onto Izuku and from the looks of it, crush him inside their palms. Now die. Before Kid could give lethal pressure, Izuku cut through the metal hands and charged him to slice the metal on his prosthetic arm off. Don't think I'll go down that easily. I've got too much on the line to lose to the likes of you. Third-person POV. Izuku came charging at Kid with his blades for the pirate captain to feel a bit irritated. That truck didn't work before, what makes you think it'll work now? In an instant, Izuku disappeared from Kid's line of view to shock everyone watching. Captain! Above you! Ender shouted for Izuku to show himself several feet into the air with green lightning around him. Guess I should see if I can manage this? His hand adjusted the direction Chujutsun in his right hand was to have the bottom of the handle face towards his thumb. One for all, blades fong. Izuku sent a clash of compressed air at Kid with him pinching it with his left hand. The attack began cutting through the metal before stopping right at where the stub of his hand would be. I'm not done yet. Izuku quickly came under with his Kadina positioned with his arm crossed over his chest and Jujutsun pointed down. Cross slice. Kid immediately used his larger arm to block Izuku before getting a distance and using his magnet abilities to keep Izuku away with floating debris. The boy's good. Not only does he have ways to go mid to long range to not be limited to a close-range fighter, he can also move fast enough that I can't react quick enough to repel his blades. The boy's truly a genius when it comes to fighting. Kid began reforming his giant fists before compressing them tighter for the metal to bend, snap and break from the pressure. I hope you're ready, demon, because I'm not gonna hold back anymore. The fists shrunk down to about twice the size of Kid's original combat size while being coated in armament hockey. Didn't expect you to know hockey. Guess the data I had on you wasn't so accurate. Oh, there's more than just this. Kid charged Izuku with his fists, nearly hitting Izuku in the face if it wasn't for his blades. The shockwave from the impact sent the onlookers back with the members of UA feeling extreme unease from the fight happening. Out of one crazy fight and into another. Just how strong are these guys? Kaminari started to get blown back before being grabbed by Togata. Is Izuku gonna be okay? Tsu asked, avoiding being blown back by holding onto Ochako with Fluffy grabbing onto the frog girl's hair to keep from flying away as the brunette answered. My best guess, things are going to get more crazy. Izuku pulled away from Kid to grab Muramasa and place it in his mouth. You're a tough one, boy. Good to know I'm not bored out of my mind. Likewise. Kid came at Izuku again for the two captains to punch and slash attack for attack. Sparks of steel came with Izuku coating his blades in hockey as well to act as a countermeasure against Kid's. Both going blow for blow, shockwave for shockwave. Their crew was slowly pushed back each collision with neither able to exploit any weakness. As the two pulled away from one another, Kid smirked seeing the power Izuku has before standing up and holding his arms down. It's quite rare to find someone that is so green to the outside world and is able to stand against me. Tell me, have you ever heard of the One Piece? Roger's treasure? Who hasn't heard of it? Izuku stood up calmly from his stance and smiled. The treasure that every man who journeys out on the sea could ever dream of achieving gained by one man. His own voice echoes through the world as a light for all who set sail towards. Even if you are the most novice of pirates, Roger's name will certainly ring a bell to you. So I guess it would be somewhat obvious for you to know why I came on the sea. I wanted to find that treasure. The treasure of the man who could bring one to become the greatest pirate that could ever live. The Pirate King. So you want to be the one to inherit Roger's legacy? Kid was confident Izuku wouldn't laugh, but was ready for him to say how much of a joke it was. When he would, however, the pirate would show no more mercy and end Izuku on the spot. I can respect that. Many would probably call your dream foolish and insane, but I don't. I don't because I know just how it is to be looked at as a fool for trying to do something many find impossible. Captain Eustace Kid, I admire and hope for you to one day reach your dream. Hearing this answer, Kid gave a wide smile with a bit of a chuckle. Eee. To think I'd get such a rousing applause for a dream from a boy who I'm trying to end. You have my complete respect, Izuku Midoriya, so why don't we settle this with one final attack? I've actually been working on one that goes with my quirk and armament hockey if you wouldn't mind me testing it out on an actual opponent. This could be interesting. Kid began to compress the metal on his body into a very small object no larger than a common ball. Meanwhile, Izuku held his blades in his iconic form with his best attack. Magnetic, Strike of Earth's Ascension, Bomb/Dragon's Fang. Both shot their attack at the other with them going side by side past each other. Neither one dodged for the impact to hit them straight on to send them both back. The two went through several buildings before finally stopping by boulders on each side. Everyone looked to determine the final outcome with Ender heading towards Kid to see two massive gashes on his chest that almost looked like dragon teeth bit into his skin. Izuku, on the other hand, looked like a cannonball hit him square in the chest with him unable to move. Our captain's out over here. What's it look like with yours? Ender shouted a distance. Same. Does this mean it's a draw? Itsuka shouted, curious. Afraid so. Both groups pick their captain up and bring them towards UA with their match over and immediately try to get Izuku and Kid healed up. An hour later, Izuku POV. After the match was done, both the Kid Pirates and my group went towards UA to get healed by Recovery Girl. You all are lucky I was asked to keep myself awake by Aizawa to heal you youngsters after your little fight. She seemed a bit agitated for all of us to kinda assume we made her mad. Now if there isn't anything else, I'm going to bed. Thank you. When she left, we all found ourselves alone in the dorms. Is she always that cranky? Not necessarily. I think we just got her when she doesn't have enough sleep in her. Normally Recovery Girl is a lot more. Kid chuckled a bit with all of us beginning to talk among ourselves. So were you serious about the thing you said about my dream? Kid asked for me to smile. Why should I think otherwise? Most people think my dream to be the world's greatest swordsman is weird. The difference between those that respect dreams and those that don't are those that want to believe the big goals people have for themselves are achievable. To me, there's nothing proving that it's not possible to be the pirate king or the greatest swordsman. So until someone can give undeniable proof otherwise, it's not impossible. I like you, Kid. Midoriya, was it? I nodded. Well, I'll keep you in mind and hope you achieve that goal. It would be interesting to see you reach that. Kid gave me his right hand to shake with me doing the same. If you're in need of some assistance, I'm willing to pitch a hand if needed. I'll keep that in mind. Well, since this is all finished, I've got something I want to show you all. Hatsum brought our attention to her with a huge smile on her face. Follow me and you'll all be happy to see what I have. We all began following Hatsum outside with us going a distance towards the woods. So what's out here that you want to show us? Ochako looked around with our shipwright stopping at a small opening to an underground entrance to a facility. She turned to us and spoke. For a while now, I've been working hard trying to get something every pirate crew needs. Hatsum opened the doors for us to walk in with lights being turned on to show us what she was talking about. May I present to you the official ship of the Green Demon Pirates. She pressed a button for the sails to fall and show our pirate flag on the center masses. The type of ship is a brigantine just like the Thousand Sunny. The interior holds a more modern metallic framework for ships in our world with the aspect of us being referenced to demons being set as an example on the outside. We were silent before Bakugu spoke up. The thing looks like it's falling apart. On the outside it does. But it's the strongest thing you'll ever find even among today's ships. Frankie walked off the deck with a few tools. Sorry I got the chance to board your ship before you, Midoriya, but I had to make sure it was up to super standards. A captain needs to have a ship equivalent to his magnitude. I appreciate the fact you went to that length, Frankie. Thanks. I turned to Hatsum and smirked. So I'm guessing this is what you needed that special wood for? Exactly. The keel of the ship, which is the baseline, is made out of what's called Adam's wood. This wood doesn't catch fire easily and is very resistant to cannon fire and shows little wear over time. If you want the best ship built, you need both a great shipwright and this wood. What makes Adam tree wood unique about this? Momo looked around the outside of the ship curious. The tree itself is from an area that has been plagued with war. Even with everyone around it dying and the area being set ablaze, this tree forever remained solid and strong. Thanks to this, the price of just the wood needed for the keel of the ship was roughly about 20 million yen for what I wanted to do with it. You spent 20 million yen on wood? We all shouted in shock before Ibra looked at the figurehead. Hatsum, what did you use as a reference for the figurehead of this demonic ship? I was told you might join the ship, so I used your face as a reference. We looked over to see a carved image of Shizuki praying at the front of the ship. How dare you use my image for such an evil-looking design? What? I at least used the last of the Adam wood to make it. Consider it like a blessing to a ship of bloodlust from the looks on the outside. I can't even respond to you without yelling at you. I began walking over to pat Shizuki's shoulder. It doesn't look that bad. Besides, I think you being on the figurehead is great for us. Shows we have at least some faith. I do not see the logic behind this. Hatsum began having us enter onto the ship with me being allowed as the first one. Once on top deck, the floorboard seemed more like that of a modern ship as opposed to that of a wooden one to what I thought and expected on the outside. So this is my ship now? I placed my hand on the center mast to feel the wood-looking metal on my hands. A truly amazing piece of work. I'm glad you like it. Hatsum walked to the helm of the ship and smiled. A ship made for the Green Demon, a keel made out of the strongest wood that even metal can't compare to, and to top it off, the ability to fight any weather you could think of on the high seas. This and more is why I christened this ship, the Maiden. I cut her off for everyone to remain silent looking at me. I was gonna call it the Oro Jackson's Revenge. Why the Maiden? To not disrespect Shizuki, who you so blatantly placed on our ship. Speaking of her, what do you think? Do you want to consider being part of our pirate crew? Shizuki held a bit of an irritated expression while answering. I really don't think I have much of a choice in this. To be honest, my name is somewhat slandered now that such an audacious image of me is upon a ship of a pirate. Now my name will be dragged down to a pirate's level even if it was not intentional. But that's only half why I will join. But why did you have to make my rendition topless? Shizuki blushes and screams, seeing the wooden statue version of her looking as if it wasn't wearing anything. The version of a naked Virgin Mary would be interesting for demons. Kaminari walked over with a smirk on his face while staring at the statue's boobs. Any chance I can see the real Didash? He was quickly cut off by Jairu, who beat him over the head with a barrel. Shizuki walked back towards me to try and avoid any more abnormal remarks from the idiot. So what's the other half of your logic why to join? I see that you hold respect for others, Midoriya. I wouldn't join a group if they refused to respect even the lowest standing person. Togata and Hato came over and cheered at this. Yeah, we got us another crewmate. Now let's celebrate. They popped open a few beer bottles to pass around to us and the kid pirates. Once everyone had something in their hands, I raised my bottle for everyone to see. Cheers to our new ship, our new friends in the kid pirates, and our new crewmate Shizuki. Cheers. We drank together with each of us talking amongst ourselves into the night for hours on end. By the time the sun came up over the horizon, everyone was for the most part passed out drunk with our journey as a crew only beginning. Unfortunately, we didn't know of the horrid darkness that was looming over us even now, where these merry times would seem like a blessing to keep. Izuku POV. I started to wake up with the feeling of someone on me. Looking down, I noticed Itsuka laying on top of my chest, Momo and Tsu on both of my legs, and my head resting on Ochako's stomach. What happened? Oh yeah, we got kinda drunk last night celebrating. I was able to move myself off of all four to walk over towards the bow of the ship, where I noticed Kid up and looking out to the opening to the sea. You're up? Good to know. Yeah. He tossed me what looked like a muffin while eating one himself. These help with hangovers. I asked Ender to leave a couple for everyone else. He's right now making sure our ship is secure and is picking up a few supplies before we head out northwestern towards the country of Russia. Thanks. We looked out to the sea and calmly ate until a question came up for Kid. So who's your doctor and cook for your crew? But you don't have one for either position, do you? No, I do not. Should have guessed. So what exactly do you have for hands? Well, Itsuka and Kachin are really talented and could easily be the first mate or co-first mates. Ochako knows how to steer a ship so she can handle the helm, Momo is great with navigation to be the navigator, Perona can be a scout, Tsu should be able to fish for us without issue, and Shiozaki could be a botanist with her knowledge on plants. Counting the 3 weirdos, the Lapon and the shipwright, that's 12. I'm amazed you haven't gotten a cook or a doctor yet. For now, since you're not on the sea, that's fine. But you will eventually set out now that you have the ship. That means I should without a doubt start looking for a cook and a doctor. Where should I even start? From what I'm told, the pro hero Ryukyu has quite a bit of medical training after spending a few years on the Sakura Islands. You could probably ask her when things settle. For a cook, maybe another pro just so you don't have that downward gap of experience in combat. In the forest near here, I heard of a 4-person rescue hero group that had some teachings from Okama land. They make food fit for the body and the mind. At least, that's what I'm told. I'll look into it. Thanks. Kid finished his muffin before looking over to his crew. Alright, time to get your asses moving, men. Everyone started to get up with the time, saying we had to start moving soon. My crew. We need to get the members of the kingdoms we're assigned to protect up near the northern peninsula of Japan. Let's get moving. Everyone hopped up with Kaminari being pulled up by Todoroki. You 3 don't want to come along? Since this has to do with your crew, we don't want to get in the way. Todoroki has a point. If we bring people we shouldn't on the ship, that just ends negatively. Hatsum. How long until we're ready to head out? That may be hard without Kaminari. Why? I kinda made the ship thinking he was part of the crew. It needs an electric quirk to charge it. What? What about an electric quirk? Kaminari woke up before holding his head. Oh, Kaminari, Jairu and Todoroki. I have a proposition for the 3 of you. Since we can't do anything about moving so easily without one of you and the fact we could still use the extra manpower, would you 3 want to join us? Hell yeah. I always wanted to be a pirate. Well, it wouldn't end me. I still owe you for your help, so I'll join. Then it's settled. Hatsum. Take Kaminari with you and do what you need to start heading out. Kachin. Take Todoroki, Itsuka and the big 3 to start getting the ship ready to head out. The rest of you with me. We've got to grab the guests and bring them aboard. Yes, sir. My group charted out to grab the rulers of the kingdoms from the special housing that UA made specifically for this. Everyone was ready and standing outside for us to lead them towards the dock of our ship. There, everyone made themselves comfortable as we sailed off towards the meeting place for the World Summit. Getting out towards the open sea, many of the crew began feeling a strange sense towards them. That feeling you all have right now, you feel it, right? That thrill of being free on the sea. It's breathtaking. Everyone smiled hearing this before we finally head to the sea. I couldn't hold back my happiness to shout at the top of my lungs. Let's set sail. An hour later, we arrived at the port near the meeting to dock and begin getting ready to head off. Once we did, the rulers of the kingdoms were escorted towards the meeting place by government officials, with us being forced to stay out of the building. So what do these meetings talk about? Ochako asked while having Fluffy on her shoulder. From what Princess Vivi has told me, it's mostly just talk about what is going on in the world as well as some other issues that may be happening with neighboring kingdoms, such as recent appraises in piracy and so on. From what Momo said, I felt like this was most likely a quiet and somewhat boring thing for them to do. Come on. I want to try and talk to Ryukyu if we can find her here. Make way. Make way. We all looked over towards where the sound was coming from to see a gigantic galleon ship docking. It looked not marine, but still like it belonged to someone important. Momo immediately went pale, knowing something. I think it's best we stay as far away from who is coming off. Why the F should we? Trust me when I say this, Bakugu, who's coming off right now, you'd be wise to stay away from them and not anger any of those on board. Momo, you're not making any dash. The people coming off are the celestial dragons, Itsuka. The biggest officials in the world government. You even look at one wrong or just cross them the wrong way and you're dead. She seemed to panic a bit, with a good amount of our crew getting a bit worried by this. Momo, you and the rest of the crew head back towards the ship and calm down a bit. We'll stay here and make sure the area is secure. She agreed to have Kaminari, Jiru, Perona, Amajiki and Shiozaki towards the ship. So are we still looking for the dragon hero? In a minute, Kachin. I want to take a look at these celestial dragons. Just what are the celestial dragons anyway? I turned to Hato to explain. Over 800 years ago, in the world where the rulers of the kingdoms are from here, there was a time known as the blank century. 100 years of no information, absolutely lost to the ages. The only thing that we know happened during this time is that the world government was formed with 20 kingdoms joining together. These 20, aside from the Nefertari family who wanted to remain where they were, went to live in the kingdom of Mary Geos. The kingdom on the red lines several miles above everyone. So there's some kind of high ruling leaders? Not necessarily Togata. Unfortunately, the members of the Celestial Dragons had been given the opportunity to basically do whatever they want. This led to them abusing this power, with each generation becoming far worse than the last. So they're spoiled a-holes. From what I'm getting from this, it sounds about right. Kachin and Itsuka began agreeing with this before I pointed out the major issue with the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons are an image for the world government. As such, they have the authorization, if one is harmed, to summon a Marine Admiral to deal with any problems. You're saying these guys can call a Marine Admiral up to fight for them? Everyone shouted for me to nod. They aren't dangerous per se, but the status and the ability to call one of the most powerful members of the Marines is what makes them dangerous. If anything, we'd be best not to anger them. The sound of gunfire began to ring for us to look at the ship. Why are none of you kneeling? You miserable humans better show your respect. A man in a bubble who looked extremely unappealing started walking down in white robes. He looked around for the people to start clearing out. Only a few remained for those affiliated with the Marines to bow to them on their hands and knees. One by one, the Celestial Dragons came off the ship, with it looking as if they were all off and walking by us. The one with the swords, one of the Celestial Dragons that caused a ruckus before, pointed a gun at my face. Kneel. Unlike in your world, the Celestial Dragons are here as diplomats with no say in how our government works. If you fire that gun now, be prepared for all-out war to break out with your head being placed on a stick. Are you prepared for that? Because as far as I can tell, you're no different than us, since you bleed the same blood as us. I glared at the man with him, starting to panic. If I were you, I'd put that gun away before somebody gets hurt, and I know for a fact it won't be me. He shook in fear before pulling his gun away. Uncultured swine like you don't deserve to talk to me like that. But I'm already running late, so you live. The man walked away with his group, pretending not to be afraid. Let's go. I want to find Ryukyu before we start any more trouble with officials from the world government. We all agreed for us to head out. As we did though, we didn't notice the straggler from the group riding on what looked like a man with a collar on him. Ochako accidentally bumped into them and knocked the bloated fool off. How dare you bump into me, you unsightly little miscreant. He pointed his gun at Ochako for Fluffy to knock her out of the way before the shot fired. In that moment, I saw Ochako's head bleed while falling to the ground. In my mind, I became so mad that I started to have blind rage come over me. She hit the ground with all of us heading towards her to make sure she was okay. Ochako/Uraraka. Third-person POV. Disgusting rodent. He made my shot miss. The Celestial Dragon aimed his gun again at Ochako for Fluffy to jump and bite the man's hand. Oh, you disgusting little thing. How dare you bite my hand? The sound of the gunshot made several people come, including some unique dressed people. Get off of me. The Celestial Dragon pulled Fluffy off and slammed him into the ground. Seeing the act in front of him, Izuku's blood boiled as he began to charge and pull Chujutsun to slice down the enemy. Before he could though, a man in a suit came over to defend the Celestial Dragon. Seems you all are having quite the ordeal. So, am I to assume you're part of CP0? Perceptive boy. I am part of that group. You can call me Lucci. The man kicked Izuku away before continuing. Knowing me should give you a point to know what you're up against and why you should walk away now. And let that son of a bitch get away with shooting one of the women I love? F that. Both immediately began charging at one another before a man with a square nose and Hancock came between them. Midoriya, calm down. In a fit of rage, Izuku turned to Hancock and shouted at her. That monster shot Ochako, and you want me to calm down dash. Hancock held a finger up to get him to listen and pointed towards Ochako. There, she showed Ryukyu patching her up with a first aid kit. She's okay. She only got the side of her head grazed. For now, just stay back and don't cause trouble. Thinking a little clearer, Izuku calmed down and placed his sword back in its sheath. I apologize for his crude behavior. My colleague here did not have any ill will towards this. However, we do have proof that the celestial dragons had begun this. In exchange for being silent of this, we ask that no charges be filed with the world government. You think I'm going to dash? Izuku gave a flick of OFA to cut the bubble and graze the celestial dragon's cheek. Haha. That was for my crewmate who you hurt. In my opinion, you deserve worse. But going farther would be a problem for both me and my group. Consider this a warning to not anger me again. Hold it. Lucci came forwards with a smile. You just caused bodily harm on a celestial dragon. Don't think this is over just because you say so. Since you probably don't know what's going to happen, let me explain it to you. The man transformed into a giant leopard to signify he ate a Zoan devil fruit. The world government won't take too kindly to that. I suggest you get ready for a fight on your hands since either me or the admirals are going to be breaking down your door prepared to end you. Izuku picked up Fluffy who was struggling to stand while glaring at the enormous Catman. I'm not afraid of you. He returned to Ochako's side with her head bandaged up. Is she okay to move now? Yes, but I'd rather make sure she gets somewhere safe. Itsuka enlarged her fist for Ochako to be placed on before they walked away. While they did, Izuku looked back and gave a wave of Conqueror's Haki to send chills down everyone's spine in the area with some of the Marines and the Celestial Dragon being knocked out. I won't forget this day nor will I forgive him for what he's done. Then that means we will most likely face. I hope you're ready for a fight, boy, because you without a doubt have one coming. Lucci smiled while transforming back to his human form to bring the unconscious world noble inside. Okay, so this is the first chapter, folks. A few quick understandings before we get into this. Izuku knows his father is Hawkeye due to overhearing a conversation Inko had on the phone with Mitsuki.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.